It's a long season in the grand scheme of things, and yet towards the end we do approach. Welcome to the NACE Star League here for the Overwatch portion of the broadcast. I'm LaFon, alongside me, Juggle God, this week as we get set to get towards the end of things. But before that, we have some moments to account for, I should say. Juggle God, I mean, it's been an interesting path to this point nonetheless, and yet as we get set for our conference play-ins, we are really looking to see who takes the top spot in the very end.
Yeah, it's gonna be a tight race to the finish line, no doubt. And we're gonna be starting things off here today with a game between Ashland University and George Mason. Ashland sitting right now with a slightly better record than having just taken one fewer loss. In addition, I think a very salient point to bring up is that these two teams have faced each other back in week number 2, if I remember correctly, where Ashland University took the series 3-0.
Yeah, but I mean, that's the point of the entire season, right? Developing as a team towards a squad. So improvements absolutely possible of being of occurring, and of course that may mean a different scoreline. Let's take a moment though to look at the schedule for the day, because we have some fantastic games across the board for as per the usual. And as you highlighted, of course, starting off with Ashland GMU, but not to be outdone, 3 more after that, and of course we await those games. So let's dial in on this first one though, as you've highlighted already, that 3-0 coming in from Ashland University earlier in this season. And when we get into the game itself, I mean, what we're looking for, we've talked about this in broadcasts prior, but it's extremely salient at this point to highlight the fact that, there are no more room for mistakes, right? We're looking for a team that has all their fit and finish. They cannot really be trying to make too many changes. So looking for proper, compositions, dialing out some of those mistakes that we see earlier in the season. Those simply cannot be present in the gameplay today.
And talking about, adaptations, right, and changes, how you're going to play things differently. I think one thing that bears mentioning as well as Ashland University, the two compositions they really like to run, at least in the past, were ball comps and Orisa comps. ball comes definitely very viable still, but Orisa has fallen down to the wayside just a little bit. So in my mind, it's going to be fascinating to me to see what they kind of put in that place, you know, when they would have previously swapped to a Orisa composition or started on it. What are they going to be putting their first foot forward on today?
Right. And we should also highlight that in North America specifically, right, in the region that we currently find ourselves, Reinhardt has had a massive resurgence, right? This brawl style has had a massive resurgence. I know you alluded to those comps kind of being there earlier with the Orisa, but we should really note that this has been a big renaissance for this particular style. And we're seeing characters like Bastion take center stage. May on a lot of maps that perhaps a patch or two ago we would absolutely never have seen them, now actually do make an account for themselves across all levels of play in collegiate Overwatch and just Overwatch in the sort of Western sphere in general. So as we kind of dial in, we're also looking for that to perhaps be an element that kind of comes to the fore, and if teams can play around that sort of very collected as a squad team play.
Yeah, and that's actually plays right into what George Mason University is going to want to do today. They love playing the rush brawl compositions, love kind of rallying behind their Reinhardt. So I'm anticipating them to be stepping off on a pretty strong foot with that, and maybe being enough to kind of bridge the gap between what we saw in week number 2 and where we are now. But of course, like you said, teams develop, right? That was very, very early on in this split. So ample time for both of these teams to have changed, adapted, do whatever they need to do to put themselves on, give themselves the best chance of moving forward here.
Yeah, well, we do have to obviously get into the game in a moment, so bear with us, of course. Let's take a look, of course, at the teams themselves, right? There's been an opportunity here. You can see the records on the screen. These are two teams that have actually performed quite highly across the board. Ashland University, definitely a team I think to be kind of worried about. And as you attended to earlier, George Mason having lost that game to Ashland in prior. But as we get into the game itself, right, the sort of highlight here, I think, for these teams is going to be the tank roster. Again, due to the nature of the compositions that we've mostly seen in the Night Star League this season. So I am really looking at front line for being the difference maker here.
And it's certainly going to be front and center as we head to our first map, which is going to be Lijiang Tower, right?
Yeah.
Which historically a very strong map for Ball, a very strong map for Reinhardt-based compositions as well. So this, I think, we're going to get a lot of information out of this very first map, because I'm anticipating both these teams stepping forward on these compositions. Although, to be fair, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if we see Ashland make the swap onto the Brawl composition as well, because they're both very, very strong, but I think more times than not, you're going to see a team look to that Brawl composition a little bit more than the Ball.
Indeed. That being an interesting look, I think, into the philosophy at this stage of the game, right? And one thing to note is that at this point of a season, most teams, I touched on this just moments ago, but most teams have sort of identified the look that they want, and barring a massive patch change, which we are not going to be getting, most teams will continue to run what they've already run. So it's a bit of a red flag, in fact, if you see teams suddenly opt to change compositions at the end of a season after they've practiced on one style for so long. So that is something that I think is going to play into it as we kind of head forward.
Is he ready to open up here? Got a brief look at what both these teams are thinking, and not too terribly surprising. Reinhardt-based compositions, and let's talk about a couple as well. One of the players that I'm in particular going to be watching out for from George Mason University is going to be Ibinks, who is right now on the May. So it'll be curious to see what the difference between the May and the Cassidy is going to give when both these squads get the point.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of mid-range damage, consistent mid-range damage from Ashland. GMU, though, obviously being able to bisect the opponent with the wall. There's that first teleport. Ashland already on the point first.
Oh, wow. Masuki gets a pick right off the bat onto Brandon. That's going to slow things down considerably for GMU. In fact, they're just going to back it off. And despite Ibinks putting out, honestly, a fantastic wall for GMU, first point control goes to Ashland.
This is one of the strengths of the Cassidy, though, right? Being able to just put a little bit of damage in, the May that cannot really respond, and then Vasquez able to, as we saw just there, be able to take them out with one swing. Now, on the reapproach, GMU has already lost control of the objective.
Endform, though, pretty close to this amplification matrix as well. That's an early wall coming out as well. Not going to do much damage. In fact, Thickman, the one bearing the brunt of the attack at the moment. 70% on the board. Here comes a window already from Endform. Brandon going to be able to get a pick early off on a Reveille. That's a lot of heals that are gone, but the Shatter from Bazooki going to be the difference maker in this fight.
Yeah, that's an unexpected shatter from Varsity. No problem, no doubt about that. You can see that Thickman entirely unexpected a position to be in, caught with their shield down, and in fact saving the fight for Ashland University. If that had gone on any longer, GMU would have absolutely rolled over. Now, as GMU reapproaches, they are going to have the Blizzard, they are going to have the Shatter, but I really do expect Ashland to attempt to use the Ant Matrix here and try and burst down the first player that they see.
He's going to come out to give a little bit of blocking. Thickman goes in for the Shatter. Does land. Other damage coming in, though. GMU with a little bit of an advantage here. This might be their opportunity to turn the tables. Despite the Photon Barrier coming in, that's going to be a nice pick from Cheesy Dance before they go down. But in the end, the point will flip over to GMU.
Yes, 4 players still alive here for GMU. The problem is that I believe... it's going to be about an even setup. So Ibinx is not going to be in a natural position to be able to use this Blizzard, and they really do need to use this one and use it without using anything else. You ideally don't have to commit the Photon Barrier, because Ashland are, have that 70% marker. They're close to that final fight.
Well, it's going to come out, doesn't quite catch off Azuki. Deadeye out. Blizzard as well. And in the meantime, 4 players down. It's just going to be a lone Cheesy Dance, and they're swiftly dealt with.
I mean, it's a fairly easy play to make, right? Lay down the Blizzard, catches a couple of players. There's no way to respond. Memes, I think, rightly not using the sound barrier. You don't expect to win that one, especially the Photon Barrier. Just too many tools to kind of counter against. So Ashland elect to reset here for this fight. Now, it's going to be about the Ant Matrix here. Bypassing it is going to be of critical importance.
Ooh. The sound barrier used pretty aggressively here as well from Memes. At Matrix outside the point looking in, which is a good place for GMU as they've kind of given up control of it at the moment. But give up control of the point for a moment, win the war. That is the plan here, and that is exactly what GMU has done.
A little lax from Ashland, actually. The sound barrier was used because of the Ant Matrix, right? You don't want anyone to be bursted down instantly, but instead of taking advantage of that health pool difference and pushing past the Ant Matrix, you kind of just stand in position, allow Thickman to rotate back to the window and get a Fire Strike kill through it. Now that puts GMU well back into control here. You can see Thickman has an Earth Shatter already, and really looking to play off this, and then into the sound barrier to sustain should things go wrong.
Suzuki not far behind as well. Shatter comes in. Nobody goes down, though. It's going to be a whiff this time from Thickman. Now they're going to have to watch out for Suzuki's. 91% and counting. Somebody here from Ashley going to have to touch point soon. That's going to be big Photon Barrier coming in as well. Suzuki finds and form. You're going to switch it back under their control. They will be able to do that as DMU just decides to back away and pay some respect to them getting the point.
Yeah, Electric not to take that fight. They want to play for this final fight situation here. They expect to get the Blizzard, and I think trying to just dump every resource in. I expect Ashland to play at the choke point, though, and kind of hold an aggressive setup with this Shatter. Don't allow them to contest. You know there is going to be a ton of resources here, and you cannot get caught by this Blizzard. We saw what happened the last time that ult was on the board.
And Matrix is out. Fire Strike doesn't catch anybody this time. Here comes the Blizzard. Now going to be laid onto about 3/4 of the point. Brand able to take out one. Thickman with another. Everybody from Ashland falling by the wayside. Varsity is down. Dies with the Shatter as well. Wasn't able to find a chance, an opportunity to use it. And GMU will come away with the first map win here on Lijiang.
A very casual approach from Ashland in a fight that they needed to be a lot more active in, and involved in. It's a Shatter that kind of plays sort of attention to the Reinhardt head-to-head, but it doesn't matter. There's no follow-up there, and GMU take a very, despite that 199, I think a much more controlled round one by George Mason. So Ashland University on their approach, keep in mind, this is a team that had already shut out their opposition earlier this season, and GMU off to a hot start. It is only one round, right? It's not the full map yet, but it's a good introduction to the progress that George Mason has made.
They made it, like you said, they seem to control it a lot, right? It was almost a casual look, and I think this speaks to kind of the way that they like to play, which is a much more defensive way. They like to try and capitalize on their opponent's mistakes as much as they can. And I think a lot of times that translates into looking like kind of a more relaxed the playstyle, and it definitely bore fruit this time around. So gonna be going next to Control Center, where Brawl is gonna be the name of the game once again. The team's gonna vie for this, the upper hand here on the high ground. Junkrats in tow for each team. Sim as well. Thickman goes down low. Immortality Field has to be used by both squads. Cheesy Dance very low as well. It's going to be a flurry of picks, this time in favor of Ashland. You're going to have to try and ride this to some success here. Vasuki dives in, but in the meantime, leaves the backline a little bit exposed, so GMU is able to get a couple of picks based off of that, and now Vasuki's in a tough position here, trying to hold on to the point. Had early advantage to it. Brand gets a nice TP in for the rest of GMU, and they're going to be able to push back Ashland and take first control.
The same kind of mistake from Ashland University as the entirety of last round. Just really casual on the cleanup, not acting their opponent's approach whatsoever, and they're punished for it. I mean, Ashland had every advantage in that fight, but played so spaced on their shield that they allowed Brand Chaos to really find value, and now you can see GMU just continue to take space. A big Ant Matrix delay once more, and Ibinks ever closer to this Riptire.
Yeah, that's the beautiful thing about that window as well, is it lets Ibinks get so much closer to the Riptide. They're going to be able to use it here quickly, and they're going to need it because Random Chaos is down already. Riptide looking for a target. Going to be taken out, though. Revelia finds it, drops an Ant Matrix of their own. That's going to be a lot more damage here onto the point. It's going to be very difficult for the rest of GMU to stay alive. Ashland taking advantage of it, pushing pretty aggressively. They will be able to take the point.
This time, Ashland play inside their shield, inside their the space that they earn, right? They don't just walk forward without playing their space correctly, right? They actually deal damage, they isolate targets that are in the open, take them down, then move forward another layer, right? It's not just walk forward expecting their opponent to give ground to them, and they find a lot more value off it. Yes, it uses the Ant Matrix, but keep in mind, the war chest for Ashland is full, and I expect Varsity to try and play for this Earth Shatter right here.
Oh, that's beautiful. Riptire taken out almost immediately from a fire strike by Thickman, but B1H's going to be able to take out their doppelganger. Ibinks nowhere to be found. Shatter lands. Two players go down on the side of GMU. Ashland will be able to hold on to point.
Not bad of a, not that expensive a fight either. GMU uses a Shatter in that portion as well, so a trade for trade, and despite that wayward fire strike finding the Riptire, Ashland still controls the economy as highlighted before, and now with dueling photon barriers, holding control of the point makes it easier to work off this defense, right, in terms of damage mitigation. So I expect to see both of these used, and you have to favor Ashland considering that they're holding that much ground.
Dueling Ant Matrices start things off. Could be a photon barrier coming out as well from Cheesy Dance. Brandon back and spawn, unable to use theirs. Suzuki with a nice charge kill onto Thickman. That's going to open things wide for Ashland to just pick off the rest of GMU squad.
Catching these forward spawners would be pretty helpful, but exiting through the choke, GMU will survive another day. GMU need to find a lot of value off of this Riptire and Photon Barrier combo. Ibinks has to be so careful not to go down here. This is really all they have, as they are in that final fight situation.
Gonna come out immediately, looking for somebody on the high ground, pushing into the back line. They're aware of it. They pop it a little bit early, unable to get a kill, so that's one tool down. But Ashland looking to gain some of the round. They don't have anything on the board yet, but Suzuki going to be very close to this Earth Shatter. That is assuming they can stay alive. Revelia helping them to do just that. AU, or rather B1H, very, very close. Riptire of their own. They let it rip. Going to be a couple of kills in favor of, many in favor of GMU. They will stave off defeat here for a moment.
Actually, impressive play by Brandon Chaos there to keep GMU in the fight. That was very close to being Ashland flipping it over, but getting the photon barrier out just before they go down allows GMU to kind of dance the shield and survive the damage, and that gave enough of a breakpoint to go over. Vasquez also using the Earthshatter in that last fight, so now with GMU, you can see Thickman has all the space and control in the world to try and land the Shatter.
Once again, this is a situation where it's going to have to be big because they don't necessarily have anything on them in the moment. That is a huge window coming out from Avelia. Thickman Amform just not able to back up effectively from it. Means Thickman not going to be able to use that Shatter point. Still held for the moment by GMU. Going to be tough for anybody to touch. Ibinks trying to, but they're picked out of the sky. They do keep Overtime alive for a little bit longer. The Shatter does come in. They are able to touch point. Now they have to get the picks, they have to get the kills, but the sound barrier's there, keeping everyone alive. B1H has found Anform. Thickman goes down as well. A last moment heroic contest and shatter from Thickman doesn't quite give him the point.
Yeah,
Ashland able to get it in the end.
That's kind of, I mean, you're down 3 at that point, right? If you don't and Ashland just had too many tools towards the end of the round as well. I mean, Ant Matrix and Sound Barrier and both supports don't get laid down on the ground. It's not happening. Ashland, a good recovery here on that second round as they continue to play the near mirror between these two squads. And I think just a less casual approach certainly served them quite well, right? You know, making sure to play within their means, not overcommitting with a Rhine pin, for example, or thinking that you have space to play when your backline is being eliminated. Definitely aids you a ton. So as we head into round number 3, Jim, you're going to continue to remain on this rush composition. Ashland switching over to, well, this pseudo dive that kind of comes in. Plays more like a brawl, but at least the Winston Tracer in play.
Actually going to be looking initially for that TP, but it's not going to be coming because Random Chaos is swapped over to the Bastion. Interesting to see how this brawl is going to play out from both sides. Maywolf from Ibrink's not going to be able to get anybody. Now, Random in turret form stops it. They get a lot of damage, though, from B1H. That's going to be the first pick in favor here of Ashland.
Just not able to isolate any single player long enough to take them down, cost them. And this wall also not going to really block anyone out. Varsity does overstep their mark a bit. But again, do they have the damage to punch through? That's the question. Ashland, they don't have... Brandon Chaos is not back quite yet, so Ashland are able to retreat to the point temporarily.
It should be in relatively quickly, but with memes going down, Ashland gonna definitely have a harder time staying alive. There goes another big piece of the puzzle. That's a nice grenade coming out from Brandon Chaos as well. Point does flip over for GMU.
GDance attempting to contest for a last second. Ibink sees it and says absolutely not. So Ashland will be forced to fully reset. That's actually really good for GMU. Only 30% over. Don't use any resources. They have clean control of the point now. And with the sound barrier, they can actually sustain this dive quite easily.
Ooh. Yeah, especially with the Am Matrix coming off, that's gonna cause Masuki to think again. Beautifully placed Mayball catches them out. And with a pickup on the memes as well, GMU handily holds on to the point.
And with that being just the Ant Matrix, I mean, Ashland's next engage attempt is going to probably perform nearly identically, right? You expect to see either the sound barrier, shatter, or blizzard, all forms of crowd control and slowing down the approach. And Ashland has to have some sort of burst potential to kind of enter in. Otherwise, they are in for a rough fight here.
Oh, that's going to be Masuki caught out in a tough position. The turret of Random doing so much damage. Nice charge coming out as well from Thickman. Blizzard doing a bit of work as well. And KhazixMayJump's able to find one onto Amform. Abbott, though, still has the sound barrier. So KhazixMayJump at the moment, more of a mosquito, less of a big threat. Here comes the sound barrier, though. Zappit does feel like they have to commit it as several members are going down low. Masuki back in it. KhazixMayJump throws out. Pulse Bomb's not going to hit. Death Blossom from B1H, though, primed to turn things around the other way. They're able to take out Thickman. And Ashland will get control of the point once again.
Okay, when I said that they needed to use one thing to kind of shut down the dive, they then used everything and weren't able to slow it down enough. I mean, a lot of that comes from the fact that you layer Earth Shatter and Blizzard and you don't get any eliminations from either. That is not a good position to be in. Now, keep in mind, I don't expect Blizzard to guarantee 3 kills. That's not going to happen against a comp as mobile as this, but you need to get at least one. GMU simply doesn't, and now their war chest is empty on their reapproach. They're looking for good old-fashioned mechanics, and frankly, that's a terrible place to be in when you had lead of the economy just a one fight to go.
And especially when you're going up against a team that is so mobile as well. It's going to be hard. The decisions you make on who you're going to engage on are that much more important here. And right now, Thickman just trying to build this shatter, hoping they can find somebody. That bubble coming out is big. They're going to be primed to use it here in just a second. Amform does find B1H. Crunch coming out as well. They sense that Masuki is behind that wall, unable to get anything. Revelia lets go with the Tsune rush as well. Shatter towards the back line. Not going to find any kills. Masuki's still out of the fight, though. Thickman picking up Revelia as well. So the point will flip back for GMU.
KhazixMayJump gets up to the 90. They're going to get up to the 95, 96% marker or so. And this is going to now be final fight. There's no question about it. The question is now, again, can GMU manage to get to their resources in time, the Blizzard and the Sound Barrier primarily, and then critically, can they land them? The last time they had these two ultimates online, they got 0 value out of it. And Ashland has those available already. It's not like they're waiting to generate them. And so, and with Ashland hitting the go button, things are looking rough for GMU off the rip.
Ooh, that's going to be a very well-placed Sound Barrier right there. Immortality Field protects from the Pulse Bomb. That barrier as well has to be used from Zapat. Ebink's coming in now with the Blizzard, but B1H strikes back. It's the 2-1 with the Death Blossom. Thinkman going down very low. Ashland primed to take this back under their control. Brandon and Chaos able to find one in the end. It's just going to be Brandon and Zappit. Brandon not going to be able to use their ultimate. Being briefly contested here by Zappit, but Ashland should come away with the map win here.
Yeah, last second contest is going to come in from a bunch of players, but they need to find some sort of coalesce. Yeah, with Ibing's out, that's just a slow trickle away. And I don't know that there is enough damage here to burst through the Primal Rage, even down players.
Oof. Yeah, Thinkman does eventually go down, so very, very close series of maps here on Lijiang Tower, but they do go the way of Ashland. Once again, they are now 2 maps closer to getting a win here in the conference play-ins.
Still no maps dropped to GMU at this stage of the game by Ashland University. But this was the first and I believe last Blizzard that this map saw that actually found a ton of value.
Yeah.
It's tough. I mean, in those final moments of the round, you're looking for an opportunity to execute with your resource advantage, and simply put, you don't get that. And I should highlight, it's not that I'm going so hard on the Blizzard for not finding value, because I think that it should be like team wipe potential against a mobile composition. Absolutely not. But what it should at the very least do is provide zone control to put yourself in a better position so that your team can execute mechanically once again. And it simply didn't do that. A lot of credit to Ashland for being able to sort of operate around the objective. We saw B1H at the very end there get that final blow with the Hellfire shotguns, and then immediately go into the Death Blossom for the instant elimination, right? So you get 2 kills from your Reaper. But again, it's a situation where you have later Sound Barrier, you have the Blizzard. Ashland has effectively nothing for a good 3, 4, 5 seconds, and in a final fight territory, that can be everything. And so Ashland, they play on the edge, absolutely, and yet don't fall off of it. And GMU, I think, left a little bit wanting after that first map.
Yeah, just unable to, I think, really handle the kind of the difference in playstyle. And it was interesting as well seeing Ashland come out with a Winston-based kind of brawl dive hybrid too, because that's not necessarily something we saw from them a lot. They've been much more of a fan of these ball compositions in the past. So it's great to see kind of this flexibility coming in as well. So yeah, impetus is going to be on GMU, but honestly, this is a very, very close matchup here today. I think it could go either way still at this point. I think what we learned from that first map is both of these teams are looking really strong right now.
Yeah, well, we're headed to Hybrid for our next map. Let's take a look to the surprise. Honestly, at this point, we should only show this screen when we don't get Lijiang Tower and King's Row, because
yeah,
I will say this: compared to last season, statistically speaking, we have gotten more non-Lijiang Tower King's Row combos on stream. But that number is, we're talking like single-digit percentages, right?
yeah.
Like this season,
not statistically significant, maybe.
No. I think this season we're sitting at like 96, 97% on stream selection of these two maps. Last year or last season, I suppose, was like, I think it was like 98 or something. It was quite high. So.
Yeah, no big surprises here. I mean, both of these teams cite King's Row as a map that they very much enjoy playing. So.
At this point, we should start asking players, like, what map other than Lijiang Tower and King's Row? Because you know what? At this point, if you're to ask them like what kind of ice cream they like, they'd say vanilla. And I'm not talking about like a nice French vanilla, with like actual vanilla bean. I'm talking just like run of the mill, most average, boring ice cream possible.
Yeah, like Briars or something. I don't know. Right. You know what I think we should honestly institute here at the Naystar League is we should institute caster bans. right? We need
I'm
to be
tired
able
of this
to come
map. Do
in.
something else.
What's that? Yeah,
I'm tired of Lijiang Tower Kings Row. I mean, nonetheless, this still play. It's a good pick by GMU. Jokes aside, we obviously saw they like to play the rush. They were closest, I think, in the rush situation where they were able to activate their Reinhardt. This map plays tremendously to that once more, right? I mean, historically speaking, Kings Row has always been a brawl map. You can bring the Mei out, you can bring the Bastion, as we're seeing, as we've highlighted, has been the case at the top of the show. And yeah, this plays very much into the style that has been expected over the last little while. So while a little bit played out, it's not surprising that we're going here.
No, not at all. Not at all. Well, it seems rolling a little bit around the Mondana statue. The standard place to start things out. Seriously, this time both teams opting for the Bastion. With Thickman going down almost immediately, though. So rather, I'm sorry, Thickman getting kills immediately. Yeah, that's going to be GMU taking control at this point almost instantaneously.
A really good wall from Ibinks, right? The Mei separating the team, the front line from the back. You can't really support them. Obviously, that opens up the Bastion to into the configuration tank to just deal a ton of damage, and you burst down before Ashlyn even has a chance to recover. So this composition doesn't have a ton of approaches, but what it's really good at, it excels at fantastic.
Oh, wow. Ashlyn able to just sneak through that wall. It's going to be a trade, or with Reveille going down for Ashlyn, that could be a little bit more problematic, especially considering they had the MH. They're gone, and Form still has theirs as well. Yeah, Ashlyn University just playing it slow at the moment.
Yeah, just trying to stabilize a little bit. Slow the game down. Try and get your respawns back in.
Of those Ant Matrices, that's going to be a nice wall. Suzuki out of the way for just a moment. Blizzard coming in, though, from Ivy is going to be absolutely massive. UNH just not able to get theirs online quick enough, so GMU just performing very, very strong here on this.
That's a really good setup by GMU. I mean, the wall from Ibinks, once again, this time to block off the Matrix, deny most of the damage, lay the Blizzard down on the escape path of Ashlyn University. And with that in mind, they get the eliminations. They even force a sound barrier out. So now there are tools to fight here against Ashlyn when they inevitably attempt to use the Shatter and Blizzard here.
Well, it's going to be a nice Mei wall from both sides. Here comes a Blizzard now from Ashlyn. He's able to find Brandem. Shatter comes in from Thickman. It's going to be enough, though. They are able to get Vasuki out of the mix. That comes back in with a pick on to B1H. The sound barrier is there for GMU, so they sustained through all of that incoming damage from Ashlyn, and now there's just 90 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, that was a big recovery from GMU. Down a player to still, and caught in a Blizzard, right? That's the other thing too, to be able to kind of recover in time. Thickman with a good read. It's a very smart Shatter, and then the sound barrier to keep everyone alive as they follow through on those eliminations. And now, I mean, Ashlyn University put themselves in a pretty fantastic position here to try and force out final fight.
Trying to turn things around. The Bastion ultimate, not going to happen though. Minute left to go. This is essentially final fight territory here, especially considering that Am Matrix burned a couple seconds off the clock too.
Yes, Meteor or Artillery Strike only blocks some of that damage. GMU is trying to play to this Blizzard. I've been so close to being a game winner here.
Shatter going to be blocked, but Zappa goes down to an errant Fire Strike as well. Blizzard comes out from Ibinks, who is down. Trying to hold on. Brandon with just a sliver of health, trying to get things done. 2 ticks have been given up. 7 health. Just not able to get over to that health back in time. And Ashlyn, with about 30 seconds to spare, will get the point.
GMU almost. I saw the vision. I saw the future there for GMU. Tragically, it's one we don't live in, but it was close, actually. Perhaps if the backline had been a couple of paces further away and able to recover in time, maybe there's a different look. But Ashlyn essentially just brute forced their way through that. Vasky hits a Shatter, does get the elimination, and by that point, the Blizzard is a little too late. So tough break for GMU. Fire Strike has a pretty large hitbox, Vasky. Don't look at the ground there. You know you're hit with that one.
Yeah, exactly. It's like a sphere, right? Like, I don't think most people realize it, but it's literally a sphere that comes out to you hitbox-wise. Comes a blizzard now from B1H. Random Chaos caught in the chaos. Going to go down a first immortality field. Only going to delay the deaths, not necessarily prevent any. So Ashley going to be able to continue their march through streaks.
Yep.
Oh.
I mean, that's just a good fundamental play, right? You hit the blizzard into a wall. There's nowhere to escape, and the follow through damage is there. Now the question is, how do you recover in time? Because GMU on the back foot because they're reapproaching, and I think Ashley University recognizing that they're going to have Varsity play as forward as possible here, try and generate this Earth Shadow. You want to play Gatekeeper. You don't want to allow GMU to set up because you know that they're so much closer to getting those resources back again.
The AM Matrix. KhazixMayJump's going to be able to find one big pick here for Ashland. Sound barrier comes out now from Memes. It's an AM Matrix 2 from Revelia. Gonna deal a lot of damage. Varsity comes in with a shatter, takes out Thickman immediately. That'll give him a point, and despite, you know, things being rough for him to start out on first point, they've made it to third.
I mean, they actually do a great job of posturing there. They don't allow GMU in for free. We saw the artillery strike from KhazixMayJump catch, you know, the opposition out. It also slows down the AM Matrix once more between the two. You can't stand behind it when there's a bunch of rockets going to be landing at your feet. And Ashley with the cleanup. Now, I mean, GMU, you expect them to kind of win this one outright with a blizzard here.
Yeah, Ibing's able to catch off Varsity in the blizzard with the wall. That's pretty much a fight win there, and we see Ashley just backs off.
Good to see that the kind of playthrough comes in. I expect, is this going to be changed to, yeah, KhazixMayJump goes over to a Hanzo. A little bit more shield break, a little bit more consistent damage. Keep in mind, Bastion kind of based around that configuration ability.
And well, it's coming out again. There's a blizzard, this time from B1H. Zap it quick on the draw, though, with the sound barrier to keep their team alive. But Thickman was caught in the blizzard, unable to get out of it. The shield's just not quite enough to keep them up and alive. So Ashley going to continue to push forward, and from trying to slow them down with a Amp Matrix. It's going to be I think Scott in a tough position, so B1H takes care of them as well as Random Chaos.
Good clean play by B1H there. Both the damage throughput and then the wall to just block off any further approach. I mean, now GMU, they're really preying on Thickman finding a shatter. They don't really have much else.
Yeah.
They're already low on the approach.
Ooh. And with Zappa going down as well, it's gonna make it hard for them to deal with a B1H. Shatter does land, though. That's gonna be 3 down. Both supports eliminated immediately. B1H gonna find one in the end. Not gonna be enough, though, to hold on, so they will have to go back to the drawing board. And now we are entering last fight.
Credit to the DPS for GMU for that fight, though. Just a lot of pressure onto Vasquez once more. Forced to hold shield because they're so low, and then they, you know, just the shatter lands when the shield is broken. You can't block it.
Big blizzard coming out from Ibings. Varsity just deleted by that wall.
That's
and
tough.
Yeah, now, I mean, less than 30 seconds here. This is going to be very scuffed.
Yeah, this comp revolves around your Reinhardt being able to engage, so isolating the Rein early, even if it forces you to use an ultimate, just ends the fight. So it's a good clean read by GMU. The problem is now they have nothing, and this fight, Ashland are going to dump everything, but they will have forced overtime at the very least.
There's a beautiful block coming out from Thickman as well. That's going to be one ultimate down, another out with the Dragon Strike. Here comes the Blizzard now that everybody has been kind of zoned towards the middle with that Dragon Strike. So Veiling picks up the first kill on the Amp Form, who gets the Amp Matrix, but unable to make anything happen with it. Varsity does get charged off a point, so Thickman gives another lease to life here for GMU. The pick coming in. Ibix is down.
Yeah, there was very little world where that ends up being GMU with a hold. They just had too little too late. Made a good approach of it, but the critical thing is the previous 2 fights that took them from about 2.5 minutes to overtime, right?
Yeah.
And so now, I mean, GMU, they'll still have to capture the map, but there is a world where if they capture with more than a minute, they obviously prevent Ashland from approaching a second time. So barring Ashland from being able to win this map is certainly a possibility at this stage for GMU. Another question is, how well does Ashland come in the recovery? How well do they respond defensively? I have to highlight the fact that GMU in this true mirror between in this Ryan May setup. They've had, I think, better approaches overall, and a lot of that has been off the back of Ibings once more, right? The walls have been truly game changing and fight changing, and Ashland has had no real response for a couple of these plays. And GMU, they're not playing to get these flashy team wipes, which while they're nice to have, don't necessarily win if you can't execute on them properly. So to move to this position where they're isolating the most critical aspect of the team, taking them out and moving forward, I think is a good marker for them here. And definitely a way you can kind of win out the defensive setup. On the offense, though, you do have to move to kind of cleaning up the entirety of the team. So they can't just kind of highlight one player and take them out from there.
That was GMU as well, kind of playing in their preferred mode, which is on defense, right? A much more defensive-minded team. But this is a very aggressive push for them through Hotel. Love them kind of splitting things up, forcing Ashland back into a more of an attacker position. So they're going to be able to kind of keep them at bay now, giving themselves a little bit more map control here. But now they're getting pinned down. That's a nice wall coming out, though, from Ibings. Once again, not quite enough, though, to keep Azuki trapped. So they do get away, and that wall this time coming out from Ashland was good, but the picks are coming in. Brandon Chaos just mowing everybody down in the turret form. Big man helping with the cleanup, but that is a very quick capture there from GMU.
Yeah, and for him playing overtime there, keeping their tank alive in that one. I mean, truly, the fact that there is that much healing throughput, I think about 30%, a little bit more actually, about 40% more than their opposition, is tremendous. It's straight up fight winning. And Ashland on the quick turnaround, though, they're going to slow this one down pretty quickly.
Yeah, they are taking out the Bastion and also kind of isolating Thickman there for a moment with that Mayball from B1H. Definitely going to cause them some pause, but there's ample time for them to regroup. That cart still has to get out of the garage.
Like, keep in mind, it took an absolutely near last fight for Ashland to even get to the first point approach, so GMU in pretty good position. The choke point, though, will favor the defense, and you can see the blizzards will also be easier to land here for the team in red.
And both blizzards are going to come out. He's Dance looking for somebody to gun down. He eventually does find Ibings. Sound barrier out here. 3 players go down. GMU with a pretty big fight win there as well. Especially considering that blizzard was used from B1H.
I'd like to highlight the fact that Anform's about to get a second Ant Matrix ahead of Revelia using their first. Which shows you just how much the healing difference has been here for GMU on this round. Memes did not have the sound barrier to sustain their team in that last fight. There's a little slower to it than Zapat again. And I mean, Ashland has been wanting for a couple of key resources that GMU has already had.
And Matrix coming out immediately for Revelia. Big man trying to back up as fast as they can. Well, blood in the water, though. They get a shatter. Masuki goes down. They get a little bit too aggressive now. Ice Block has to be used by B1H as well. Sound barrier is there, so a little bit of time for them to try and stay alive, turn things around. That's going to be a big pickup from Cheesy Dance as well. And in fact, things are going to be evened out across the kill feed. Ashland picks up another Aniform, though, finding Cheesy Dance. Will end up going the way of GMU in the end.
What an awkward fight there from Ashland University. And they do make a good effort considering they're down 3. But this might have actually cost them their second point entirely, as they don't have anything to really retake with, and the Blizzard is still ready for, or sorry, the artillery strike rather from Brandon Chaos is here.
With Anform already getting a pick, that's 1 for the artillery strike as well. Vasuki, big player down, and yeah, that's going to be 4.5 minutes on the clock here for GMU.
Keep in mind that if GMU captures all 3 points with more than a minute, there is no reapproach for Ashland. The best they're doing is playing for a draw. So 4 minutes and 15 seconds at this stage of the game required to be removed from the time bank just to allow them to re-attack.
That's quite the uphill battle that they're going to have to fight, especially considering their only tool as well going to be the Blizzard. But Memes able to take Thickman off the map. The Blizzard does land. Brandon frozen to be able to come out of it, though. And the sound barrier is there in time. give them a second lease on life. So it certainly isn't over yet, especially considering Ibinks is going in now with the Blizzard, and they found a pick onto Varsity as well. Memes just continues to drop people off the map, though. So gotta give credit there where credit is due. And in fact, Ashlyn is somehow coming away with a way to win this.
This has been another chaotic fight. This time it's both teams electing into it.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for GMU, they are rebuffed.
Much obliged.
I mean, critically. The fact that these have kind of been super chaotic gives you pause, but it also shows, I think, the mechanical strengths that these teams have, and even beyond the macro of the game. Definitely capable of just kind of brute forcing the opportunities that are afforded to them.
Speaking of brute force, that Amp Matrix, putting through just that. Might have been a little premature. It does slow things down here, but KhazixMay finds Ibinks. Oh. GMU definitely going to want to back up here and just regroup before they try and go in again. But Ashlyn actually pushing pretty aggressively gives them an opportunity to try and get something, but it will not be found.
See Ashlyn just on the back here. 1.5 minutes, by the way, required for Ashlyn to get them below that minute mark.
Shatter gonna go straight into his shield. Dragon Strike as well looks to try and change things around. Beautifully done by Thickman to get that second Fire Strike out to make sure Cheesy Dance goes down. That bear not gonna be enough to keep everyone on Ashlyn alive. So GMU, they got a cap within this next minute to ensure that Ashlyn doesn't get a second chance on attack.
Yeah, Ashlyn, though, they used 4 ultimates to get absolutely no eliminations. That's all part of the, I mean, really a lot of thanks to Thickman for heading that shatter that denied any follow-up damage. I mean, GMU are in pretty good position to actually close this one out here with time over a minute.
Yeah, and with the Blizzard as well, that's going to be huge. But Varsity does take one down.
I think the Blizzard was canceled, too.
Yeah, Zapat actually coming out. Now with the sound barrier, takes B1H off the point. GMU 20 seconds to try and put the finishing touches on this. They will be able to do it in the end. So, best Ashlyn can hope for here is a draw.
One rather anticlimactic finish to that engagement there from Ashlyn, really. But I mean, credit to GMU, right? In those final moments, they just had too many tools to work with, and putting yourself in a position to succeed there is incredibly important. So now George Mason, I think it's 120 exactly to take 1/3 of the objective. And keep in mind, their first fight was extremely dominant on their approach. It's certainly doable for George Mason to even up the series, but no matter what happens at this stage of the game, I mean, a map war is guaranteed, as Ashlyn, the best they can hope for on King's Row is a draw.
Yeah.
And, I mean, it's just a tough place to be, right? Just too many things used for too little game in that penultimate engagement, right? I mean, you use 4 ultimates, you don't even get 1 elimination. It's a tough place to be.
It is. And like you said, GMU took that point so quickly, right? First point there, but it was off the kind of that quick rotation through Hotel. So I anticipate Ashlyn going to be looking for that this time. So I'm not sure if GMU is necessarily going to be able to do that. So key for them, I think, is going to be finding just as much success if they try a different rotation here to get the point.
Let's hold here from Ashlyn as they want to get a first fight in, but they've been spotted, or rather have given up their position here. Nice wall to block the rotate through Hotel, but I don't know if that it matters.
No, the immortality field already out, and everybody on Ashlyn at critical health at the moment. Immortality field left. Varsity very, very low right now. They're gonna have to do a great job managing their shield, managing their resources. But already cracks are showing. Random Chaos gonna go down though. Varsity has fallen. Good though. I was going to say it could be the beginning of the end for Ashlyn, but with Cheesy Dance coming back in with a pick, that forces GMU back, so now 40 seconds left to go.
Keep in mind the respawns are so much quicker for Ashlyn, however. Or sorry, for GMU, rather. Ashlyn has a lot further to go.
Well, they will get back, though.
Yeah, Memes did get the taxi in time. We're back to full fighting force. Last fight here, 20 seconds left on the clock.
And this time, Revelia leading the way here with the Ant Matrix. Big pick on the Ant form, too. Gonna be Ashland pushing forward so aggressively. Nobody able to stand in front of that current form Bastion. 12 seconds left to go. This is gonna have to be a wholesale swap if anyone hopes to even touch point. Otherwise, this is a draw. I don't think they get there.
Ashland University also has the Ant Matrix here. It's gonna be used early, and yeah, that's over and done.
That's it. Yeah. Beautiful hold coming out here from Ashland to give us a draw. Keep themselves in the same place. GMU opportunity lost right there.
Tragically done for GMU. Their hunt to take down Ashland and map score still left wanting.
Yeah, you're right.
We'll finalize Kings Row 3-3. Keep in mind, I mean, this still gives us a map 4, right? A draw, alas, means that there is no one in this first to 3 that can get to 3 after 3. So a lot of 3s here today in this series already, and with that being said, I mean, Ashland University, a different performance from them on that defense than the entirety of the map prior. I think they just performed better. You know, the rotations were cleaner, their isolations were cleaner, the utility usage was cleaner, and frankly speaking, you know, was not found earlier in the map and cost them the map. They cost them their chance of victory. I mean, the multiple fights where down multiple players, they attempt to continue to engage, just weren't able to give them anything, and so end up losing a ton of engagements.
Yeah, well played by them, but in the end, with like you said, we're going to be seeing a map 4 here today. GMU still looking for that first map win off of Ashland University. We're going to throw it to a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back soon.
We find ourselves drawn one apiece after two, which puts us, well, in an interesting position because with a 1-0 scoreline at the end of two maps, obviously that forces us into a map 4 situation. Keep in mind, no one ended up winning out King's Row there. So Ashland University let a critical moment go by, but the same can be said for GMU. And so as we head into map number 3, go to Pure Escort, and let's take a look Take a look at the maps, Jolly God. There we go, English. I swear it's my first language, because it's an interesting place we're going to next.
Yeah, we're gonna be headed to Junkertown, a map that we've seen occasionally here on stream.
Yeah,
not too terribly much, but it's been played. It's been played certainly a few times, and poke a lot of times. Really gonna be the name of the game here. So, yeah, but actually, to be perfectly honest, it's a very flexible map, right? You can go poke, you can go brawl, you can go a ball-based composition. There's a lot of different options here. But given how strong both of these teams have looked at the brawl, I'm not expecting anything different.
Yeah, if anything, I mean, the one thing to highlight, though, is that of all the teams that have given us different looks, it has been Ashland who's flexed the most, right? in this situation. They are the team that has moved over to that. I don't want to call it a dive composition because it's not. It does play very similarly to Brawl in a lot of situations, but they showcase the Winston Reaper Tracer kind of situation, right? So clearly more comfortable switching off of the standard Brawl that we've seen from the Reinhardt. And as we get to Junkertown, sure, a lot of things are viable, but I don't think a lot of teams would expect to run anything other than poke a lot of times. And in fact, yeah, we're seeing both teams hover over the double sniper here. And in fact, the full mirror. So, or with the exception of Chi Dance over on the Sojourn. But GMU, they have to take advantage of the fact that they have the Hanzo and go for shield break here and just make Varsky's life a really, really awkward place to be.
Yeah, it's definitely going to make it much more difficult for them to push forward, right? I think having that the Hanzo on the defense plays really, really well for them. So shield management going to be of paramount importance here for Bazooki as they start to round this first corner. And continuing to hold on to that high ground, and Ibing's able to win the first sniper duel. And still on to B1H. Bazooki going very low. First, he used their kinetic grasp, and in fact, Revelia throws out the immortality field too, just in case. Khazix goes down low. Big man able to find Revelia as well, so Ashley definitely having a hard time kind of punching through this first major kill box.
And the approach from Ashlyn has been quite scattered here. They don't really seem to want to take an engagement here. I mean, that'll help a lot. B1H just coming in with an elimination, forcing snipers back, and that'll open things right up for Ashland University.
Yeah, likely they're gonna be able to take first point on this push as well. I don't think we're really gonna even see a contest come out here from GMU on this.
No, that delayed pick onto Zapat. No, not at all. Not having your main support in time this late is just a tragic place to be. And even with the respawns coming in, it's not enough. By the way, change has come through. So, Brand New Chaos has gotten off the Widowmaker and over to the Sojourn. So GMU. No core long-range hit scan at the moment. In fact, they'll remain with just the Sojourn. So they're moving to a more skirmish-based composition here as the Genji comes to play. The thing to highlight here, though, Joe, is with the Widow, I mean, it's not that B1H has not been extremely effective on the Widowmaker. It's not like they've hit like crazy shots, but they've been doing enough to put range pressure. And that is a place where you just don't have that anymore if you're GMU.
Yeah, exactly. You can't go toe-to-toe for that. So I think you're gonna have to wait if you're the tank and the supports here to buy time for your DPS to kind of get within range. But B1H is not gonna let that happen, at least for Brand New Chaos. Gonna be a Gravitic Flux now coming in as well. Creation gonna be a miss. Immortality Field is there in time to save Asuki. They're gonna pop one of their own, but Form is there. With the Transcendence, it's not going to be enough to save, though, several members' lives, and Ashland actually just making quick work so far here in Junkertown.
I mean, that highlighted what I said a moment ago, right? It's not like B1H has to be the most effective sniper in the world. They just need to hit, one or two shots a fight, and that's definitely, at the caliber of these players, that's something that almost always happens anyway, so... Ashland, just a composition that is better at the ranges that they were operating. It does get a little bit easier for GMU here on this third phase. The sight lines are not nearly as long as the first two, so Ibinks especially, I think, is going to be able to get into position here to actually find value in this Genji, but you've given up so much of the map already.
Yeah, this is... the card just still has not stopped moving, and Ibinks still looking to build their first blade as well, and that's saying something since we're already here on a third point. Especially with 4.5 minutes left to go here. So Ibing's going to have to come up big, I think, with this blade. Going to go in with it. Creation is going to be a whiff. They do find memes. Hang around. Find Revelia as well. That's both supports down. So this push going to be taken care of, but it cost a lot, both in time, space, effort.
It's good that they get one play here. Ashland also going to recognize that they don't really want to play this long-range setup. They're going to go to this is a dive comp at this stage, right? This is not that brawl that we saw on Lijiang Tower. They are going to be playing for a dive. Keep an eye out for Varsity specifically, looking to try and get on the backline, force Form into an awkward position. Ooh. Already, look at the damage. Even with memes going down, Ashland has still retained a lot of map control.
Yeah, they have. They're continuing to push the cart, even while memes, yeah, like you said, it is respawning. Thickman, though, continuing to hold the high ground. They haven't been able to really dislodge them from that. They're going to have their Gravitic Flux online soon as well.
Memes is playing with fire here.
Yeah, they certainly
That's very
are.
risky.
The M-Matrix coming out now means Ashland's going to have to slow down just a little bit, back off from the point. Get a little bit of respect to all that damage coming in. Random Chaos has an overclock ready to go as well, and beautiful positioning to use. But right now, everyone from Ashland just kind of hugging those walls. Beautiful shot from Random. That was a phenomenal flick to take out one, and now with the Discord Orb on Varsity, taking a lot of damage. About to get that Primal Rage off. Anform going down, though. They're able to turn things around. Here comes the Gravitic Flux. And Basuki doesn't quite have the Primal yet. They need to get these last few kills, but they're not going to come in. The heals are there. And now there's 4 ultimates online. Thickman goes down. Ashland just moments away from grabbing this point. And I mean, they have not slowed down for a moment here, Lafon.
And I mean, GMU are caught waiting for resources to come into situation. They're not going to have this blade in time for this contest, and the overclock already been caught by Ashland.
Nobody can step up point for even a moment. B1H able to find one onto Anform. Brandon K is trying to get something going with this overclock, but GCDF so far is doing a little bit more. Thickman just holding on to point as long as they can. They're able to find a kill in the meantime. Ibex, the same can't be said for them, and now we've got a Primal on point for Bazuki. All they need to do is just knock everybody off for a moment. If they can do that, the point is theirs. Anform finds Revelia, though. Bazuki with just a sliver of health, not going to be able to do it this time around.
Lack of focus fire there from Ashland. I mean, GZ Dance has the first overclock, and in fact is up top first, but can't get any final blows, and that buys time for GMU to get in with the overclock of their own kit in line with a blade. Ibinks comes in, does enough damage with it. Doesn't get a ton of eliminations, but you don't need to. Just buys time, and Ashland are forced to go for the full respawn. And now GMU are in actually pretty decent position to get a hold here. You're close to a rally. I mean, the Kitsune Rush is coming online soon as well. And Ashland are still hunting for an opportunity to kind of get in.
B1H, I think, is going to have to be the hero here. They're looking to charge this pulse bomb as fast as they can. If they can get just one well-placed pulse bomb, that could be all it takes. But Zabat going down before they get the rally online is huge. The Kitsune Rush will be there. Brandon Chaos gets one, but the lion's share of the kills coming in for Ashland. Think is going to come on. Thickman drops the minefield, but they don't have much health to speak of. So Ashland will capture the point. You have a last moment contest here, though, from Zappit. That rally, that is a lot of heals, especially considering Anform is back as well, but Bazuki picks them off from the back line. Ibinks is back here, though, on the Tracer, trying to get a lot done. Zapat goes down, no supports. Ashland will finish with 43 on the clock.
Good stall once again from GMU, though. That's another time bank, 4 minutes plus. It ends less than a minute there at the end. So, I mean, Ashland a little uncritical in their approach. That has been a critique I've had for them this entire series, is that in a couple of fights they lose track of their win condition and just kind of play it very casually. Their approach is a little awkward and ends up costing them a ton in both resources and time in that very last moment. The fact that they allow those big key ultimates to get to point multiple times ends up costing them about 2 minutes worth of time bank, which as we've seen has been game-changing earlier in the series.
Yeah, it really has. I mean, Ashland could potentially be sitting at a 2-0, right? I mean, they had such a beautiful hold on King's Row. If they had just given themselves a little bit more time on attack back then, it'd be a much different game, or a much different series, rather. But that'll be time for GMU to see if they can best this time. And I mean, Ashland didn't waste much time on the way there. Third point they got. Things got tricky for them, but GMU certainly has an opportunity, I think, to equal the time here or even exceed.
See how well GMU were able to burst down their opposition's front line here. That was kind of the win condition that Ashland were able to exploit on this first point, which really set them up for that full cap. This first point had been stalled out any further, it would have been an awkward setup for them. Getting essentially only one fight is what gave them so much space.
These dances on the Ash, too. Having Bob in the mix as well. I like this from a defensive standpoint, right? You can use Bob to kind of hold on to point when you all don't want to, as a team, kind of hold there if there's a little too much damage.
The problem with Bob, the problem with Ash, though, is that you don't have the dueling potential from range. necessarily you have to take 2 shots to take out your opponent, right?
Yeah.
GMU has no such restrictions. In fact, both DPS are now down.
Meme's gonna outsnipe the other Zenyatta, though. That can be enough to really slow things down, though. I think Random Chaos has a beautiful off angle here as well. Suki realizes it, though, but they're fighting battle on all fronts at the moment. This is not necessarily a great place for them to be. Heart gonna be contested here.
Yeah, I mean, you're still looking for an opportunity there if you're the defense. They haven't really shown any presence on the map. They're just giving up space here.
Yeah. Memes does find some path, though. Once again, they're actually having a tough time staying alive at the moment, but iBeing strikes back. Finds one as well. It's actually moving down to the low ground here. They're looking to find a different angle. Stay unpredictable. Meantime, iBeing, though, finds Cheesy Dance. Point being contested still by Varsity. And Thickman. Varsity does have the Gravitic Flux online, but everything is falling apart around them here for Ashland. So Varsity, Bradley, I think, just going to hold on to this ultimate and wait for the next point.
A little fun play there. Memes holding the 5 orb around the corner, and as they both peak, the projectiles launch at the same time. Cheesy Dance on this Ashe is really struggling. They just can't operate at ranges that are, in where the Ashe really likes to play. And again, they have to take these passive angles because of that 2-tap potential. And speaking of that, I mean, Random Chaos takes down B1H once more. They're going to switch over to a Tracer here, but with the Infra Sight, I mean, GMU are cruising through the second phase.
Yeah, they certainly are. Ashland really just hasn't. It feels like they've been 4 players or fewer for so much of the time. That's going to be a nice Dragon Strike to push everybody out into the Gravitic Flux. It is going to be shut down, but not before players have pulled into the air and the picks come in. Memes does have the Transcendence. Here comes Varsity now trying to see if they can turn things around with a pick on the hand form. Certainly possible, but Thick Man on the off angle. Vasuki unawares of it. Going to give GMU the point.
And this has been a paper-thin defense from Ashland. They're hoping for a much better presence on third, as they've already switched to a more mobility-oriented setup. And now is where the Hanzo comes into play from Cheesy Dance, but like it's 2 points too late. And GMU, 4:45 here on the clock, are looking to try and just kind of bowl their way through third.
And GMU also already looking to try and kind of take control of this high ground. Dropping a nice shield there for Brandon, but actually going to pick it back up. They've got control of Fidget Spinner, which is huge.
Ashland continue to play Mystery Heroes, but I mean, you need to settle on a composition eventually. Otherwise, the map will be over.
Yeah.
Not a lot of map control being gained by Ashland either, right? GMU holds all the high ground. The payload still moves forward. And even as this dive attempts to get on the supports, GMU are going to be able to provide covering fire from over top.
You're going to push back both of the supports, but unable to really get much done with it. In fact, B1H goes down despite Memes getting the Transcendence online, just unable to get there as quick as they wanted to. But the Sniper is going to come in for GMU, get the work done, stop the cart, or rather, stop this defense, at least for a moment. A little bit more grounded. I mean, 350 on the clock here. This is huge for GMU.
I mean, credit for the peel by GMU, but the fact that neither support has to use any utility to stay alive when half the team is approaching them is not a great look for that particular fight. I mean, now you're walking out of spawn into a Dragon Strike. That's the card is basically guaranteed to finish now.
Yeah, with 2 players down, both of your supports, there's so little you can do. Both support ults out as well. They're going to get a lot of difference. And with Vazuki going down just as soon as they appear, I mean, this is just such a staggered attempt at holding on here. Now the sights too. It's just to give them so much more of an advantage. Suni Rush comes out for Revelia though.
It's a really good Suzu to block the accretion.
Ooh.
Actually, a really good retake.
Yeah, Cheesy is able to take Brandon out of the equation here for the moment. Vazuki does have the Primal Rage. They're going to be able to hold on to it for next fight.
And yet Thick Man continues to punish them.
Yeah, that is a huge Gravitic Flux after finding a pair of picks. Primal Rage now, Vazuki, what looked like it was going to be able to be used for next fight, has disappeared. Now, Memes trying to hold on as long as they can. They need to build this sound barrier, but they're not going to be able to as the Accretion does land. 2:47 on the clock for GMU.
What a performance there by GMU, certainly on their offensive half of this map. And I mean, here we go again. 3-3 at the end of the first round of the map. But I mean, listen, all credit to GMU for recognizing their opponent is slowing down. And I don't mean in the pace of the gameplay, but in sort of their approach, right? They're playing very passively when they don't really need to. And I mean, George Mason had been exploiting it on this map. And yeah, they weren't quite able to confirm the King's Row to give themselves a map yet in this series. But the turnaround has been more consistent from GMU at this stage, despite Ashland being up in the series. And I mean, there's still opportunity for Ashland to win this map. It's not like this is a foregone conclusion. Yeah. But that defense from Ashland woefully under-equipped to deal with the pressure that GMU was providing.
Yeah, there's something big I think is going to have to change here. You know, they and I don't think it's even necessarily compositionally, right? Because we did see them swap to the more kind of dive defense there at the end with Winston Tracer and whatnot, but still kind of the same problems remain. I think this has to be a stylistic change they're going to have to make.
I mean, just an awkward choice. Like you've seen, I think Ashland are playing a comp that's just trying to overthink things a little bit, and yeah, definitely costing them. Keep in mind, we are, and if it sounds like I'm being harsh to these players, we are in conference play-ins, right? This is the point where you're not supposed to be struggling with your setup. You should not be playing mystery heroes at this phase of the game. We alluded to that at the start of the stream, and it remains ever true now. And here, Ashland have turned it on once more and are just kind of steamrolling their way through.
Wow. Yeah, this is a big statement coming out from Ashland, right? And this is just interesting. It seems whenever, you know, they get a second time going through a map, they look a lot better.
I mean, they're also playing the correct composition here that's giving them chances of success, right? It's not to harp on a point for too long, but yeah, you cannot be putting yourself in a disadvantage than expecting, you know, ease of success.
Yeah. That's going to be a nice accretion onto Thick Mana as well. Going to be forced to use Kinetic Grasp too, very, very early, so not a lot of utility left for them to use. That shield really low as well. The Thickman really fighting for the life. In fact, Handform has to use the Immortality Field. B1H just kind of living for free in the back line in the back right now, but Ibix on point, able to get a couple picks. Missing down now the supports. So Ashland will get the cart close to second, but not quite.
Oh, nice clean fight there from GMU. Ibix and Genji gets into the face of a bunch of players. No one's able to quite pin down anyone, and the eliminations don't come through. Keep in mind, I think this is also another fight where the GMU's backline, once more, really stepping to the table. The healing difference has been tremendous. GMU has consistently had their Baptiste outperform in the raw healing aspect of the game, and I mean, in that particular instance, that was the difference maker, right? If you look at kind of the tank's HP, cycling between, you know, like 10% and 50%, but never going down, allows them to stabilize long enough for Ibix to get into the position to get those final blows. So yeah, I mean, the backline for George Mason working overtime.
And definitely paid off. It's gonna serve them well as we move into attack too. But you know, thinking back to King's Row, this is kind of where things slowed down for George Mason, right? When Ashland had a second attempt at defense, they put up a much better showing. So I think part of it's gonna be, you know, do they stay on this competition that's really well suited for success here, and whether or not George Mason could just get the job done, right? If they can put the pressure on. And this is interesting. We're actually seeing a wholesale swap to Brawl from both sides. No, not quite.
Ashland just doesn't want to let the sniper set up, right? That's kind of the play here.
Yeah.
I don't think they have absolutely not seen this one coming.
Yeah, Thickman realizes it immediately, drops back into spawn. I think it's going to be a swap over to the Reinhardt just to kind of help him get out of point. But Brandon K is actually finding a pick. Maybe they don't. Maybe Thickman just bides their time. That's a big pick onto B1H as well. So a little bit of time burnt off the clock, but that's about all I think you can say for that first hold.
I mean, and now, I mean, the snipers can set up on the high ground here.
Yeah.
Ashland, I think, are going to switch. They're going to switch to the sniper comp at this stage of the game. This is a risky play by Ashland University. You know that GMU are setting up here for these off angles, and your approach is scattered at best.
Ooh, Brandon.
Oh,
Beautiful shot there from B1H. Gonna
memes
be a trade for
unintentionally
trade,
bait.
though. Yeah. Mitch going down low, though. Gonna be forced to back off, and the card's still making some decent progress here. Suzuki now on point. Thickman goes down low, but able to get healed. Mortality Field and Kinetic Grasp kind of used at the same time, so that could provide a bit of an opening here once all that utility, that resource is gone. Mortality Field out now as well from Antform. Suzuki trying to pressure Random Chaos off that high ground. They're going to have to be forced to reposition, but it's not going to be enough as Ibeaks comes in with a couple of picks. They go down, but the damage might already be done. It's given a one-player advantage here to GMU. But he's going to have to eventually stop the card here. Vasuki swapping over to the Wrecking Ball. Thickman taking so much damage, but not quite going down. A testament to the supports here. One player remaining. It's going to be a lonely Zen on point trying to stay alive. Not going to be able to do it. The last moment contest tries to come in, but GMU will take the map and their first one off of Ashland this spring split.
What an end. What a chaotic end to that game.
Yeah.
Just awkward selections all around. And I mean, it was close. It was really, really close. But again, I mean, that backline. There was an interesting play at the very end there where caught between the Sojourn and Zen, sort of creating a natural crossfire. GMU was forced to use their Sigma Shield defensively, like they forced one direction only. And if it wasn't for the support of the Baptiste once more, right, Ashland would have absolutely ended up taking down the Sigma, which would have played, I think, that fight very differently. So again, I think the Baptiste has been rather an MVP for George Mason. And now, I mean, the series is technically one apiece here, but we are guaranteed a map 5 now.
Yeah,
and
actually we are.
possibly the most awkward position yet. So we head into push at this stage, and I mean, we still have to favor Ashland ever so slightly here, despite the scoreline of the last two, because push obviously plays very similarly to control in terms of stylistic setup. It's a lot of aggressive, chaotic gameplay, and then we obviously move into control for map number 5. So at this stage of the game, right, Ashland has history behind them, but I think the performance has been George Mason elevating their gameplay over the last little bit.
Yeah, and I think even you know, looking back on a lot of what we saw on control as well on Lijiang Tower, GMU was just looking very calm, coordinated, and ready to go, right? So yeah. I think one thing we can absolutely, I think, at this point say about George Mason is they perform well under pressure, and they are certainly under a lot of it right now, having to claw their way back into this 1-1, and like you said, we are headed to push, and we're don't quite have the map in at the moment, so still waiting for that to come up. But George Mason, I think, is certainly hoping for a Coliseum. That's definitely one of the push maps they feel strongest on. So
well, they'll have to settle for Esperanza as we get to map number 4. And
I mean, you're right, we did get the map pick in. That's my bad, I didn't see it.
This has been one of the more chaotic games we've seen this season, right? Between two of the top teams in this in East 3. So certainly, I mean, it's awkward because I think the way the game has kind of played out here has been Ashland University giving themselves, showing that they at times have been some of the they've had fights that they just kind of rolled over their opposition and then given up very soft, very kind of their approach has been a little lacking at times. And I mean, GMU, the one thing that we can say is they've been consistent, right? They've shown the same level of gameplay over, and it kind of been building up as they've moved on, warming up as the series has gone on. And I mean, part of that leads to the fact that they lost first, draw the second, won the third, and now, I mean, what pattern shows up, remains to be seen. But yeah, I mean, we have to give GMU a lot of credit for their evolution, not just over the season, but over this series too.
Honestly, it's like a train picking up steam, right?
Yeah.
Starting out a little bit slow, but once they start to build that momentum, it's going to be very hard, I think, for Ashland to stop it here. But like you said, we are headed to Esperanza, which is there's a whole lot more. There's more corners. There's a lot more map geometry, I think, to play around when we go to a map like this. So that's certainly, I think, something both of these teams are going to be considering. But I'm very confident we're going to see Brawl coming out here once again. And like you said before, too, that does favor Ashland, I believe, just a little bit here.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, now it's we have to wait for the game because, again, I think, we can talk about theory and history and patterns all we want, but the performances being provided today, I think, kind of overwrites a lot of the of those narrative points because, again, Ashland University, the last time we've seen elements of their gameplay before, and they've been a lot more coherent, right? A lot more. Their team play has been a lot more consistent, and today it just hasn't really been there. So, interested to see if there's that adaptation here on map 4 and eventually beyond.
Yeah, one thing I think that's interesting as well is just how little of the ball composition we've seen coming out from Ashland. Given that it was one of the things they like to run a whole lot before, given the fact that we haven't seen it today, I find it a little bit surprising as well, kind of preferring the Winston composition too. So I wonder if that adaptation, maybe it's hurting them more than it's helping. It's really tough to say though, just kind of given the way the meta has developed in this as this season has gone on.
Well, with that being said, just waiting to obviously load into Esperanza itself. It's interesting we see this map too, right? I think it makes sense from Ashland's point of view. It is probably the one where mobility is like the most viable. And even still, we see another change from Ashland. They go over to a Junker Queen here.
Yeah, this is very interesting to see. And both teams opting for a Tracer too. It's certainly going to allow them to kind of poke at the back line, put a lot of pressure in there. And that's exactly what we see B1H starting to do right now. They've kind of got their sights set almost immediately on one of the players in the back line. But in the front line, the story is different as Thickman has run over a lot of what is left of Ashland.
Yeah, B1H will get Anform, but not much else beyond that. Any changes coming in from Ashland doesn't appear to be so. So we're going to continue to try and get into position. I will say Varsity is going to have to work overtime here to try and just play this spacing properly. Junker Queen into the Reinhardt rather can be a tough thing to do, especially with the amount of healing that GMU has been able to provide.
Ooh. They pick on the Brandon means a lot of that firepower is going to be gone from GMU. It's going to be up to Ibings, who is sitting in very, very little health at the moment. Big Man, though, actually forced to back away just a little bit as their shield has taken so much damage. Presumably from Vasuki and Cheesy Dance. Both. We're going to go for a last-minute contest here. For that card to get right into position. Big Man now pushing in. Vasuki goes down very low almost immediately, but the sports are there. B1H forced to use the recall, but able to get a pick on the Brand of Chaos. Ashen looking to take things back. A little distance between themselves now and GMU. B1H finds another pick with the pulse bomb, but the shatter is in. That means Ibing's able to get around, find a pick of their own. Comes the Kitsune rush. 2 now from Anform. GMU tried to turn things around, but Thickman falls. So it might have been a resource you wish you had back.
Yeah, B1H has been a game changer here for Ashland.
Yeah.
On a mission on the flank, really, to prevent GMU from getting a chance to set up. And actually, Ibings has decided they don't want any of that particular duel any longer. We'll go back over to the May. So, I mean, this is going to be an interesting case because now, I mean, Vaski's job just got ever harder. You're forced to play an aggressive style here into the face of your opponent and are constantly at risk from being walled off. And there it is once, like right away.
Yeah, they go down to under 100 health, but the sound barrier is there from Memes as the wall goes down. Comes the Rampage as well. It's going to catch out a few players, most notably Thickman, who does go down immediately. No tank online for either team, but GMU looking to pick this back up. B1H still being a bother in the back line, but it's not going to be enough to get the job done this time.
Yeah, just the fact that you're allowed to use a sound barrier second gives GMU the staying power in that fight, right? Varsity, it's tough for Memes because your tank needs the sound barrier to stay alive. But it also means that, then GMU can just respond when the fight is sort of 50-50 to guarantee a win. And now Ashland have to work back against this, and this does not get easier on the engage. Again, this wall is going to be a huge difference maker.
Not able to find anything this time around, with the Kitsune rush coming in as well. Thickman just getting walked all over. They're going to drop very, very quickly. So Ashland may be able to get away with just one ult committed here in order to win that fight.
Good recovery from Ashland, so they will also keep the lead, and they'll get the checkpoint now too with these delayed staggers. Just a very awkward engage across the board here from our teams. And I think here's the thing. The win condition for GMU is isolate Varsity and burn them down before, ideally with the wall. But the longer the fight goes on, the more steam Varsity kind of builds up, and the more opportunity B1H gets to kind of pop off as well.
Wall comes out, doesn't find anything this time. Deadeye being shown. Everybody kind of hiding around corners as much as they can, but Meme's going to be called out. The command looking to just finish things off here as GMU reclaims control of the bot.
See if everyone in Ashland gets that forward spawn. They should. Yep. GZ Dance will spawn in now. And yeah, so it'll be a close fight here for Ashland University. GMU need to win this fight just off of, well, ideally either the Shatter or the Blizzard, not both. That way you can get into the final fight for the checkpoint with one of the other being available. Nice couple of headshots there by Random Chaos, but still such a very slow setup here from GMU.
Yeah, I mean, they just kind of let the card stop right there. It looks like they wanted to take that fight kind of on their terms. But Ashland is kind of forcing the issue, it seems, in baiting them into this area. He's going to go down. Shatter going to be enough to take them out of the fight. Comes another rampage, though, from Bazuki immediately, and Form falls. David is there, though, to save everybody else with the sound barrier. Everyone that is, except for Thickman. Brandon KS falls shortly thereafter, too. And once again, B1H kind of the hero of these fights.
I think at that point, Reveille actually uses the Suzu to cleanse some of the people covered in the Shatter. So that also might play into it a little bit. Oh, this is going to be a... Oh, what a pick, actually, by Ibanks. I was so worried that was going to be a delayed stagger, but instead it goes the other way around. And so now GMU right back into the thick of things with Ibanks still in the fight. And now Ashland have to kind of give ground. They can't get the forward checkpoint either. And so now they're forced to walk all the way back from their initial spawn. This is actually a huge pick by Ibanks.
Ooh, but they might have bit off a little bit more than they could chew right there. They're going a little bit aggressively. Blizzard committed to the high ground. I don't think it's actually going to catch anybody this time around. So a little bit of a whiff there, but it is going to buy him a little bit of space. Cart now back under Ashland's control as B1H finds Random Chaos once again. Here comes the sound barrier in the face of the Ant Matrix. Bomb going to hit Roy Cheesy Dance, but Cheesy Dance getting chased down pretty aggressively here by Ibanks. Not going to be enough to get the job done, though. One melee finishes them off, so now they can set their sights on the back line. And that's going to be Anform down as well.
And all the while this skirmish has been happening, I believe B1H has moved the bot forward.
Oh, they have.
And the checkpoint was earned. So, yeah, Ashland going to gain ground just while the fight is happening, which means that a fight win here puts them at that sort of 100-meter mark that, you know, we consider to be a pretty difficult marker to, you know, kind of recover from.
Yeah. Ooh, Deadeye comes out. I'm not going to find anyone this time. Trade, though, out is going to eventually favor GMU. He's now trying to get something done at an off angle here. And Brandon Chaos going a little bit in front of the shield. Puts him in range for B1H to take him out. Zapat finds one. It does go down, but the cart is under Lucio's control at this point. Zapat taking it away.
Yeah, but again, Ashland are going to have their full team close on the respawns here as Reveille comes back in. Might even try and contest the bot here on the halfway marker. Yeah, they do. They don't even let the checkpoint go over. So GMU forced to kind of take a fight here.
Ooh. They're doing a good job of kind of trying to isolate Basuki right here. Actually, a lot of damage going into them. Gonna be enough to win the fight. Pulse bomb out. Gonna be a miss. Sound barrier in, Deadeye as well as Blizzard. GMU throwing so much into this fight, they will be rewarded with a fight win, which is good because, yeah, it cost them a lot. But B1H doing B1H things right now. Honestly, put a lot of pressure on Thickman. It's not a foregone conclusion they're going to stay alive at the moment.
Oh,
Heck,
and
Cheesy Dance. Yeah.
The problem is Cheesy Dance is still good to respawn before the bot hits center.
Yeah.
Like, this is another fight where Ashland University are just stalling time, and we're down to the last 90 seconds of the map here. GMU have not really won a fight that has moved them past or their bot to the barrier in the last 5-ish minutes or so. And again, they're forced to give ground because of that delayed pickoff onto iBank. So Ashland are back in and trying to contest the bot, just wasting time.
Yeah, that is huge for them. And they're going to let it stop there, too. They're going to force GMU to come to them. It's been picked back up. Jedi, though, really the only thing online here for Ashland, so this is going to be a little bit of a tough fight or tougher fight win here. Mortality Field is there, but the picks come hand over fist after that shatter from Thickman.
Yeah, it's a big shatter for him. I mean, listen, everyone kind of lines up. There's no shield.
Yeah.
It's a pretty easy one to kind of hit there. So Ashland are forced to reset. Still, I mean, this is still 2, maybe 3 fights the GMU has to win in a row. And that fight cost them everything, so they're looking to try and take this one as aggressively as possible. And I mean, again, they don't have really the time to lose a fight here.
No, they don't. And unfortunately for them, either they don't necessarily have the tools to kind of outright win one. The sound barrier plus the pulse bomb online for Ashland is a lot to deal with, and only 15 seconds left to go. B1H takes a lot of damage though. Thickman's still holding on to the front line. Memes repositioning takes a lot of damage. Vasuki in the same position. Deadeye is out now from Brandem. Pulse bomb will hit, but pick doesn't come in. Vasuki does find iBanks. That's a big rampage. It's gonna be negated though by the shields out from Zappit. Thickman going down very, very low though. Vasuki able to find Brandem. Chaos. Things are turning around in favor of Ashland here. Gonna be Thickman trying to hold on. Anform does find Vasuki, so the big tank is out of the way now. GMU looking for him to turn things around here at the last moment as they find memes. Revelia does go ahead and use the Kitsune Rush as well, the Shatter to shut them down, but B1H is still contesting card. This pick needs to come in quickly for GMU, and it does finally.
One of the reasons why it's okay that fight was stalled out so long is because they're guaranteed the checkpoint here, and the checkpoint overwrites the spawn timer. So B1H will spawn in like ahead with their team no matter what on this reset. The problem here is that Ashland, having spent so much there, allowed iBanks to build a Blizzard, and the Blizzard can win the game out right here. It's one fight that Ashland needs to win, 1.5 for GMU, and a well-placed Blizzard can easily win out right here.
Nice ball to keep the Deadeye at bay. Zuki finds iBanks though. The Blizzard does get committed. They're gonna have to convert on this very, very quickly with Vasuki going down. That's definitely a good start. Cheesy Dance falls as well, but B1H again coming out in such a huge way. They need to be dealt with. Revelia does fall. The 2v2 at the moment. Random Chaos barely staying alive. B1H, it's just B1H and the Tracer on point. But the spawns are going to be here for Ashland before they're going to be here for GMU. We have iBanks now. And the Genji coming in, they are eventually able to pick them off.
Keep in mind, there are the forward spawns for GMU, so they've gotten everyone back now. And, I mean, B1H attempted they put on the backpack, but can Ashland recover? They have nothing. They're trying to build for this rampage.
Zappit, though, is going to have the sound barrier.
From Zapat. Yeah.
Yeah, Vasuki diving in now, trying desperately to build that up. The Deadeye to try and zone everybody away from the point. See if they can find somebody peeking. Even one pick right here could be fight winning, but they're unable to find anything. With everybody at bay for a moment. Vasuki going down very low. Here comes the rampage though now. Catches several. The sound barrier is there, but so much damage coming in. It's going to be pick for pick though. B1H and memes are down. The Shatter is in. It's just Vasuki on point. Scratch that Revelia, the last player standing. And GMU continuing to turn things around, giving themselves a lead in the series. First time for them able to do that this spring over Ashland.
And it puts them at match point here at this stage of the game. Only control stands between them and total victory, but the series is not done yet. Inform has been an absolute... just a hero on this Baptiste throughout the game. We see it again here This time they'll earn a highlight for it. But I mean, tragic for Ashland. They were one pick away from just ending that map, and unfortunately for them, Thickman just too robust for B1H to get in close behind the shield to deal damage. They were too weak, of course, but I mean, B1H do their absolute best, and it's still not enough. And with that, Ashland find themselves on the precipice of losing this one to GMU. Well, with that said, we have the outcome of this series, potentially one, maybe more, still yet to play. We'll return from a break shortly. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone, to the show, and we find ourselves in a map 5 with a potential of the series to not be at an end at the outset of it. So, with that being said, welcome back, myself, LaFawn, alongside me, Jello God, for the action once more. A 2-1 scoreline here as we head into map number 5, courtesy of that draw on King's Row. And I mean, what a way to get to this point, Jello God. It truly has been an adventure.
Yeah, it really has. I mean, GMU, they're just picking up steam, right? Throughout the course of this entire series right now. And despite, honestly, some heroic efforts from B1H, I mean,
indeed,
I don't think you could say enough about how much they did on that last map. George Mason, still, their team play was too strong. They were able to pull out the win in the end. Oasis will be the final, potential final place we go here today. Actually going to see if this will be able to turn their luck around.
I mean, with the way this series is going, keep in mind, Ashland University, the last map they won all those maps ago,
right,
was in fact the first one of this series. It was on Control and at times looked incredibly dominant, and then at times ended up kind of fumbling in critical moments. And to be quite fair, that has been the story for Ashland University over the entirety of this series. Moments where they excelled, and then moments where they kind of let things go by. And so, which Ashland University do we see here on map 5? Does that lead us into a map 6?
Right.
These are kind of the moments that I'm looking for. We'll head to Ashland University once again, showing a different look. A Junkrat from B1H here. And while, yes, Ashland has played the Junkrat in the past, it may, especially against a May, end up struggling here, especially for Varsity trying to play that front line.
Yeah, exactly, because with Ibex and both Brand of Chaos putting so much damage into Vasek and Vasky's shield, it's going to be tough. I mean, B1H certainly going to be helping in that effort as well, but we can already see that GMU is able to take a much more forward position. They've taken control of the point already. P1H tries to sail in from above, but going to be picked off by Anform. Now
Anform has been a difference maker for GMU today. Actually, unreal performance on the Baptiste, and we're seeing once more, not just in the healing department either, where they've been spectacular, but the damage dealing has been quite stellar on top of it all. Now, big man,
wow,
this fight's over.
Yeah, I mean, just as soon as Ashland was ready to push back in, they suffer another devastating blow and are forced back. And Anform already with the M Matrix.
Yeah.
The echoes of King's Row.
Yeah. And I mean, keep in mind the Bastion configuration tank with the M Matrix. That's a lot of damage to be looking at for a shield character here like Varsity.
Yep. Reveille actually going to put theirs down first, though. Wall comes out. Got to help deal with some of that damage coming in. Storm has theirs up, too. IMAX forced to go into their ice block. Caught in a very rough position, though. That's instead going to set their sights on Thickman. The immortality field is there from Anform. Good job saving them. Random Chaos to turn things around. Both tanks are down, but Anform once again finds the pick onto B1H. Everybody here from Ashland just backing up, and now we're sitting at 60% for GMU.
And this is a tough place to be if you're Ashland University. That was a fight that you really wanted to win. They should be okay for this next engagement though, because of the fact that they've got all these ultimates online, but it's still going to be a really tough setup.
Yeah, it certainly is. It appears though, got a little bit of a tech issue, so hopefully we can jump back into the game very shortly. But at the moment, GMU just showing dominance once again, right? Ashland looking a little, what's the word I want to use? Just
out of sorts.
Yes, out of sorts. Yes.
In certain of these engagements, running into a little bit of a tech issue there, so we'll be back into that fairly shortly. So hopefully we'll be able to recover here in a moment. With that being said, I mean, it's tough. I think the approach from Ashland University has been somewhat similar over the last little while for the last game. Like over the course of this match, Ashland University has by turns looked fantastic and then just completely invisible. And that has occurred fight to fight. It's not like it's been consistent over a map either, where performing really well and then disappearing for moments. It just has been luck of the draw on certain engagements. Is this the fight where you're going to do really well, or a fight where you're going to kind of throw everything away? And by contrast, GMU has been evolving their gameplay, sure, and has looked better over the series, also sure, but at least has been more consistent over the totality of it, and now put themselves in a position where they could likely end up taking a victory here.
Yeah, very, very likely, I think. I mean, so far at least on University, just GMU was firmly in control, and even from the start, right, they were able to kind of take that forward position and give themselves the entire point from which to work. And really, Ashland hasn't been able to get to the point yet on University, but we're gonna see if we can sort things out here, get these tech issues resolved, and hopefully we'll be back at the game soon. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back as quick as we can.
Find ourselves back in game. Ashland up 1 round here.
Yeah, able to turn things around there in University, and already in the thick of things here.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, there's the compositions have changed up tremendously here. Ashland back in the wrecking ball. That's a big EMP, but I think it gets denied by the hack by Ibings actually.
Yeah, I think it might. Anform actually able to get a pick onto memes here because of it. Big big win here for GMU.
Yeah, now we find ourselves back in it. You can see with the EMP finding no value, Ashland University going to try and switch up their style a little bit. May now. Here's the problem. GMU are holding a ton of space in the map, and Ibings is phased. We're setting up for a big EMP here. Already gets the hack onto B1H. It's going to slow the rotation from Ashland, and that's something that Ashland really can't play around here.
No, they really can. And at the moment, too, they're kind of stuck in this transition comp, too. Here comes the EMP. The sound barrier is there, though, to try and keep everybody else from Ashland alive. GC Dance does find a pick on the Thickman, so a little bit too late, though, potentially. Overclocked now, coming out from Brandom. I mean, it's continuing to stay on point, but this is all progress here for GMU, so they have to be happy about this, even though the point is still being hotly contested. The resupplies, though, the reinforcements are here. Now, Brandom...
This is going to be the flip over here now for Ashland. They'll be able to take out. It's just stall, right, from GMU. We now have to look, though, at fights upcoming, because it's not just about this one. Sure, Ashland are at the 50% marker in generating, but, I mean, GMU are in prime position to, I think, retake this, assuming they can kind of dodge the blizzard from B1H. And if there's one thing that has been a marker of this map so far, or the series so far, is that blizzard has been a tough ability to land. And, I mean, a lot of Ashland's future counts on this round, counts on how well B1H can land this blizzard.
There's not really anything that can stop it from going as well. It's just a matter of whether or not they place it well. It's gonna be dropped right here in the opening. It's both. DPS caught out by it. Ibings falls first. A lot of pressure being put on the back line now. Anform going in. Thickman able to find B1H, though. Currently turning it around a little bit. GMU try to flip the point. They're going to back up, and Zap It pays for that, though, with their lives.
This is final fight.
So Ashland, yeah, primed to take this away. With a sound barrier there and the Kitsune Rush, this is all but done. So Ashland have to get the last few picks.
It's still a contest, though. I mean, GMU can bring themselves back in. It's not done yet. Thickman, a nice big pickup.
With that Ant Matrix as well from Anform, once again, potentially being the hero here at the last moment. B1H going to be falling, and with that, despite the heroic efforts from Ashland, the point does flip, and we are once again in last fight territory.
Oh boy, I couldn't even contest. This is going to be such a delayed setup.
Yeah.
And, I mean, I don't know. This fight is one of the ones where so difficult to read. Overtime was not engaged, by the way. Okay, there it is. B1H, but sorry, Cheesy Dance rather, forced to get in, forced to recall.
Oh, the shatter is gonna land, but Varsity is already down. Ashland falling one by one. Yes, B1H gets in the ice block, but it's not gonna last for long. So GMU gonna keep their hopes alive. One more sub map is all that separates them. And a win here today over Ashland.
I mean, that is how this game is going to go. No doubt about it, right? We've got to this point of the series without a clear victor in play. So a round 3 would absolutely be in the cards. GMU 1 round away from winning it. Ashland trying to force another map here. And it's too close to call. It is too close to call. We are going to head to Garden for our 3rd phase of this round. But I mean, in essence, a lot of... There comes to a certain point where you can kind of predict who is going to win a fight based on, I mean, tools that are available, based on positioning, map control, etc. Right? That's sort of the calling card of the setup of competitive Overwatch, right? But a lot of these fights have gone by the wayside in ways that you don't necessarily expect, due to just a random pickoff or a well-timed play by an individual. So we'll see who ends up being that hero here.
Initial space going to be taken here by GMU. Immortality Field already has to be used. GC Dance is now out of the turret form, but Meme's able to get that first pick, which means the floodgates are open. Ashland recognizes it. Zap It going to be able to take one off the map, but likely going to be all we're going to from them at this point. Suki finds another, and yep, that'll be the point in favor of Ashland.
I think just trying to be a nuisance, but quickly swatted down. GMU look to be perhaps changing some of their compositional setup. Yeah, they're going back over to the full mirror now. But they've already given so much progress away to Ashland, not just in point control, though that is important, but also in the lead in the ult economy.
Yeah,
Revelia also so close to that Ant Matrix, and I mean well ahead of Einform, who just switched over.
a lot of damage that GMU is trying to walk into. Going to be caught between a pair of walls, and Ashland going to clear the way here for another fight win.
And I mean, that's a fight that they don't have to use anything either. You're not, because it's a neutral fight, because you know your opponent just switched their compositions, you know they have 25% maximum ult charge across the board, right? And so you can play that one in the neutral and only use an ultimate if you're kind of panicking because you're sort of losing. There, I mean, Ashland hold their ground, and now GMU unfortunately are walking into the sort of mid-round with nothing, and Ashland still have every tool they had and more now at this stage.
And for him looking to build that Ant Matrix, that's going to be a beautiful pick off there from Brandon, just on the off angle. He's caught completely unaware. B1H going down low, but Revelia does have that Ant Matrix out, so the fight going to now proceed to the ground. It has almost been capped here by GMU. They have to get this cap, otherwise we are going to be headed to a game number 6 here. Shatter comes out from both squads. That was going to be Vasuki's that lands. His thick man goes down 80% on the board here. GMU has to disengage immediately if they hope to get another fight in.
And they're not going to be able to. It's really smart by Ashland to chase down these stragglers. 10% left. They're walking into a blizzard. They don't have the sound barrier ready. GMU just looking a little too late for these tools.
I mean, do they even get the contest here? They do not. So game number 6 is where we are headed today. Ashland staves off defeat for one more moment, clawing their way back into this, Lafon.
Yep. And we now go to control. So we also need to note that there is very much a real possibility Ashland wins this series, having not won anything but control, as we now head at full draw. After 2, because we are 2-2 at the end of 5 maps, we now move until one team, we move to another control map until one team wins outright. Get the 3 wins to complete the first to 3 setup of our scoring system. So with that being said, we now head to control. I do not believe that we can return to a map that has been played already, so that removes Lijiang Tower and Oasis, and we go to the rest of the map pool instead that is available to selection. And now, I mean, it's still anyone's game, as awkward as that is to call, because technically speaking, GMU were able to showcase their presence on control, but Ashland University are the ones who have now won 2 control maps. So a little bit more favor perhaps in their court.
Yeah, I think so, certainly. I mean, GMU put up a great effort, but we didn't get to see the second half of University, right? So we don't necessarily know what happened there, right? Why it ended up going in favor of Ashland, but they were looking at 1-5 territory realistically. I mean, they were in the high 60% when the feed was dropped. So GMU I think just has to, there's so little room for error, I think, on control, right? And I think that was a big part of what lost them Gardens in the end there, and potentially as well on University, right? You've got to be able to strike back quickly and efficiently.
Indeed, and now we just again await that final map pick to decide our victor, right? At this end of the game, it is GMU's pick because they lost this last map. So I guess technically they do have every resource at hand in terms of that aspect of it. But again, this series has been so close, right? It's not been. At no point has it been one-sided. It has come down to multiple times a final fight that has been just a skirmish, and couple of stragglers left alive. Esperanza played out like that. A lot of Kings Row played out like that. Yeah. Junkertown played out like that. And now as we head into our 6th and final map, Nepal, and we await a victor. And if history is anything to go by, it's certainly not going to be a clear-cut win at the completion.
No, it is not. It's yeah, like you said, really anybody's game here. And one other thing I want to point out as well is I think there was some uncharacteristic bad decision making there from GMU in that final map, right? When we look at Gardens, and that might have been, I think, the kind of the nail in the coffin there. So really unusual for them. They have been so consistent this entire time, so if they can kind of find that again, I think they could certainly come away with a win here today. But starting out in Nepal,
we'll get a full mirror once more. I mean, this has been the composition has been closest over the series and has been the one that both teams have looked the most collected on. So no surprises that we return to it for the 6th and final map.
full mirror again. It's just going to come down to who executes a little bit better. And speaking of execute, this is exactly what happened to Varsity. Random Chaos able to get a couple of quick picks there. Ice block looking to save B1H for a moment. So GMU off to a great start here at first.
Good opening frag there onto the tank player for Ashland University. Overstepping their bounds, right? They just don't play close enough. And I think there may have been a wall, in fact, to isolate the healing from the front line. So another play where Ibinks just rides Gatekeeper and GMU work their way off. This is such a tough point to aggress into the May Bastion because you're going low ground to high.
Yeah.
And the wall is so good at blocking off individuals.
Oh, wow. Vasuki goes off target there for a little bit. Still gets the pick on the thick man, and with them down, that's just going to be free firing for the rest of Ashland. That's just a matter of how much percentage can GMU kind of milk off of this point.
I mean, we're looking at another reset here. Ashland University. Again, these fights have just been so... The one thing I will highlight so far on this map has been the fights have cleaned up very quickly. There's been none of this staggering around that has been sort of the marker of the previous series or the previous maps in this series. But now we get into ultimates for the first time in this map, and this is where you can really start to run away with things on control. Big Ant Matrix forces the wall early. You can't use that to block off the tank. And now, Basky in prime position for the Nerd Shatter.
Ooh. I think been able to find Revelia, though, with a Fire Strike. The Blizzard from B1H, though, gonna land on 4. It's still not gonna be enough to turn things around, though, for them, as GMU sustains through it all without even having to use the sound barrier either.
Yeah. I mean, that starts with that early pickoff on the approach, but also the second thing that happens is as Ibinks is, or rather, as Ibinks is about to be trapped in the Blizzard, uses their own, and so B1H, is forced to be in the Cryo Feast for the entirety, does not get to follow up on their own ultimate, and I mean, that costs a lot of time, a lot of damage. Ashland in the back seat.
Man takes bit of damage there. Vasuki, though, in the same position. Immortality fields on both sides. Zabak gonna use their sound barrier first. Memes gets theirs in, but not before TZ Dance and both Revelia go down. So a little too late, and GMU puts Ashland in final fight territory here.
It doesn't even really, I mean, the other thing too is that Ashland now has nothing, right? This is just a straight up fight that GMU has full lead in. Anform is going to have an Ant Matrix here, no doubt about it. And on your approach, you're getting hit by an artillery strike. This is such a tough place to be for Ashland University.
Yeah, they're going to kind of maximize the damage that's going to get done in this rotation. Thickman briefly goes a little far forward. That actually based the turret form out from GZ Dance. They're not going to have it when they push to point. Anform able to get a pick as well. Vasuki with just a sliver of health goes down. So GMU once again within one sub-map of taking the series.
This one's a much cleaner look from GMU overall, though, and I have to highlight, I mean, in that end moment, the artillery strike does what it needs to. It forces the immortality field, and then you're walking into an Ant Matrix with no sustained whatsoever. Well-played order of operations from GMU. They are now one round away from a series win, and another thing to highlight is they have looked so much more collected under pressure in this final map. On control on Oasis, from what we saw, I mean, they fell prey to a couple of fights where skirmishes didn't go their way. They played very awkwardly, ended up overspending a couple of times. Here, none of that. Cool, calm, and collected, and using just enough to win out gives them the opportunity they now find themselves in. One round away, part 2. for GMU.
Heading to Village. Probably one of the most brawl-suited maps here. And I like that Ashley is coming out as well with the Symmetra. That's going to make it very difficult for GMU to push in here. They're going to have to play around this turret form even more from the Bastion. And as well, they're going to have to clear these turrets too. We can see they're already causing a little bit of problem for Zappit. Unable to really kind of push on the point. They do bait out the Immortality Field, and several members of Ashland are low, but the first pick comes in, this time on a random Chaos. So GMU deciding whether or not to try and back up. Like they might want to try and hold this place. No, they're going to just go in. Thickman, though. Maybe a little ill-advised charge.
What I mean, Revelia was playing the two-step there, trying to keep themselves alive. Ibings couldn't quite get the pick to go through. And I mean, all of this starts with Ashland University using the teleport to get to point first, to get point control. We saw how good the turrets were, just putting down free damage. The primary fire for Symmetra not to be, ignored, especially against the shield of Reinhardt. It's so punishing. Yeah. And with that, Photon Barrier going to be nearly at the ready for Cheesy Dance. It's going to make it even more difficult here for GMU to approach.
And this wall from Ibix doesn't necessarily do what it needed to either. A lot of pressure being put into Vasiki's shield, though. Team's coming up here on the sound barrier, but there's an Amp Matrix now that, once again, GMU kind of has to stare down on point, and got one up from Antform as well, but nobody finding necessarily any value from it at the moment, which is only going to benefit Ashland, and now the turrets are back up on point. One on every corner that Cheesy Dance is not on. Walls come out once again. Ibix, though, this time be able to find Vasiki. Shatter comes in. Rest of the team, that is Ashland, going to be cleaned up relatively quickly.
Ashland only really have to win 1.5 fights, though. GMU have a lot of ground to regain if they want to equalize on this round. And I mean, Ashland University, they don't have to worry about the Earth Shatter, so they can play a little, they can posture more aggressively onto Thickman now that they know it's not there, and force Ibix to perhaps use this Blizzard in an awkward environment. So it's gonna, okay, never mind.
Wow. Yeah, a couple of instantaneous picks there. Ibix throws out the Blizzard. That is just a deletion.
Yeah, telegraph play quite literally with the teleporter coming down, and surely they're going to come through it. In fact, they do. It's a good start for GMU. Ashland, though, the win condition still established, right? Trying to play around, play around the Blizzard, trying to play around the Shatter. Try not to get exploded this time.
Ooh, that's a nice TP. Forces Brandon off the high ground. The Shatter's not going to land this time around, but Antform taken out. Nice to a lot of that damage. Some help from Cheesy Dance as well. Charge comes in. I then freeze up Vasiki, but Cheesy Dance taking out Thickman means the point will be reclaimed by Ashland.
Critically, the Blizzard was not used either there. That was a really a good show of restraint from Ashland University here. Now as GMU approaches, GMU, yeah, they're switching to a Genji here. I mean, this feels like an inevitable situation. It's going to be so tough. I mean, barring a miracle play, a deflect on the Blizzard could technically give you one of your own. So
yeah,
you hate for that to be your win condition, though.
Yeah, it's not necessarily what you are hoping for. Mortars are going to come in, causing some chaos on point. Immortality Field has to be used. Huge Shatter, 4 down. Memes falls. The Blizzard comes in, though, from B1H. They're able to take out Thickman. B1H finds Zappit as well. Shatter not going to be enough to get it done this time in Ashland. We have gone literally the full distance here in our first game. Could not have seen any more maps, I don't think.
It is still the only technicality is that you can technically draw on escort.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Technically, you can have 7.
The day that happens, though.
But for that to happen would require quite a bit to the name. Now, this final round here, I mean, it's up in the air in terms of who is going to walk away with it. Ashland University, yes, they are, winning off that last round. I do like the way they played around the Blizzard, by the way, recognizing that their win condition was there. We go back to another full mirror. There's no shenanigans here, no Symmetra, just the full mirror. So now execution is the name of the game. Which team performs better on this composition to win our final round of Game 6.
I think Wall's already out. I'm able to get a pick off of it, so now Thickman and the rest of the squad gonna have to play a little bit more defensively. You can see them giving up a lot of kind of the space here, but to be fair, Ashland isn't really isn't really taking it either. Neither team kind of wants to commit to this fight until it feels like they've got a sure pick. But Ashland now pushing up pretty aggressively. Mortality Field has to be used. Nice fire strike from Vasuki, gonna give them a pick. Point has been captured by GMU, and now they've started to actually turn things around off the back of Antform somehow getting an Ant Matrix in this first fight.
Actually, unbelievable performance from GMU's support line. I cannot keep echoing just how much better Antform has performed over this entirety of the series. With that Ant Matrix, despite losing their main damage threat in Random Chaos, they're able to resuscitate that fight because of the Ant Matrix. And of course, Zephat capturing the objective.
Ooh.
Another early pick here from Ashland. Same one, in fact.
Yeah, it is. And the wall that time was actually fantastic as well. Thickman going down very low, and just not enough time really for the team to kind of heal them back up. Antform does find memes though, so it isn't over yet. IBX in fact going to go ahead and commit the Blizzard to this Cheesy Dance with just a sliver of health, but point is going to flip in favor of Ashland.
Nice little play actually there by Cheesy Dance to avoid the Blizzard, using the grenade to launch themselves out and then transforming into the configuration tank to keep so you get the damage reduction, right? Little cute play there. I don't know that it would necessarily won them the fight, but speaking of winning fights, Ashland University have every ult in the game. 5. There's the first one used.
Not a whole lot of...
Actually,
oh yeah, it's still coming out. They find Zapat. That's huge. There's not going to be any sound barrier for this fight, so Cheesy Dance just kind of able to shoot for free there along the side. Mortality Field does get pulled out though.
Still, what a delay from Ashland University. Still have 4 ults left to their name.
Oh, what a shatter coming out. The Immortality Field is there, though. The Ant Matrix is still up, so Random Chaos continuing to do a ton of damage. Feed is down, though, again. Hopefully we get it back very soon, because this is the final map possible.
Indeed, as, Ashland University looking to try and close this one out. See if they can recover it, but what a moment to get to this game 6 right at the very end here. Just a tragic performance from across the board. We'll see the outcome of it in a moment. Hopefully, but
fingers crossed.
The story of the game continues to be the same, right? Ashland University in these critical moments has been able to at least come up with something out of their hat, right? Just pull a magic trick to win a game when realistically it's been GMU stepping to the forefront. We'll see if that ends up being the case, but truly what a performance here by Ashland University all the way through.
And it's been a lot of different people, I think, along the way too, right? We've of course seen a lot of huge plays from B1H, but Memes is someone I think who maybe we should shine a little bit more light onto. They've gotten several pretty impactful picks, just kind of all across the board, whether or not they be environmental kills, which they've certainly gotten a fair share of. But we're gonna throw it to a quick break, see if we can get this sorted out, and hopefully we can catch the final moments of this map.
it's sometimes a sprint, but today it's been a marathon. Only one game in the books here as we get set for match number 2 between these two teams for our day. Let's take a look. Let's jump right into it, right? For this one. Let's take a look at who we have on the bracket. University of Wisconsin Stout taking on University of Kansas. And I mean, listen, this has been an interesting day for our squads, right? We've seen a lot of compositional changes and, a case where I think in the truth of it, a lot of this comes down to the fact that we're seeing a lot of brawl, which makes fights really close sometimes with how good these teams are. So as we get set for this game, I mean, again, the tale does not really change. Expectations are, is this going to be a close match? And if so, it's likely to be based around how well the tank can survive.
And both of these teams are fans of the ball composition as well. So, but again, things have been moving away from that in a pretty big way. So I would not be surprised at all if we're going to see a lot of Reinhardt compositions coming into the forefront today. But these are definitely two teams that really liked those ball tracer compositions a lot, at least early on in the season. So
indeed,
yeah, it'll just be very curious to see kind of how they've adapted and whether or not they just continue to do that.
I mean, let's take a look at the maps too, because no surprises here either when it comes to the setup for this one. Lijiang Tower for our first map of the day, and with that being kind of the case, I can echo your statement there about what does the composition look like. There is very much a possibility here of the hyper mobile compositions coming into play, right? Expecting the wrecking ball, etc. But beyond that, we're not quite sure. I think very much up in the air, as we've highlighted over the last little bit. There has been a trend away from wrecking ball. At the start of this patch, we saw teams experimenting with expectations and thinking, hey, maybe the wrecking ball is actually really good. As time has gone on, though, that has been, especially here in North America, that has fallen a little bit more and more to the wayside. We have to recall, Overwatch, a very global game, has given rise to different metas across different, bands of players. And for us here in this region, we've seen a lot of Reinhardt. We've seen a lot of the Bastion step up. We've seen a lot of the Mei. And then sort of the counter to that has been either the Mirror or a dive based around the Winston, based around sort of more brawl-esque, a Reaper or a Tracer, something similar to that. So do we see the wrecking ball come into play? Do we see the hypermobile, or will they fall prey to the look of the meta of this region and end up mirroring what the rest of the teams do?
It's going to be interesting as well, kind of getting a look at who's going to be playing what from Kansas State, because there are at least 2 players on that squad who can swap over to the tank role. So a lot of that, again, anytime you've got that kind of a situation, right, where maybe one of your DPS and tanks, they can kind of slot into either position, you can telegraph a lot, right, by who's going to be playing there. So that could be, should certainly be something I think University of Wisconsin Stout is paying attention to as we load into Lijiang Tower.
Yeah, I mean, keep in mind, this is certainly a case. We obviously saw the records at the start of this, 4-2 versus 5-1. So there is still some element of a team in the lead here, statistically speaking. And the other thing too about the NA Star League, right, is that the way the score line by your history is actually incredibly telling. So 1 match lost often means you are the difference between 1 match lost and 2 match lost can be orders of magnitude difference in skill based on who else is in there. Because we look at the flawless teams that are often at the top of the bracket, and they're teams that are not just winning 3-0s, not just winning across everyone, they're oftentimes not even dropping points, right? We've seen full 3-0 shutouts where teams have gone on control 200 to 0, then a full hold on both of the the hybrid and escort to just end the series outright, right? So keep that in mind when you consider the score lines in general when talking about collegiate and A-Star League. That definitely does play just a little bit into the equation.
It certainly does. And I want to draw attention back as well, kind of to that, to the records, because again, similar, of course, to the last match, we're going to see most of these teams, I think, tonight having had played each other, right? So we do have a little bit of history that we can kind of fall back on, right? And just like our last match, it was another 3-0. This time, University of Wisconsin Stout taking the 3-0 for Kansas State. So that's definitely something I think to be aware of as we push into this. But again, that was very early on, right? That was, let me see here, looking back, that was week number 3. So again, so much has changed between now and then.
Oh, absolutely. And the question is now, does that change mean that Kansas was able to grow in that time, right?
Yeah.
And how much were they able to showcase that growth? The counter to that, though, is that University of Wisconsin Stout wasn't standing by the wayside while that happened. It's not like they just, allowed everyone else to improve and they didn't either. This is very much a relative question. And Kansas City, did they improve? Almost certainly. How much did University of Wisconsin Stout do the same? And that may end up playing quite a bit of a point to make in this series if they or improve at the same rate that Kansas State did, and you're looking at perhaps another mirror of that first game.
Right, and I as well, you mentioned one of these kind of top contending teams, right? They haven't dropped a map. Well, every win that Wisconsin Stout has had has been a 3-0. The spring split, so they are certainly one of those very, very dominant teams. Now, that's not to say K-State isn't. I believe there was only one match where they did not go 3-0 with a win, or when they had the win rather. So both of these teams very, very high performing, but certainly I think we have to at least expect a little bit more out of Wisconsin Stout as we come into this first game.
Yeah, keep in mind, these are obviously the conference play-ins. We are at the tail end of the season, right? Yeah. This is a do or die time for a lot of these squads, and really doesn't get easier from here as we had from today. In the future, we're going to be heading into that playoff situation where losing means you're out, right? There's not a lot of room for error. And you build habits in these earlier days so that when you get to those, knockout stages, you've already dealt with it, right? Those mistakes that would end up costing you a fight, which ends up costing you a game, don't happen. So again, another thing to kind of attend to, those easy mistakes that should have been ironed out simply cannot be existent in this particular setup.
Certainly some interesting comps being shown here to start. Have to see when the gates open, whether or not that sticks. Well, both of these teams really seem to be favoring more of a dive composition here. So yeah, execution will definitely be the name of the game, and Dragman actually, coming out on the Doomfist. First time we've really seen him so far today.
Indeed. First engage, though, favoring Kansas ever so slightly.
Yeah.
Take a great forward position, and actually, Sockby so out of sorts. Able to survive for the moment, though.
Yes, Swirl does have to use the Suzu to stay alive and to keep a Wasp up. And University of Wisconsin Stout actually putting in a tremendous amount of damage to Kansas. Mr. Rickles able to find the first pick. But a lot of damage being done to them as well. They will go down. The damage has been done, and Wisconsin Stout will take first control of the point.
Nice little pick up there at the very end. One thing to highlight here, the difference has really been the ability from University of Wisconsin Stout to juggle aggression, right? I mean, if you've played MMOs, you know exactly what I'm talking about here. Tanking aggro is important, but dropping it and giving it to someone who can also sort of take room with their HP bar is just as much importance. In Kansas aren't able to finish any single target. It turns it ahead, and University of Wisconsin Stout now return to this fight in the lead.
Oh, Dragman actually caught in kind of an awkward position here. Suzu has to be used, but in the meantime, Fortnite Kid is down once again, so Kansas not necessarily in a great position. Despite kind of, getting a little bit of a tactical advantage there for a moment. Are able to take out Sockby. Here comes the Kitsune Rush now, though, from Rukio. Trying to see if they can turn things around. Meteor Strike coming in as well. Dropping back to point as the fight seems to be moving in that direction. That is a nice punch onto Swirlhawk, taking them out of the mix as well. So this fight has gone on for a very long time. Eventually, Dragman does go down, but again, it's gonna be too little too late. This,
it's not like Kansas are still in the lead here. Keep in mind, Sockby still has a sound barrier, so if things get now it doesn't. Unfortunately, a big pickup there from Ella. That's a huge elimination. That means the sustain from UW Stout just isn't there any further.
A couple of picks coming in though. Wisconsin Stout still finding a way to claw back in this. The pulse bomb and the tac vibes are really the heroes there in that last fight.
I'd like to highlight that's all without supports. That is entirely without healing by University of Wisconsin Stout. So again, that concept of juggling aggression by University of Wisconsin Stout played to perfection once more in Kansas State. The other thing to highlight here for Kansas is that they did not get a chance to use their resources despite having them at the ready. So now Kansas can't overspend its final fight, and this sound barrier, that's a very aggressive early start there.
Yeah, they're just gonna put that right onto point. You can take control of it, take at least map control. Ella looking for an opportunity to come in here with a Death Blossom, but Dragon in the meantime has found Swirlhawk and Wasp, uses the sound barrier to try and keep everyone alive, and big Death Blossom actually coming in, able to get one. Couple of picks in favor, but University of Wisconsin Stout still somehow remaining alive. They are able to get the picks after Kansas State seemingly finds an advantage.
Actually, unbelievable performance there from University of Wisconsin Stout. And truly, I mean, being able to recover after being under that much pressure is tremendous. I don't know that the focus fire from University of Kansas was good enough, right? They need to be able to confirm on these eliminations. Keep in mind, in the corner there, we saw the Kiriko, caught, isolated 1v1 at about 50 HP against a Reaper, survives long enough to force the Death Blossom, and then while you're in the Death Blossom, you can't move quickly, so the Meteor Strike is able to eliminate you single-handedly. It's micro moments like that that have really been the difference maker. University of Wisconsin continue to put themselves in positions to succeed. And, I mean, straight up mechanical advantage to Mr. Rickles and Dr. Eggman.
Yeah, Dr. Eggman has just been phenomenal on this Doomfist so far. And I think I really like what you said, too, about, like, the Death Blossom and then the Meteor Strike coming in, because a lot of times, the quicker you can take yourself out of a weak position and put yourself in an advantageous one is just going to serve you better. And that's something, honestly, I think Doomfist does very well that we don't talk about a whole lot. Dr. Eggman, though, going to get called out this time as Ella would come away with a couple of big picks. Honestly, I really like this Symmetra pick here.
Yeah, they don't have this is really tough for University of Wisconsin Stout. Keep in mind the best players for this squad on the previous round were Dr. Eggman and Mr. Rickles. Both of them playing kind of a tag team duo, just a hit and run aspect a lot of the times. Now, obviously slowed down by naturally the turrets, forces them to be a little bit less impressive with their approach. Dr. Eggman going to go over to the Wrecking Ball, and they're going to play a Fire Mercy as well. I like these changes because you can put a lot more spam down, burn resources from Kansas, then try and engage afterwards.
Yeah, and because you're kind of poking from the outside in, you don't even necessarily have to worry about the turrets as much, right? You can kind of deal with everybody and then clean up the turrets at your leisure. Especially when so much of Kansas State actually goes off of the point, goes outside, and that's just prime territory for Flak to find find an advantage here. And already we've got ults built up for Stout, but the point's still firmly under Kansas's control, so it hasn't done what it's needed to do just yet.
It is still building towards that sort of established win. This fight, though, now needs to clean up tremendously quickly for University of Wisconsin.
That's going to be a Kitsune rush on point here from Rukio. Dr. Eggman goes in and out very quickly, looking for a big slam here. Front of the other side of that wall. Swirlhawk goes down almost immediately from that. And crucially, still holding on to this barrage. Flak actually goes down. Fortnite Kid coming in a huge way here for Kansas. Tries to go for the rest. Flak does get their wings back, but only for so long.
And while all this has been happening, it has been Kansas on the point, extending their lead. So we now are in the last 10%, and University of Wisconsin Stout don't really have anything available to them. Fortnite Kid, by the way, an absolute hero. The Cassidy one taps Mr. Rickles a couple of times with a well-placed headshot, and then obviously we saw them eliminate further Dr. Eggman and Flak in the sky once more. So overtime in play here.
Oh, that barrage not going to find anything except for a death, unfortunately, for Flak. Dr. Eggman comes in with a pair of kills, but Fortnite Kid gonna do a little bit more. Mr. Rickles comes away with one. Now it's just down once again to a Reinhardt Tracer battle. We've seen this before. Mr. Rickles is just gonna try and dance around that shield as best they can, but I mean, what do? Dennison's still just a sliver of health, and now a Wasp is back to give some help. Black does get the point, though, able to take out Dennison. Now their sights are set on a Wasp who is very low. Point will be captured by Stout, but
all this time, though, this is 99%, and Kansas only has one fight to take to actually equalize. See Mr. Rickles playing that one safe. I like that play, though. Don't over aggress. A trade there actually ends up costing you because the overtime timer would have evaporated, right? So just keep pressuring so that the fastest player back is not able to heal back enough.
Ooh.
Also, that's a good pulse bomb. It denies the teleport.
Yeah, exactly. It denies the teleport and gets out the immortality field, too. That's two big things down. Sakpi, though, has fallen. Mr. Rickles down as well. Fortnite Kid coming in again in a big way. And now Flak being chased off. A nice minefield, though. Finds Swirlhawk. Now Fortnite Kid getting pressured pretty tremendously on point. Big sound barrier coming in, though, from a Wasp. Gonna force a lot of players from Wisconsin Stout off the point. Fortnite Kid finds one with a Deadeye. Flak strikes back, though. Able to get them and a Wasp as well. EB is in from Ella. They are on point, but only for a moment.
These trades are really awkward for Kansas. Again, University of Wisconsin Stout, their strengths of the team continue to showcase themselves, continuing to just dash in and out of the point. Mr. Rickles and Dr. Eggman and Rukio on top of it all trading onto the point to contest, to keep the point in their favor. And now that 60 marker, this is looking doable.
It certainly is, especially with a pick on the Swirlhawk, who had one of the big win conditions there in that amplification matrix. And Dr. Eggman just causing mayhem on point. Now we're in last fight territory.
That was a great fight from University of Wisconsin. Set them up, right? And then knock them down from Dr. Eggman for sure. And Mr. Rickles plays cleanup crew. This teleporter again, not a guaranteed play. We saw the last time it happened. Pulse Bomb just ended that hope.
Oh yeah, Dr. Eggman was ready for it. They disrupted briefly. This is going to get to point, but they're going to have to play into a minefield. That amplification matrix not going to be very useful, especially now Fortnite Kid is down. That's one of their big players, one of the big people who's been keeping a lot of the hope alive. Dr. Eggman just mows down a pair of players, knocks them off the point. Wisconsin Stout will take the map.
Team cohesion here from University of Wisconsin Stout, absolutely flawless. And above that, even the mechanics on top of it, even better. As they'll take map number 1 decisively, I might add. And I think the point that kind of steps forward here is University of Wisconsin Stout. We saw them, in fact, in that earlier part of the season, right? We saw this team and how they kind of like to play. And I have to highlight, they did not look this coordinated back then, right? This was a team that still played very much in this fast up-tempo style and had opportunity to get those pop-off moments, but the timing, the coordination is just so much better now than it was then. And I think that speaks volumes about the level of approach they had. As I mean, they'll take an early lead and a commanding one. We'll see if they can continue it through the series, but it's off to a good start.
It really is. I mean, the big word that comes to mind for me when I was watching Wisconsin Stout in that last map is relentless. The pressure was just relentless. They did not give a moment for Kansas State to breathe. I mean, even in the fights they were losing, right? The pressure was just tremendous. It was always there. And so I think some relief has to come for Kansas State if they're going to hope to stay in that series. They've got to shut down, at least one of these flanks, right? One of these players who's just poking and prodding from one of these angles, because right now it's just too much.
Yeah. And I mean, here's the other thing too, right? The difference in approach. So don't be confused by or I guess don't be baited by the fact that the compositions they played, both being mobility comps, they play very differently, right?
Yes.
The Doomfist approach is more consistent. You know that you're playing kind of a to use front to back, I guess, as sort of an engagement example, meaning that you play from one side of the map, kind of moving across to the other side. There's some flanking because it's a mobility composition, obviously. Mr. Rickles comes to mind specifically on the Tracer, but in general, you play from one side of the map into the other. The second round, they play the Wrecking Ball, Pharah, and Tracer a lot of the time, and that is a very different look. That is more of a surround and conquer. You play all angles at once and kind of collapse in on your opponent. Pressuring them over and over to commit resources that doesn't necessarily have a response. So even though the compositions may look the same, we can clearly tell that already University of Wisconsin Stout has very vastly different appearances available to them. And let's think, I mean, heading into hybrid, that's going to afford them a ton of availability as well. Sure, we're going to Kings Row, picked by Kansas. It does favor their brawl. Yeah. But you have to think that University of Wisconsin at least has a response to this style of gameplay.
No, I would imagine. And one thing that I really like to talk about when we get to Kings Row and we're watching a team that really likes to play these kind of up-tempo mobility-based compositions is that when you're looking at first point, right, it's honestly a really good situation for a ball composition, because you can, when you're on attack at least, kind of surround and conquer, just like we saw happen on Night Market too, right? You can take positions all around that point and kind of back your opponent into a corner, and that just put in damage from every single angle, and they just can't stop it. So sure, that's going to work great on the first point, but then you also have the rest of the map to consider. So I think a lot of the impetus here is going to be on Wisconsin Stout to see how they adapt to this. But given that they've had such a dominant run through, you know, this entire spring split, I'm sure they have an answer. I would imagine their brawl is going to be looking very good as well.
We've also seen like high tier teams continue to run dive, even on brawl centric maps, right?
Yeah.
That's not out of the question either. Certainly a lot harder on this particular map, I think.
Yep.
But doable. Now, the question still lies in that sort of thing. And that's the question I think Kansas is asking as well, right? This is kind of setting the stage for the rest of the game, because if Kings Row ends up being dominated by University of Wisconsin Stout, that's a pretty tough place to be if you're Kansas at this stage of the game. And I mean, University of Wisconsin Stout, they're headed to the defense first. They've already shown their hand that they're not willing to go, that they believe that their mobility is something they can still use to great effect here. Kansas, now it's up to them, right? The ball is literally in their court.
Yeah. Ooh, that may well doesn't cause Dr. Eggman many problems. Able to use a little bit of a wall jump, a little bit of tech there to get out relatively quickly, relatively efficiently.
That is so much damage.
Yeah, I mean, with that Discord orb as well, but Sockby gonna go down. A beautiful TP from Fortnite Kid to pretty much give this point over to K-State in the first fight.
Still a bit of a skirmish here. The thing with University of Wisconsin South, though, is even with their supports down, it's not a foregone conclusion that they lose.
No, it's not. That's another nice TP coming out as well from Fortnite Kid to kind of prevent Bent up from getting onto the point, and that allows them to really focus all their attention onto Dr. Eggman, who falls.
A lot of respect shown by Kansas for that one, right?
Yeah.
They know that they can't just go into these skirmishes, even up players. They can't just run it down. So, good smart play there. Ooh, very risky. They don't actually even deal any damage to Bent up, though.
Yeah.
Who steps in? A substitute, by the way, for University of Wisconsin Stout.
Yes.
Stepping in for Flack on the DPS role. Also, all the while, despite University of Wisconsin Stout losing that one handily, they have actually built more resources. And we've seen how effective the Dr. Eggman, Mr. Rickles combo has been, especially when they have both the Pulse Bomb and Minefield at the ready.
Yeah, and the Minefield going to be committed right here. The TP out, though, that's going to allow them to avoid a whole lot of that damage and give them the high ground position, plus an angle onto the support lines, which they just descend upon with Fury. So, Fortnite Kid, who is doing such a great job on the last map, I think is showing up in an even bigger way here.
Yeah, the reason why this is so effective is that University of Wisconsin Stout's engage timing is based off of the pile driver, right? That's where Mr. Rickles was coming in to kind of follow through on that early damage. But what happens if when that pile driver comes, no one is there, right? How do you follow up on damage that when you're simply no enemies to be shooting at? University of Wisconsin Stout realize that they're going to switch to a Hanzo here. Kansas has made great progress on this one, and I mean, they have the Blizzard still available, and with this being slower now, University of Wisconsin Stout will have more to kind of worry about here. Well, in the next fight anyway. Those two pickoffs from Mr. Rickles sort of end this one.
Yeah. Denison gonna be able to get out with their life, but only barely right there. I mean, they essentially have to go all the way back to spawn.
Yeah, and it doesn't, I mean, this HP generation doesn't mean anything either. Both sports already had their ults.
Yeah.
So all it saves is that, yeah. Oh, nice. Wow. What an ante. No follow-up, unfortunately, but still, it actually slows them down because they have to get to that regen and allows Dr. Eggman to get back in, and that forces, oh, that's terrible here for Kansas.
Yeah, that was absolutely phenomenal timing, honestly, coming out from University of Wisconsin Stout. I mean, getting the anti-nade in there and then that headshot coming out from Mr. Rickles, beautifully played.
Well, here's the other thing to kind of highlight now is that Kansas has not had an opportunity to use any of their ultimates in play, right? And now, so here's the thing about kind of ult economy in Overwatch. Yes, it does help to have more of them, but you also need to use them while preventing your opponent from kind of generating them. There has to be a reason why you're using them. And all this has happened is University of Wisconsin State has doing this neutrally. They've been the one kind of also responding in time. And so as explosive as this next fight's going to be, winning it is going to bankrupt losing, or losing it rather is going to bankrupt that team.
This will be, yep, Minefield comes in. They do get the TP out, but it's not going to be quick enough. Mr. Rickles fires a Dragon Strike where the TP is going. Finds Fortnite Kid. So beautifully done there by University of Wisconsin Stout.
Okay, that's 4 ults. Kansas used just the Shatter. Well, Shatter and Sound Barrier, I suppose. So in terms of the exchange, not really favorable to the defense.
No.
Aside from the time evaporated. All this has meant that first point cap that was so quick for Kansas has now somewhat fallen by the wayside. This is a must win for Kansas. This is a must win. You only have to do with the nano boost. You absolutely have to find value with something.
It's a very early photon barrier as well. Gonna be able to clear the high ground. Nice leap though. Anti-nade comes in once again. Denizen finds a pick, but Blizzard does land. The kills are there, so they will see third. Oh, maybe not actually. That cart got pushed back a lot.
Yeah, the cart, and I mean Denizen can't even chase down Sockby.
Yeah.
So that means that's another non-delay here. Dr. Eggman's going to have another minefield. We've seen how good they are with that. Kansas has to be proactive with this ant matrix. They cannot allow University of Wisconsin to just walk in for free.
No, they can, and that's exactly what you're looking for, right? But Dr. Eggman actually able to kind of sneak around the back. They're going to be able to drop this minefield on point, but in the meantime, Sockby does go down. Immortality Field has to be used by Swirlhawk. Low LF does find Mr. Rickles. 35 meters to go here. The minefield has been committed as well, but Ella at the moment just got to playing just skeep shooting really at the moment in the front line there.
I mean, Ella did their job. They were able to just buy time. They were stalling, right? They were just making sure that Bent Up and Rukio couldn't assist Dr. Eggman, but that was time bought, right? Another 40-ish seconds. Kansas now only 2 minutes left here, and realistically not working with much either. This is still University of Wisconsin Stout able to kind of close out. And keep in mind, when University of Wisconsin Stout moves to the offense, they're going to be able to play as aggressively as they want, and there is a very real chance that they can, develop a time bank that is quite strong.
There certainly is. These TPs from Fortnite Kid have just been phenomenal so far. As well, able to get a pick onto Sockby. Gonna be big. Dr. Eggman, though, coming in with a pick onto Ella. Gonna turn things around immediately for Wisconsin Stout.
I mean, the thing is, they pick up the most important player at the start of that fight. Wasp exits stage left, and they are immediately lost with the sustain. They don't have the sound barrier. It forces a very early immortality field. Then, I mean, Bent Up is free to shoot at will with the with the Bastion. So again, Kansas in a position now where this minute is looking ever less likely to be a capture. Sure, they have everything, but University of Wisconsin State has worked with wonders with almost nothing.
Yeah, they really have. A minute left to go. Fortnite Kid finds one, but they're going to be taken out. That's a big pick. Always follows it up with one. Sound barrier is there, but the nano boost is on the Bastion, and that is a terrifying prospect to say the least. Dr. Eggman forced to back off. They get Ella on the way back in. That is a massive pickup as well. And now Bent Up going to be able to use their ultimate as well. They can pull people off the cart as this final fight gets underway.
And it's going to be, I think, overtime now. That is going to be, at best, the opportunity for Kansas. Sure, you have the minefield, but all this has done is buy time for Sockby to get to the Transcendence.
Yeah, exactly. This Blizzard from Ella just has to be absolutely huge, and they have to get the Transcendence out first. So a lot of pressure needs to be put onto Sockby. A TP onto the high ground. We're going to clear it, but nobody there. Now Dr. Eggman looking to find a boop on point. Going to come in from behind. Able to find anyone. Here comes that mortar from the sky. It is going to find Fortnite Kid and Ella. That is both DPS. Sockby finds another one, and with that, this fight is essentially over.
Just a Wasp attempting to find their way back to the objective, but no such luck. Kansas, they end without being able to use their tools available to them. And I mean, University of Wisconsin Stout, what presence? I really do think the greatest strength this team has is being able to, when in danger, escape long enough to save themselves and then get back in before any progress is earned by their opponent, right? That has been Never mind the mechanics, because those are fantastic as well, right? You know, getting those straight headshots or being able to kind of duel in close quarters and not really lose HP, all that is, you know, a great part of it. But the fact that you're able to keep map control while technically losing the fight is the mark of a great team, and University of Wisconsin Stout has absolutely showcased that in this series.
They certainly have. And another piece of the puzzle, too, that I kind of want to allude back to that you said is the fact that, right, Kansas State, a lot of times they weren't able to use kind of the resources that they had. And a lot of that's because University of Wisconsin Stout is taking these fights so early, which is what you want to be doing on these ball compositions, too, right? You want to catch them out in rotations. You want to be able to begin the fight early, hopefully win it before they get, before your opponent gets to where they want to be. But if not, at least bleed out a lot of resources.
See, this is now where it gets really difficult for Kansas. Nice little scouting there from Dr. Eggman. They clear out basically the entirety of the map. That is a huge anti-nade. And they're getting, wow. I think they might actually get a tick here before the recontest goes back in. Okay, no, the pin denies that, but still.
Yeah.
Ooh, this is going from bad to worse. University of Wisconsin Stout doesn't mind losing individual players, because they will win the fight if they trade faster than you.
Yeah, exactly, and that's what's happening right now. Because now they gotta wait for Fortnite Kid to get back in. Sure, they're gonna be able to use the TP to get back fast, but and they won't have that to use once they get there. So Kansas State gonna give 2 ticks here before they re-engage.
Actually, they might straight up just not be able to contest.
Yeah, Dr. Eggman tries to put a stop to that. Swirlhawk goes down as well. The last moment they step onto point, Fortnite Kid finds one before they're taken apart. Isn't able to get one as well. Now, Ella finding Mr. Rickles too. That's going to be a regroup here for Wisconsin. Yeah,
that headshot onto the Tracer is critical, because otherwise you could have created a crossfire where Denizen was not able to shield some of the damage. Still, it's not a one fight, because again, the mobility from University of Wisconsin is just so much higher. I mean, you can already see Dr. Eggman already being a threat in the front line.
No drop on the back lane now, getting very, very close to that minefield once again. Here comes an Amp Matrix, but you can shut that down pretty effectively with a minefield. Fan barrier's there, though, that's going to allow them to potentially take advantage of it again, but with a pulse bomb finding a pick. Actually, no, it was just the immortality field that went down, so still this is not over. Kansas State actually doing a great job of sustaining here. They're not giving up the point, and with the Blizzard coming in as well, they're able to find Rookio. If they get a pick on to Fortnite, but it's not going to be the case. Now 2 minutes off the clock.
That's been a little bit of a slowdown here for University of Wisconsin Stout. Bending, but not quite breaking. Still, you're looking at this next fight as whatever the shatter hits must die. And you'd ideally like it to be Dr. Eggman.
Yep. Takvi is going to have the Transcendence, though, ready to go. Immortality field already taken out. Takvi is down. Both supports gone, actually, for Stout. The shatter does land. On the ground, that is. I don't think it actually stunned anybody. Bentley picks up one onto Ella, so with the respawn advantage here. Ooh, Dr. Eggman goes down, though. With Squirrelhawk still alive and Wasp back. It's another hold.
Yeah, this is very, very risky from Kansas. They're making it work for the moment. Or at least they're not failing for the moment.
Oh, minefield and committed. There's a nano boost as well onto Dr. Eggman. Takvi still holding on as well. The Transcendence Denizen does fall with those 2 picks. That point is going to be Wisconsin.
Yeah, now this is where it all breaks apart. And I mean, the other thing we have to highlight at this stage is expensive fights for University of Wisconsin Stout aren't really. They've been so good at building these ultimates very quickly that they can really afford to kind of overspend, quote unquote, in some of these engagements, because they have them, a fight, maybe 2 before the next one, because they take fights so quickly. Also, that's another thing to highlight. They are able to, get more value out of their time. Now, here's where things get really difficult for Kansas. The Symmetra is now removed from the equation. Fortnite Kid moves over to a Cassidy. And with that being said, that combo that was so effective earlier in the series on Lijiang Tower comes back to play. Dr. Eggman and Mr. Rickles can easily sync up and try and find value once again.
Getting pressured on the high ground as well, but this is there to help them out at least for the moment. Definitely looking for an opportunity for the Blizzard here.
Oh, yeah, they're absolutely going to try and do so. And keep in mind, you can burst through Transcendence with the Blizzard because, I mean, you can hit straight headshots as a team. There's no dodging available. So that adds a huge part of the survivability of why Transcendence is usually so good. Still, the point that the map has been flipped here.
Yeah, this is a very interesting, the route that they've taken. Dr. Eggman goes in for an engage, but is forced out. Has to use the adaptive shields as well. Here comes the Transcendence.
It misses everybody.
Still pulls out the Transcendence, though, and despite that, Kansas getting the picks that they need.
Ooh. The bit of an awkward skirmish there. University of Wisconsin Stout, they make decent ground though. Still, this is where University of Wisconsin Stout, I think, is going to hit their greatest roadblock. And Kansas, in fact, have bought themselves an opportunity to get a hold, right, to that final-ish fight. And University of Wisconsin Stout doesn't have much. I expect they're going to try and build a nano boost, give it to Dr. Eggman, try and play this Winston in tow. But Kansas, they have the tools to make this one work. Sound barrier for sustain, obviously at Matrix. Keep in mind that University of Wisconsin can't move front to back. They have to move front to back now because of the fact they have the Winston in play.
Oh, that's so much lead, but wow.
Yeah.
Just insane amount of damage into Dr. Eggman. Plus, didn't do any favors that I believe the shield missed. They meant to drop that kind of on the high ground there. Mr. Rickles falls. 40 seconds left to go. Wisconsin Stout has to do something very different here.
And they're too committed now. They can't. They have to just play the composition they have in their kind of back pocket. And on top of that, Kansas was not forced to use anything. So 4 ultimates will be in play here for Kansas. And I mean, barring a miracle play from Mr. Rickles and company, this really feels like Kansas has the tools to shut this one down.
It certainly does. The Nano Boost committed immediately onto Dr. Eggman. Rukio falls, though. Dentup is down, too. 10 seconds left to go. Everybody falling by the wayside. Denizen picking up kills left and right. We got a Primal on point. Pulse Pump going to be a whiff. Shatter doesn't quite find Dr. Eggman, but it's not going to matter in the end. The Blizzard committed, too. There's nothing left that Wisconsin Stout can do. The series is tied at 1 apiece.
That is an excellent recovery by Kansas in this particular one. They'll play their economy game to the very end. University of Wisconsin, unfortunately, fall prey to their inconsistent success on King's Row. But this means that Kansas definitely has an opportunity in this series, right? The fact is, if you're able to go to a map where you're able to play to your style and deny progress from University of Wisconsin Stout off the back of that high mobility style they really like, there's an opportunity for you. Is it going to be easy? Absolutely not. University of Wisconsin was very much in that map until just the very end, but nonetheless, an opportunity exists. And so still a long game left to go.
That there is, but before we get to the rest of that, we're going to throw it to a short break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back soon.
Well, welcome back, everyone, as we get set into map number 3 here at the NACE Star League. I don't know why I act like that was a question, because I knew it was map number 3. I knew what the fact of the game was. It was two maps played, 1 map apiece between University of Wisconsin Stout and University of Kansas. So we head into Escort, still looking for a deciding attempt in a match point approach from either of these squads. Dorado up next, and it's going to be the selection of University of Wisconsin Stout off the back of their loss on Kings Row. Now, this is I don't want to say a must-win for University of Wisconsin, because they've performed quite well, I think, throughout this series. But it is important that they take this one simply because it allows, if they were to lose the last map or the next map number 4, it gives them map selection on map 5. And this is important because compositionally, they want to stay away from maps that favor a brawl, right? Clearly, the May sort of Symmetra, Cassidy, that sort of style has been something that's been capable of slowing down their hyper-aggressive brawl or hyper-aggressive dive, pardon me, that they've wanted to run to this point. And so losing this one, while not catastrophic, would certainly put them in for a tough position at the end of the map. We also have a substitute, by the way, Flack coming back in on the DPS role here for map number 3.
Yeah, Dr. Eggman takes a little scouting trip, comes back with a lot of damage to show for it. I like this position starting out here from Kansas. The map selection too up Dorado, I think, is really, really important here for Wisconsin Stout. I think this really plays to their strengths. But already with a pick onto Rukio, things aren't necessarily going well for them. Flack trying to get a little bit of an off-angle damage, but Kansas doing a great job of kind of staying as a group here.
Also,
in the meantime, the card's getting pushed.
Yeah, I will say though, despite all this happening, Sakpi was inside the entirety of Kansas and was the only one. I just kind of walked away, and like no one noticed they were there, like some sort of camouflage, I suppose.
Yeah, who knows?
And as you highlighted, the payload is now almost to the first checkpoint. Hello, Kansas, where are you?
Yeah, now they're gonna try and make their way back to it just as quick as they can, but I mean,
okay.
And they get the picks, right? They're gonna win the fight, but now this is a one-fight territory here.
Well, the other problem is you don't really want to give up control of the choke if you're Kansas, because now you've just so many more approaches to have to cover, and you can't move as quickly. Sure, you have the teleporter to get back a little bit faster, but it's not as efficient as just holding a place where everyone's coming through, right? So Kansas, they definitely have their work cut out for them. Well,
Dr. Eggman. Yeah. They're trying to get him some cleave damage there, but Kansas State is just bunkered in this, and now with an amp matrix coming out of it too.
I mean, this is University of Wisconsin Stout just leaving. Like, let this evaporate. You can cut a little bit of time and keep yourself alive.
It's going to be a nice duplicate as well. Onto the Reinhardt. Now they can brawl and dive from wherever they want. The big window as well. Dr. Eggman able to get a pickup onto a Wasp. Nano Boost has been committed to Dr. Eggman too, but they're not getting the kills. They need to transition these into kills. A lot of damage has been done. Squirrelhawk does go down. The rest of the pieces are going to fall, but it took him a little bit.
And yet it now gets to the hardest part of the map for Kansas, right? This is where you need high ground control if you are on the defense on Dorado, and there's so much of it. And the approach vector for Kansas, if they lose it, is only the teleporter or a long rotation. Meanwhile, University of Wisconsin Stout has free access to the high ground at will, basically as with 2/5 of their team, which means that they can change the angle of approach so very swiftly. And that makes it even more difficult for Kansas to actually contest the payload. So, because all the while that the high ground is being kind of contested where you have to play, you can move the payload with your tracer. And at this stage, it's just so much more difficult to actually get a fight on the point.
You do take kind of a roundabout way and a teleporter to get there. Wasp goes fine. Dr. Eggman isn't going to go towards the back line.
It took them 3 ults to do that. Well, 2. It took them the Earth Shatter and the sound barrier. Fortnite Kid, nice. Gets the last little pick off there. Dr. Eggman not quite able to dissuade them. Oh, dear. Okay. Second time's a charm.
Yep, been there, done that for sure.
This time around, though, they don't have the sustain, right? And you're by nature telegraphed where the teleport is coming from. So the anti-nade can be another setup. And without a sound barrier, your mentality field is so much more, so much less effective. It's, you know, buying time.
Yeah.
Even as a fantastic ability as it is. Yeah, look at that. A wasp dead.
Then I was going to slow things down briefly.
Oh,
Kid tries to drop the point. They do find Sockby. Brilliant play there to kind of give themselves that angle. Dropping down from the high ground. But the card is continuing to get pushed as Flak finds a pick onto Denizen. TP into the back line. Not going to yield anything as Dr. Eggman is there with appeal. But Flak does go down. They're kind of playing tag here with him a little bit. And Kansas is getting something done with it, but not enough. That Ant Matrix might have been a little ill-informed. It goes down very, very quickly with not much effect, and Dr. Eggman now gets a lot of free space. You can have this Primal, too, so they can stay in this fight as long as they want.
Well, they're going to have to back up with Mr. Rickles going down. Yeah, they're actually not going to expend it. I like this reset. Keep in mind that time is of the essence here, and by escaping here, they actually deny a lot of resources away from Kansas also. This photon barrier, I think, is going to be critical for Kansas. Being able to, like, force the fight onto the point to keep, because your supports obviously have to have line of sight, especially the Ana from Rukio, which, you know, really narrows the playing field here for University of Wisconsin.
Black having a hard time getting any damage, and that's going to be a nice TP as well. But Fortnite Kid going to fall for it. And now, Swirlhawk on their own, getting Primal to Oblivion. As it does find one, but it's not going to be enough. And again, Wisconsin Stout will get the point.
Good read by University of Wisconsin on that teleport. The sticky bombs inside of it takes so much damage, and Sockby's quick on the draw on the Transcendence to prevent Kansas from getting eliminations. They didn't use anything, Kansas, so they actually have tools to work with here on third. But still, being forced to fight on third is unlucky for him. Kansas, what another big anti-nade. Forces the immortality field so early.
Yeah. That's just not where you want to be at this point. Fleck has a duplicate as well. With Reinhardt going in pretty aggressively. Nice shatter, though, from Denizen to stop them. Take them out of the duplicated form. Everybody else going to fall by the wayside. Sure, there is one exit pick from Rukio. But again, not going to matter.
That was still 2 ults for 1 for University of Wisconsin. It's not the greatest trade, but, like, you know, if you're University of Wisconsin, you'll take it. You actually force Denizen off of the Reinhardt as well. This makes things a little bit more difficult for Fortnite Kid. Won't have a shield necessarily to work behind nearly as frequently as the Ramatra steps into play here. And on top of that, the Ant Matrix gets a little less valuable without the Reinhardt to kind of work with it.
Nothing big on the board, though, in terms of ultimates. Yeah, the Nano is here. You might get the Pulse Bomb as well. Could be enough, but Sockby is down. Fortnite Kid going on an absolute tear. Definitely not going to be enough to get things done, though, this time.
Oh, Dr. Eggman unfortunately hits their head.
Yeah.
On the approach, trying to get a follow-up on the Fortnite Kid. 50 seconds left. Tools dwindling for Kansas. The time is very much on their side. Only one fight really between them and a hold here. University of Wisconsin Stout gonna have to be flawless on their approach. Another change made as Rukio goes over to a Kiriko. A little bit more mobility here with the support player, not able to get caught out nearly as frequently. Oh boy.
Ooh. Yeah, Primal Rage has to be popped almost instantly, so what looked like it was just kind of a poking and prodding dive has instead turned into something very, very big. And a Deadeye from Fortnite Kid, not going to find anything. As Sockby goes down pretty low, they're forced to back out. Now Fortnite Kid continuing to put a lot of damage on the high ground, but in the meantime, Dr. Eggman finds the pick onto a Wasp. Pulse Bomb is going to be a stick. No kill comes in, though. Moments away from victory. Overtime has been committed. Denizen does fall. This should just be clean up here for Wisconsin Stout.
Nice double headshot from Fortnite.
Wow.
Kid. It's a little flashy, but ultimately irrelevant. A nice clean play there from University of Wisconsin Stout. This is that coordination we were talking about in prior maps coming to play. But overall, I mean, a huge difference here is that University of Wisconsin Stout sorry, Kansas were playing for time, right? They were similarly to how Kings Row was defended by University of Wisconsin Stout. Here, Dorado has been defended by Kansas. Their composition, unfortunately, does not have nearly the same success levels at certain points of Dorado. By nature of the fact that they're kind of caught if they're on cooldown. If their teleporters on cooldown and they don't have access to high ground, they're kind of caught out. We saw that on the second point rather, at the very tail end of it, where they were just not able to get to the point in time because of the fact the fight was happening elsewhere, right? The teleporter was on cooldown. They couldn't get back in quickly enough and were forced sort of away from it. But they were able to buy a lot of time on their way there. So depending on how robust their offense is, an opportunity exists for Kansas to at least get back into it. I still think it's going to be very difficult for them, though, because now University of Wisconsin Stout, this is where they excelled on Kings Row on their defense. They were able to stall the map out quite frequently and were able to prevent Kansas from really getting the full completion of the map. And this time around, University of Wisconsin already has completed that marker. So not an easy place to be here if you're Kansas.
I mean, they're already surrounded on all sides, right? Just coming out of spawn, which is exactly where Wisconsin Stout wants them to be. And Swirlhawk falls almost immediately. Like able to get the final blow there. Yeah, it's going to be a quick regroup here from Kansas.
But it's time off the clock, and the payload hasn't moved. Right? This is where University of Wisconsin Stout wins this map. This is the style that wins in the map. Just prevent them from getting to, just force final fight ahead of a third point, and this game's over.
Yeah.
And also these teleports, the thing is you're trying to chase down the supports, but you're taking so much damage on the approach, like you're not guaranteed to win this one.
No, you're not. I mean, the supports are down, but like, you know, we've talked about in the past, that doesn't necessarily mean a fight win, right?
I mean, the payload doesn't move yet.
Wisconsin Stout. Yeah, exactly. You know, even if Wisconsin Stout doesn't win the fight, they just delayed, right? So what's the difference, really?
Yeah, I mean, the difference between a one fight and a lost fight is materially irrelevant at this stage of the game because of the fact that Kansas has made no progress.
A lot of damage being put in now from the high ground. Yeah.
They do get Mr. Rickles, so a lot of that punching power is evaporated. They're not guaranteed a fight win either. Another teleport, another big stickies.
Wow.
So many very weak players.
Yeah, Flak has just been on point with those TPs. That's been a big way they've, I think, been able to kind of neutralize the effectiveness of Ella. And yeah, with Wasp going down.
And that buys time for Mr. Rickles to return from spawn. The payload gets caught in the choke point, and the cleanup comes through. And not even that expensive of a fight. In fact, a very cheap fight for University of Wisconsin. Literally just the minefield used in that situation. And Kansas, I mean, you're down to less than 2 minutes here. Again, if we consider the whole map, because that's what University of Wisconsin Stout is working with, they've done what they needed to on first, and they're still going for more.
Yeah.
Fortnite Kid just gets absolutely squashed like a pancake.
Yeah, he does.
Part 2?
And this
Actually,
is,
I don't know why
squash
like a pancake doesn't make any sense now that I think about it. You don't squash pancakes when you make them.
I mean, squashed into the shape of a pancake. I mean, I guess that takes a little longer to say, you know? But, regardless, yeah, the fact is Fortnite Kid met their demise. Sakmi going to be able to find one here. Wasp does hit the sand barrier, try to keep the rest of the team alive, see if they can turn this around. Nothing yet coming. German does find Fortnite Kid. They are nanoed as well. I think a lot of grief on point, too. This is still, I mean, look at where the card is, and we're in last fight territory. And
this has been Kansas not being allowed to use their ultimates, right? This is functionally, how is Kansas supposed to approach? The Ant Matrix requires you to kind of face your opponent head on. University of Wisconsin Stout certainly not giving them that shatter, the same thing. Photon Barrier is probably the most, get up and go one of it. There it's going to be used, but look how much damage Kansas has taken just even with that in play.
Yeah, Dennison is down to half their health, if that. Plus wearing a Discord orb. Duplicate has gone on to Flak this time. Unsure if that was the intended target. But certainly a lot more sustain now for the rest of the team. And Matrix going to be committed as well. And yeah, Denizen just in a very tough position. I mean, it's not enough time for Kansas to even regroup and get enough of their health back.
And that was Kansas. That was Kansas using everything except the Deadeye, by the way, and has found no value burn over time.
Yeah, this is absolutely huge. I mean, Fortnite Kid has to come up with some heroics here to keep this game alive for them. It's a lot of sticky bombs into the shield of Denizen. Sound barrier going to be committed. They have an opportunity. Denizen does find Thokby. Nobody's going to be able to touch a point here for a moment. A Fortnite Kid just using the Deadeye to zone. It's going to allow time for reinforcements to get in, though, and Dr. Eggman will get the minefield again. Down to about half health, though. They're going to be forced off point here for a second. Almost gets captured. Dr. Eggman goes back in, but nobody left alive. The point will be capped.
Yeah, tragically, Thokby is about 1% away from the Transcendence in that fight. The sustain would have definitely made a difference, right? Everyone able to fight at full HP, you know, they would have been able to get through, but tragically, just a little too late. But University of Wisconsin Stout, they did what they needed to on first point, right? They made it expensive for Kansas. They now got to the point, and with how difficult that point is to approach, it gets harder here on second. It's not easier for them.
Yeah.
And University of Wisconsin, again, they still have a third point to work with.
Yeah.
It's just gets harder from here for Kansas.
Yeah, it really does. The photon barrier maybe allowing Kansas to get around the corner just a little. It certainly forced Wisconsin Stout to back off here for a moment. They're going to try to take the high ground now. Once again, sight set on that back line. Yeah, this does eat a sleep. And now they're caught in a very difficult position. Really considering Thokby goes ahead forward with the Transcendence too. Now the Amp Matrix just going to make it that much more difficult. Warhawk does in the meantime find Thokby.
That forces a lot. I mean, the fact that Dr. Eggman stays alive there gives Rukio more all charge, but also it also buys the fact that University of Wisconsin Stout are going to be able to recontest here very swiftly.
Yeah, but they're not necessarily going to have a whole lot to work with here. Kansas, this is a great position to take this fight. Fortnite Kid, though, got to eat an anti-nade. They find Rukio. That's massive on the TP in. The Deadeye doesn't quite find anything. The Shatter's big, though. So they will get to see third point. They've made up a lot of time here, but Flack going to try and keep things alive. I'm able to do that.
This is not done yet. Mr. Rickles is still contesting. The point has not been captured. And Dr. Eggman is back. They're going to be able... Okay, they wait, no, it's not done yet.
It's not done. They commit the minefield as well, and now Denizen is pushed really far forward. You do find Rukio, so trying to keep those supports down, I think, is one of the big goals of them. But in the meantime, L has fallen. Denizen is down. 20 seconds left to go. University of Wisconsin Stout might be putting finishing touches on this map here.
And, oh my goodness, they need to get Fortnite Kid here. They cannot allow them to survive.
Yeah, Dr. Eggman fell.
Still 10 seconds left, and there's still a nano boost. Mr. Rickles could absolutely be a massive threat here.
Oh, yeah. Denizen is over onto the wrecking ball as well. Mr. Rickles. Thokby, we got a boostio on point now, trying to stay alive, but unable to. Fortnite Kid hits him with a sticky. So the point will be captured. Kansas will make it to third.
Only barely, though. That was a fight. They do get that minute 30 on the clock. But what did it cost? Nearly everything. A little two-step there from Fortnite Kid. I think that's what it's called, right? Can't remember what the emote's name. Can't remember what the emote. I think the emote's name is actually Line Dance. If I remember correctly.
Yeah, I was gonna say it. It's a line dance though. If there's no line.
Yeah.
Really.
I like this change from UW Stout, by the way. This is designed to win fights on point, and Kansas are not in preparation for this level of brawl.
No, they're not. And this is also the first time we've seen the brawl come out as well. I believe from Wisconsin Stout, and they make fast work of Kansas.
You're not expecting this on the walkout, and Kansas,
right?
They're too committed to this comp that they have now, so they give up. They give up. The Denizen loses the minefield. You have the Deadeye, you have the sound barrier. You're gonna have an Amp Matrix, and the problem is, UW Stout only has to extend this fight for Mr. Rickles to get Blizzard to end it all. The sound barrier is going to need to be forced early. This is not an easy place to be for Kansas.
Oh, I really like the way that Fortnite Kid has used these Deadeyes. They force Wisconsin Stout back. They're getting the kills. They might be able to cap this in OT.
There is going to be a recontest here, and the sound barrier from Awasp is still available. There is still an Earth Shatter at the ready.
Wow.
And, I mean, you're going to have a Blizzard. This is not done yet.
No, it is not. Here comes the sound barrier, but they got to get to a point. Somebody does eventually touch. There's the Shatter. It's going to find 2. Jensen and Fortnite Kid are down. Now the Blizzard as well. Going to put the finishing touches on it. Wisconsin Stout at the last moment gets the map win here on Dorado. Gives them a 1-point lead and match point.
I mean, it takes them the entirety of the map, but that was what their offense gave them. They had the entire map to play through, and they used it. What a tremendous performance by UW Stout, recognizing, I mean, the win condition that they needed on the map. That is understanding the macro of gameplay to perfection. And University of Wisconsin Stout, what a tremendous position to be in. Up 1 map. They now give over the map selection to their opposition here. So far, each team has won their map pick. But it doesn't get easier from here on out for Kansas, because we had to push next. And Chaos, we highlighted this across series. Control and push play very similarly in terms of how you approach the style of the game, or they can at times. And I mean, at this point, Control was so dominant for University of Wisconsin Stout off that brawl or off that dive that they were running. There's so much more room for Dr. Eggman to work, no matter which Control map we go to, or push map we go to, rather. And it unlocks Mr. Rickles as well. And on top of all that, they've shown the brawl. They've shown the fact that they can go to Reinhardt and look good doing it. It's going to be a really tough position to see if Kansas can reply.
LSC is going to be the pick. And I think it's best to talk about like what this map gives you, right? And I think one of the big things is very, very long sidelines, right? So you can potentially, at least, when we're looking at that first fight, that first very, very long hallway. So snipers could be a thing. It's going to make it a little bit more difficult, I think, for Dr. Eggman to kind of get into the back line.
Yeah.
The flank is a little bit longer.
Yeah.
It honestly, that first area of Coliseum reminds me a lot of the streets of Kings Row.
Sure. I will say the one difference, though, is that there's those cubbies to kind of hide behind and set up off angles to work from. It's easier than Kings Row to get the Wrecking Ball to succeed. There's also there's a lot more health packs to kind of work around, just kind of for kind of mid-fight resets, right? The 2 minis in the hallway. There's a mega on the sort of middle of the map that the Wrecking Ball can get to very quickly. So that all helps. The other thing too is that on this map specifically, they've liked to play Ana, University of Wisconsin Stout have, right? The teleporter has been sort of the main quote-unquote counter to it, right? Where you teleport onto the backline and try and just assassinate the supports before you end up losing too many of your players. Critically, you highlighted the long sight lines. Ana can play very far away, farther than the teleporter range, negating that particular strength. So as much as it gives, it slows down some of the tools that University of Wisconsin Stout would like to use, it also unlocks a couple of others that you're going to have to be cognizant of if you're University of Kansas. So it's not a perfect solution here, even as perhaps it is the best one they have given the map type we're going to.
I'd have to agree with that. I think that you don't want to go to Esperance here. I think that would be a little too... there's just too much opportunity, I think, for Wrecking Ball to kind of hide and engage without being noticed, which is really one of the most important things, I think, in Wrecking Ball's toolkit. And then New Queen Street as well. I think just the brawl ends up working out a little bit better there. Just in general, I think the kind of the long sight lines are there, but they're not as omnipresent as we see here in Coliseum.
Interestingly, we're seeing, actually, it's University of Wisconsin Stout just going to the Sojourn Tracer. Man, this is an old comp.
I mean, the same can be said, honestly, I think, for Kansas's, right? Like,
wow, Ella's not even
classic.
allowed to use the cryo form, and it's before the Immortality Field's brought out.
Yeah,
so that's burst down the May quickly. This fight's over.
Yeah, Dennison does not last long. Mr. Rickles goes down, but that's fine. They'll get back into it quick. Riccio coming up with a couple of big picks, though. Massive.
Yep. We'll see if this now here's where's the kind of reset coming in. Kansas, they need to switch off of the Symmetra. Indeed, they do. There's just no value to be earned by teleporting onto anyone, right? Because University of Wisconsin Stout aren't playing a separated style. So they go to the just good old-fashioned just brawl or frontline damage of the Reaper. Not a foregone conclusion, though.
Definitely not. Ooh, a lot of pressure put on Squirrel. They're going to go down. And University of Wisconsin Stout wins this fight practically before it starts, LaFon. Yep. I mean, that was just efficient.
Yep. The truth of the matter is the Reaper does not automatically guarantee an elimination onto the Winston because the Winston does not need to operate directly in your face 100% of the time. And there, actually, Dr. Eggman is more than content to just kind of bounce in, take aggression, bounce out, and have Mr. Rickles clean up the rest of the fight. And in terms of clean up the rest of the fight, a well-timed Pulse Bomb here could end it just straight up.
It certainly could, and we're getting very, very close as well to that first checkpoint, which will give away the forward spawns. Dr. Eggman landing behind everybody. Here comes the Kitsune Rush as well from Rikio. Bent up with the overclock too, going to cause a lot of damage. Swirlhawk goes down immediately. Primal Rage used. And that's going to be another fight in favor of Wisconsin Stout. They are wasting no time on Calesio. This is not looking like maybe the best point for Kansas, but where was better?
The thing is, University of Wisconsin Stout rightly use everything in that fight. They need to get this checkpoint, right? That was a must-win for them. So they kind of dump everything. I wouldn't look too much into that particular engagement because Kansas didn't really have tools to reply. Fortnite Kid, by the way, switching over to a Cassidy. This one is the important fight for Kansas. They need to win this one, and they need to win it cheap.
Yeah, they certainly do, because then we get to that 100-meter mark, which is almost insurmountable to overcome.
That's going to be a fight win here, actually, without using anything, which is good. The reason why having these, why getting the checkpoint, by the way, is important for University of Wisconsin is it gives them forward spawns, which gives a second fight before the bot reaches the center point on the map, right? It gives you more opportunities to slow down, making it therefore more expensive for the team in the deficit point-wise. In fact, you can see University of Wisconsin Stout already back in the fight with the bot only just here at the checkpoint. And Blizzard also just misses.
Yeah, it's not going to find anybody this time. And yeah, that's going to be just a hard thing in general to find. But a beautiful shot coming out to take out Mr. Rickles. But Wisconsin Stout could just back off and regroup very, very quickly.
Yep. And look how much ground is gained. Only about 20-ish meters before this fight kind of comes through. Still, Fortnite Kid has been honestly a wonder on this Cassidy. Another couple of big shots.
And Matrix out now from Swirlhawk, but everybody very low. The Immortality Field has to be used as well. And with the sound barrier in, Shatter's going to land, but Dr. Eggman going to be able to sustain through it all.
Yeah. And critically, the reason... I mean, Dr. Eggman plays that spacing really, really well. Forced to kind of jump into the thick of the team. Didn't have the sound barrier either, I should add. Still able to escape with one pick through the Immortality Field. And then the Shatter was cleansed by the Suzu. Rikio quickly keeping their tank alive. So University of Wisconsin Stout, that's a clean fight win off of essentially a neutral trade.
Ricky got to be able to use the Kitsune Rush and find a pick. It goes down shortly afterwards. Dr. Eggman providing so much pressure there with that Primal Rage.
That's a chase into spawn. It's a little unfortunate the bot doesn't get any more forward progress, but winning the fight is definitely more important. Changes across the board. Kansas, they have 5 minutes left, so it's the right time to make these changes. But in that head-to-head, we'll see how well they're able to keep up mechanically, because Kansas, this next fight is going to be a tough one for them. They're going to an overclock, and they have nothing.
And the pulse bomb as well from Mr. Rickles. Could be fight ending as well. Fortnite Kid goes very, very low. Dr. Eggman still continuing to chase them, does eventually find them. Meantime, though, Bent Up does go down. It's not going to matter because, again, you just, you know, it's like Kansas puts all their effort into getting one pick, but in the meantime, everybody else dies.
Well, they had to give all their effort into putting that pick because that pick was the overclock, right?
I mean,
the threat of it is so tremendous that you're almost forced to do so. And now with that 125 marker, University of Wisconsin are in really a territory that we consider unattainable in general. And you have 4.5 minutes to win about 7 or 8 fights in a row if you're Kansas. It's a good start here where they take down Sockby, but a start is not the end, and they need to find a little bit more and do it quickly.
Denizen is able to find Bent up, so certainly things looking a little bit better for them. They will be able to come away with this fight win, but they're not even going to be able to activate forward spawns.
Oh yeah, no, not even close. The checkpoint also, by the way, again, here's where that comes into consideration. University of Wisconsin Stout right back into it. You can already see hiding around a corner in the back there, Dr. Eggman. At least and Kansas, for every ult that they've generated here, University of Wisconsin is at pace with them. And so we'll be able to force them to trade, right? This is going to have to be expensive for Kansas for every sort of situation on the way out.
Ooh, Fortnite Kid going in very aggressively, sensing the danger coming out from Dr. Eggman. Mr. Rickles, in the meantime, wins the Tracer duel. Here comes with Kitsune Rush from Kansas, seeing if they can turn it around. Dr. Eggman going to give themselves a little more sustain with the Primal. Mirrored is Denizen with it as well, who's able to find Bent up. Sadberry now committed by a Wasp. Sockby still holding on to theirs, though. Trying to see if they can milk it for as much advantage as they possibly can. But in the meantime, Brookio falls. Sadberry going to come out afterwards. Even if they win this fight, Kansas, that is, it's taking them so terribly long to do it.
Yeah, and it's cost them basically everything. And I mean, they haven't won it yet.
They still haven't won it, yeah.
I think it's just Denizen and a Wasp left alive. Mr. Rickles should go down. Nice little flick there by Denizen on the turnaround. But here's the thing: you're gonna be forced to retreat if you're Kansas, because of the fact the bot is contested. And keep in mind, you're walking from literally the other end of the map.
Yeah.
You gain no progress, and you can't get staggered here. So time is no longer Kansas's friend. 2.5 minutes. It's not impossible, but certainly the realm of possibility is swiftly leaving.
Fortnite Kid, though, able to get a pick to start things off. Is certainly going to help. And bot has turned around for a moment, and the picks still continue to come in for them. Yep. Yeah, make it a third. That's a big fight win, but 2 minutes left, and like you said, I mean, what do they have to win now? 4 fights in a row? 5?
Yeah, it's that 4 or 5 marker.
Yeah.
And again, it's in a row. It's not just winning them in general. Kansas don't have anything right now. They will have some tools, but critically, the problem is that they have to grasp onto the high ground. Look how difficult it is to assail. You're spending abilities just to get there, and already University of Wisconsin has flipped the map.
Ooh, Fortnite Kid goes very low. Mr. Wriggle's able to finish them off. They were caught inside that bubble from Dr. Eggman. Denizen, though, able to strike back, find one.
One is not enough. It's simply not enough. You cannot be trading picks. At least the bot has moved forward to within 1 fight of the checkpoint, but again, it's not the checkpoint. And that means that you're forced to retreat all the way back to initial spawn here if you're Kansas. The question mark now comes is that marker we talked about, 4 fights, it's now maybe 3 or 4, but you can't lose any players anymore. You can't lose anyone at this stage of the game. Kansas has to be flawless from here on out with the final minute of play.
And this is them with their back against the wall. Kansas with a couple of picks. That's going to be a great way to start it off. So far, they've only expended the Kitsune Rush as well. So, step number 1 accomplished. Now, got to see if the follow-through is there.
Well, they also deny that forward spawn, so that's good. So that UW Stout is all the way to the back, but actually, correction, it's not 4 fights. It's 5 or 6 because of how far the bot made it towards the end of the map. Meanwhile, UW Stout has to win 1.
Yeah. And they're going to have 5 ultimates coming into this next fight. Yeah. Mr. Rickles should be able to get this post bomb online very quick. Suzu already has to be used by Rookio, but Wasp is down. Fortnite falls as well. 10 seconds left to go. This is going to be University of Wisconsin Stout putting the finishing touches on this series. Taking the series win here. In the conference play-ins. I mean, we got a last moment contest. But Denizen falls.
That was all without UW Stout's going to finish the entire map with all 5 ultimates.
Just about. They're going to use them all here at the very end, I think. Nobody's going to be able to touch. And what a great showing from Wisconsin Stout. I mean, phenomenal work for him. And doing it on almost exclusively dive, right? Only really going over to the brawl when they were absolutely forced to.
Yeah, just that 1 fight on Dorado. Literally 1 fight.
Yeah.
What a performance here by UW Stout. Still, Kansas do make progress over the season. They do take one map away from their rivals. VW Stout, though, what a performance from them. Dive is one of those things where you have to be really coordinated as a team to make it look as, especially when you talk about wrecking ball compositions, because of how much more quickly you can engage and disengage, or your tank can engage and disengage. There's not as much time to make mistakes, and so to be that quick on the dime it takes a really practiced team, and it shows. University of Wisconsin has clearly made the most of the practice they've been given, and have put themselves now firmly towards the top of the standings.
Yeah, congratulations to them. Great showing from them, and we're gonna send it to a short break while we get an interview in, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back soon.
Welcome back to the show. We have Rukia with us fresh off the victory at 3-1 over University of Kansas by the University of Wisconsin Stout. So first of all, congratulations off that. You continue to perform excellently, moving, I believe, to 6-1 on the season. Talk to me about your team style. You guys are somewhat unique in this in the Star League. You don't go to the brawl all the time. It's off the hyper mobile compositions. What is it like to be a team that is that has an identity so unique in this area?
I think it's definitely weird because we see a lot of teams are just going brawl and trying to force like the hard TPing in on sim and all that, but we've kind of just hard stuck to our roots of being a poke team, and honestly it's worked out pretty well for us because we just adapted to it so well that now we know how to play it against brawl, and it's just been catching a lot of these brawl teams pretty off guard, but it's been going well.
It certainly has, and I think it's great to see though that you can still fall back to the brawl composition if you need to, like we saw happen on Dorado. So do you think your team has the flexibility that it needs to find success throughout the rest of the season and into the playoffs?
Yeah, I think at the very beginning of the season we were having some struggles with adapting, but as we practiced through scrims and stuff and looked more into the brawl, the ball, the Winston, all of that all together, I think we become a pretty flexible team that can probably make it here pretty well into the playoffs and do pretty good.
Fair enough. I'll give you one last question before we send you off to celebrate. But as the support player, right, a lot of the time your job is to just be kind of the bait for your team with those teleport plays. So like kind of be on that side of things.
It's obviously really scary sometimes, definitely against like the Winstons that'll constantly dive you, or ball players and tracers. So it's just like you play the runaway game and play to keep your team alive, and then also to get like picks on Kiriko and double dink and all that stuff. But I don't know, it's pretty fun regardless, even if you are bait, but it helps your team win, so it's enjoyable.
Amazing stuff. Well, before we let you go, any shout outs you want to give here before we send you off?
I'll say a shout out to my roommate, Flack OW, who's on the team. Really nice guy and very fun teammate to play with.
Awesome stuff. Once again, congratulations on your 3-1 victory here in the conference play-ins against University of Kansas. University of Wisconsin Stout with the win here.
Sweet, thank you.
Alrighty, that is going to be it for our second game of the night. But again, we do have 4 here, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a moment with game number 3. Tricked you. That timer was a second too late. Gotta keep you on your toes. That being said, we are coming back to the show again here at the Nice Star League for an extensive day, I have to highlight,
Yes.
here at the conference play-ins, but it makes sense, right? Our teams at this stage of the game have been so developed in their performance that realistically we have high expectations for them. So with that being said, Jungle God, we head into match number 3.
And this one is going to be Rochester Institute of Technology taking on Ontario Tech. And I think we're mostly seeing teams, right? And given this is the play-ins, right? We're seeing teams that have either taken 1 or at most 2 losses here. And that's exactly what we're going to see here as well. So we're going to be starting things off on Lijiang Tower once again. And in terms of compositional styles, right? Like, what are we going to be expecting here? RIT definitely a fan of the dive and spam compositions, whereas Ontario Tech is going to be looking to brawl things out, like or rush things out as well, like we see with most squads.
Original, I suppose, from Ontario Tech. Listen, I'm allowed to roast them. They're from the province that I live in, but also they are from the region that my city has somewhat, I wouldn't say a rivalry exactly, but sort of.
That's cool.
You can tease them and wait. Quite fun.
That's
all right,
cool too, because...
already. I mean, out early.
Yeah.
This is gonna be so tough. Off the farmers. Hello, Blue Jay.
Yeah, what I love about this too is RIT. That's my alma mater, right? I love getting to see my old school play. So this is very exciting too. You and I got a little bit more skin in this game, it seems. And Blue Jay gonna fall first. So without that frontline presence, with all that extra damage and disruption coming in, Ontario Tech should be able to hold on to this point and at least flip it over and most likely win the fight as well. But it's going to be a big anti-nade. Nice sleep coming in as well. Liam Helium able to find a pick under reps. So this is just what these kind of dive compositions, which is now morphed into a ball composition, do, right? You can give away the point as long as you win the fight, but you got to win that fight.
Looks like they might actually get there too. Nice little flick there onto Calcium. as reps for Jesus switches over to a Cassidy. And RIT, I mean, we'll see if they, Ontario Tech, we'll see if they make any other adjustments at this juncture. The other thing to highlight here is that Pharah is really difficult to retake into, especially here on Lijiang Tower. You have a lot of vertical cover to kind of work with, and Reps is not going to have nearly the same level of utility. It's a good change from Nacho Time to move over to the Diva just to try and mitigate some of that damage. It does not get easier, though.
No, it certainly doesn't. Could be an anti-nade or bio-nade into the backline from Blitz to try and save him. Essel is going to take Reps off the map, though. A lot of damage going in as well to Nacho Time. Sucker Man not going to win the Tracer duel this time around. A lot of damage happening, a lot of excitement right here in the middle in this neutral ground, but this swap by Ontario Attack seems to have really paid dividends. Chaco Man is back in there, though. Takes out Blitz before they're able to get the nano boost online. It's just a slow death, and RIT is actually doing a beautiful job here of just pulling out as much percentage as they can.
Yeah, it's actually really good that they're able to get that fight because, you know, preventing that final fight territory against the Pharah is really important. It's actually tough for a Pharah to get into the engagement, though perhaps easier in against this setup, maybe. The problem lies in that Nacho Time is going to provide a lot of cover for the rockets, so you're not going to be as effective in terms of pressuring resources. Meanwhile, Blitz and Reps are both going to be able to, you know, shoot you from afar. And in fact, Essel recognizes that, switches off of the Pharah immediately to move into kind of fight in close quarters. So RIT, now they're going to try and play front to back here. Nice little nano boost. And Reps is caught out.
Yeah, Essel going to be the recipient. And then natural to throw it onto the Genji. That's going to allow Essel to get a bit closer to their blade. But in the meantime, behind them, Takamane has fallen. But the Blitz out of the mix. Gonna be hard for the rest of the team to stay sustained. Nacho Time gonna use the self-destruct to get back into their mech. He tries to knock him off the map, but not gonna be able to find it. Reps now out of main, but the point still being held onto tightly and firmly by Ontario Tech. Essel goes down low. Nacho Time does find them in the end, and Blue Jay takes a lot of damage. They're still on point, but they're not gonna be long for this world.
And actually, that means that RIT have now given up final fight. Actually, they really, that skirmish went on for way too long. Too many players contesting on the objective, and Ontario Tech excel at delaying there. Now RIT have to not just win this fight, but win it with considerations for the next one.
Yeah, exactly. They can't just spend everything. I mean, of course, they're going to try and win the fight if they can, but with Liam Helium down, rest of the team gonna have to work overtime, and that's exactly what they do. They neutralize Blitz. It's gonna be a 3v3 now on point. Lifer does take down Essel, who has the blade ready to go. Actual needs to stay alive so they can get the sound barrier online. Blue Jay drops a minefield, which has come up huge. Able to find 2 in it. Now all they need to really do is just focus down Nacho Time. They're gonna be able to take them out quickly and efficiently.
Yes, Lifer recalls into that, tragically speaking, so no escape there. It does save, actually. The big thing there is that RT managed to save both the sound barrier and the Dragon Blade heading into this next engagement. And so now Ontario Tech, in what is likely to be the final fight, in for a hotly contested skirmish as Reps moves over to a Sojourn.
Oh, wow. Liam Helium just taking so much aggression. Sound barrier gonna be there from Actual, though. The D-Mech is in, so Nacho Time is down. RIT has won this fight. They won it. They actually won it so quick that if Ontario Tech regroups, they could get back in.
Yeah, that actually, it has to be a full reset now. That elimination to Slifer allows RIT to get to this next fight without a full squad ahead of them.
Oh, with a nano blade in. Wow. Okay, that was just insanely fast. I mean, you talk about windows of opportunity, right? And when you need to engage and being coordinated. I mean, that was it to a T right there from RIT with that last fight.
100%. I mean, there was an opportunity perhaps to get the sound barrier to defend for a little bit longer, but first the call to chase down the Tracer, Slifer, I think, was caught out, just to prevent that from being a 5v5, and then just hitting the go button with the nano blade. There was no time for Calcium to respond, basically instantly evaporated, and that was just an ultimate gone by the wayside. So a lot of credit to RIT for recognizing that, from recognizing what was going to prevent them from having a win condition and denying it instantly.
Now we head to Night Market, And both of these compositions, I think, are very well suited here for this. We're likely going to see the TP to point. Yep. A lot of damage already going in. In fact, they're able to nix the TP, so looks like only 3, maybe 4 made it. Unclear at the moment. Could be all 5.
Slifer's sleeping. That's a big anti and an immortality field. Oh, that's it.
Yeah. I mean, Blue Jay goes down, but that's fine. They'll be back in a split second. But
and I mean,
that was one off Liam.
Oh, okay. Actual going down makes us a little less good. And Calcium also gives an account for themselves. So the problem is that you don't have map control, and Essel has to back up to get to actual back in their sort of support system. Ontario Tech, do they make any changes? Slifer has been the first one. It's going to duel Choco Man a lot of the time. Keep in mind, though, it's not a single duel. Choco Man is not going to go as a 1v1. Blue Jay is going to be kind of, hitting back and forth on their way through. And,
able to get out blitz early on is big. Might have been a little bit late on the adaptive shields there from Blue Jay. They do get out with their life. Match of Time does find a pick, though. So Slifer's going to be free to do a lot more for their team, though. And we can already see them putting a lot of pressure now on a Blue Jay. And that's a great way to build up your pulse bomb if you're a Tracer. So I imagine that's kind of what Slifer is thinking about at the moment, because it's hard to chase down and kill that Wrecking Ball. But in the meantime, Essel does find Calcium. So RT remaining in control.
The problem is, while Blue Jay is providing separation here, this is all damage that is not being denied by Essel. So this way, Blue Jay, as they keep kind of bumping into Nacho time a lot of the time, the shield has to kind of be cycled back and forth, move from one direction to another. And that means that Essel can get in on an off angle and just rain rockets down. And that's not even accounting for Choco Man on a flank, or Liam, Helium even doing damage as well. So Ontario Tech, in now Final Fight, has not really forced much either away from RIT.
Oh, that pulse damage. Yeah, it's going to force out the immortality field, and still a lot of damage going in. One player down from either side. Liam Helium has committed the nano boost now onto Essel, who's playing gatekeeper right here, trying to keep Nacho time in. Very little shield left remaining. They're taking a lot of damage as they try and go across this neutral ground. They're slept. And in the meantime, that just allows RIT to pick apart the rest of the team. This fight is won. Minefield on point for insurance, but beautifully played by RIT.
Oh, that's so funny. The barrage there at the end, right as the pulse bomb stick comes through. By the way, Ontario Tech, I believe, and Ontario Tech lose that fight, lose the map too, with 4 ultimates available to them. Ant Matrix, Sound Barrier, and Artillery Strike are the 3 that come to mind. But I mean, it's just holding an aggressive position if you are RIT, and not allowing Ontario Tech to even enter into the forum of combat. It doesn't matter if you have resources, if you have nowhere to actually use them. And a lot of credit has to be given to RIT for that positioning. And I will also say the first round was a much closer one, but that also was because you were able to get that much. You were able to actually build ground onto the Pharah, right? Essel was not nearly as effective at spacing out themselves from danger. And also Blue Jay on the Wrecking Ball had much fewer avenues of opportunity to be a disruptive force compared to Night Market, primarily because of the map geometry, right? There's only really like 3 or 4 angles you can roll through on Garden. On Night Market, you can go wherever you want. And there was no way to slow down Blue Jay. Even the Earth Shatter, sure, it got the elimination, but you'd already lost 2 players by that point. It's a tough place to be. And now for Ontario Tech, as they go to map selection, we'll have to go to a map where you can force the brawl, because the in the asynchronous head-to-head, it's been RIT all the way.
It certainly has. And we're 3 for 3 tonight, LaFon. But I imagine that's not going to be a surprise to hardly anyone. This is there's so much on the line for these teams right here in the conference play-ins. So definitely going to be looking to put their best foot forward. And yeah, you want to try and mitigate the effectiveness of this Wrecking Ball composition. Hardly a better place to go than King's Row.
Agreed. But this is now a must-win for OTSU, right? Because of the fact that if you lose on a brawl map, well, the series is in massive jeopardy. It's also your map pick. That also plays into it a little bit. So it's a case where, yeah, this is a must win if there ever was one. And while not necessarily a surprise in terms of the performance on control, wrecking ball teams or mobility teams, the ones that play that style that head to control often do really well. You need to find a turnaround here for sure if you're OTSU.
Yeah, you absolutely do. So it's really going to come down to, I think, how effectively they can mitigate it. And RIT, right, when we talk to them, they cite the dive compositions and the poke compositions as their favorite to run. So this is definitely, I think, the best choice you can make for Ontario Tech, right? Even if it is standard, even if it is what we've come to expect, right? I do think this is going to be the best place for you to go. And so the question is, can Ontario Tech force Wrecking Ball off of force RIT off of this Wrecking Ball composition? And then, do they have a better brawl?
These are questions that remain to be answered. We'll see what RIT head to. It's entirely possible also that RIT just choose not to go to a brawl at any point in time. Also interesting from RIT that they're electing to use the Bastion Cassidy for their setup. I like this pick rather than the May, especially with the fact that RIT has been using mostly like high mobility setup.
Yeah.
It's really tough to get value out of the wall because there's so many avenues around it, but also it's tough to kind of deal damage with the May, and the Blizzard ends up being ineffective. Also, RIT scouting this out. Wow. They're going to go to a May instead, and now Nacho Time just has a very tough time, doing anything. This is going to be critical to dodge this first cooldown.
Yeah, and already they've gotten the turret form out. RIT has positioned themselves in the hotel, so they've got great options here. Now they're going to be able to aggress pretty effectively. Immortality Field does come out from Liam Helium, but they force everybody back. Beautiful wall going to section off Nacho Time. The Immortality Field is there. Going to try and push back in. They get up 2 ticks, but there's just so much damage coming in that it's overwhelming. Ontario Tech can't do anything. And the streets of Kings Row are before us.
Reps needs to switch to a May. One of the 2 DPS need to switch to a May here. We'll see which one it is. I don't think the double damage throughput is enough. There will be fights where you're forced. We saw it right there, in fact. RIT, the wall doesn't actually get an elimination. What it does do, though, is it forces the Immortality Field, which means that by the time that you're actually pushing, once you've stabilized, you don't have that emergency panic button for your team. Slifer does switch over. Ooh. That's the pick that you kind of need. And it's already paying dividends. Choco Man is eliminated. But at best, this slows down RIT. It doesn't stop them.
Yeah, it does give Ontario Tech the Artist hold, though, which I think is a pretty big deal, right? Because outside of that, your next look is at Bookshop, right? You're going to push through it pretty aggressively, though. Nice wall comes out. And Matrix is there as well. Going to give Ontario Tech something to work from. They can get it online, but Ref for Jesus is down. Shatter lands from Blue Jay. Another kill onto Slifer. Essel has to use the ice block, but not going to matter. Picks come in. RIT keeps this point moving.
And not that expensive for RIT, right? A 1-for-1 trade on the Ant Matrix, and then Shatter to clean things up by Blue Jay. And RIT continue to make their march forward here. And critically, they also don't give much in terms of generation to Slifer. Who, yeah, 70%, but Essel has theirs ready. And barring a stun or something like that, you should land this.
Gonna be a nice Deadeye as well to kind of force everybody back into a corner where Essel can then use the Blizzard when they have to come back out to contest. Ref for Jesus finds one, though. With the sound barrier, they're able to sustain through the Blizzard. Here comes the sound barrier instead from RIT. They're going to see if they can just brute force them off the point, but Blue Jay does fall like that. End up biting them in the end, so Ontario gets a hold.
Very greedy play from RIT in that situation. The start is okay, actually, right? The Blizzard, the Deadeye into the Blizzard, that's fine. But where they kind of fall prey is that they don't expect Nacho Time to have the Earth Shatter, and Blue Jay tries to play way too aggressive in front of it. And so that means the Blizzard, even though it freezes like 3 or 4, doesn't actually have A, any follow-up damage, or B, something to stop the Deadeye from getting an elimination from reps in the backline. So Ontario Tech buy themselves some time, and now, I mean, they have the opportunity to use the Blizzard.
It's going to come out almost immediately.
Yeah.
Blue Jay caught on the other side of it, goes down.
And I mean, it's done what it needed to. You get rid of the tank.
Yeah.
Without anyone else getting taken down, Ontario Tech just win the fight off that pick. It's the correct play to do. Is it flashy? No, it doesn't need to be. And RIT are forced to kind of retreat and reapproach the equation.
They're going to have a little bit more to work with, though. Scatter's going to be on their side this time. Choco, man. Taking out Slifer, that amplification matrix doing so much work. Scatter comes in, but the fight was basically won at that point anyway.
Not fan. That's a beta. A launch Overwatch fan the hammer showcase there. The amount of
launch
damage that
Overwatch even.
Yeah, Overwatch 1, I should say. For those of you who remember those old days.
Oh yeah, right. 3:40 on the clock here for RIT. They got a Blizzard, they got a Deadeye, lots of stuff to work with here, but Nacho Time has the Shatter once again. Gonna be up to Blue Jay to make sure that doesn't land. SL is forced to use the Ice Block already. Blizzard comes out almost immediately after that. They got a couple of picks. There's a boop off the map from Actual. Liam Helium does go down. Rap's getting a little bit of work done. Slifer's still alive as well. They're gonna be able to keep themselves alive too. Ooh, maybe, barely.
Reps is dancing with the health pack there and puts enough damage to force Choco Man to back up. Actually, enough damage that the entirety of RIT has to pause, wait for the respawns to come back in, and this is the time for Ontario Tech to kind of re-aggress. Deadeye here, by the way, also shows where everyone's hiding, so someone hiding behind the box there, they know you're there.
Yeah.
It just, again, buys time. Now, Slifer, sitting in an off angle, and he'll go for this Blizzard.
Oh, it's going to be beautifully placed. This should be good for a couple of kills. Oh, the boop from Actual. That was massive. It's able to keep it even largely. Nacho Time does give him a little bit of an edge, though. Blue Jay got to go down here relatively soon.
Alrighty. I mean, that's a huge Blizzard. That's a huge Blizzard from Slifer. Easily set up, sure, but sometimes you have to take advantage of the obvious play. And RIT, unfortunately, just kind of have to give ground. We now head into the portion of the match that is probably the most favored for RIT at this stage of the game, right? The fact that you have both support ultimates and gonna have a Shatter here.
Oh, wow.
Blue Jay oversteps their bounds so far.
Yeah, that was way too much. I mean, they thought they had the backing there of the amplification matrix, but you know what? Blitz had one of their own and they turned their back on it. So Liam Helium gonna turn things around with a pick on the Nacho Time. Respawn's definitely gonna favor Ontario Tech here, though.
This wall actually ends up saving RIT for the most part from Ontario Tech. And yeah, Essel right into the thick of things. Hits the Blizzard, but doesn't survive.
Yeah, that's been a story for them here recently. 2 players go down off that Shatter, but the follow-up isn't there. They don't get the kills they need. Now Nacho Time pops back up and finds Choco Man. But the card has gotten very, very close to completion here.
Critically, though, time is not on RIT's side. They will not get over a minute here on their full cap.
Ooh.
If they even do so. Although Nacho Time overextending does make things a sight easier for RIT. Still, we now hit that 55-second mark.
So going to take some early map control here. This Blue Jay has rejoined them. That's going to be a nice Blizzard, the Death Blossom, the Deadeye. They throw everything into that one.
The one fight. There's still one fight left in this map. That's not it's not a foregone conclusion that you win this one.
Yeah.
They dump everything. RIT gonna have Ant Matrix. We'll see. Oh, it's gonna be a mirror again. Okay, cool. Slifer over to the Reaper to hit the head-to-head here. But I mean, getting into position with this Ant Matrix is critically important, and still Essel gets absolutely evaporated.
Actual has found another pick onto Blitz, though, so it's going to be up to Calcium to keep the team alive. Life has dropped down to the point. Actual is going to get the Sadberry online for RIT here soon, and with Calcium going down, things are looking a little rough here for Ontario Tech over time. This is going to be as close, though, as they get in terms of capping it. Sound barrier there now from Actual. Liam Helium has swapped over to the Moira as well to try and get back as quick as they can. Both tanks are down here, but the trades are only going to favor Ontario Tech, which means that, yeah, RIT has to come in and get the rest of the kills. which they do courtesy of Essel and Choco Man.
Oh, what a on the brink, on the precipice there was RIT. I mean, they lost it still. You have to highlight Ontario Tech nearly makes that one, nearly clutches that hold.
Yeah.
Based on the fact that they picked off the Teast, right? The main healer, the main source of healing for RIT. And RIT has to play very passively, waiting for the sound barrier. Even with the sound barrier, it's not an easy setup, right? We saw that charge. It had to be a counterpin from RIT. It sacrificed Blue Jay, but it's better to have both Reinhardts on the ground without, to sort of deny them progress than it is for you to just accept the pin. So,
yeah.
RIT, they get Essel into position, and the Death Blossom means the rest is history still. It's the setup of these fights that is being somewhat contested, I think. We also have to highlight that RIT are, because they're willing to kind of move it as aggressively as possible into the foreground to run past the shield of Nacho Time a lot of the time. That's where they've been getting some advantage in fights, just the sheer aggression. But that has also opened them up for their backline getting picked off and a fight being lost as a result. So that is very thin margin, but for the most part, RIT has been benefiting from it rather than being hindered by it.
Actually going to be two different DPS this time around, which I feel like is something we haven't seen a whole lot today when we've had something resembling a mirror coming out. Ontario Tech opting for this very, very long rotation. Ooh, Slifer gets poked out a little bit. But crucially, they're going to be at a nice off angle here from the rest of the team. Well, the rest of the team is on point now, so maybe not so much anymore. In the meantime, Ontario Tech has pushed everybody from RIT back. Essel goes down almost immediately. Immortality Field has to be committed. Nacho Time going to charge into their doom and demise. That's able to find a pick, though. Now Blue Jay without a shield just eats a face full of bullets. Ontario Tech gets this point very, very quickly.
Yeah, it's just not respecting the damage from Ontario Tech in RIT's side. Essel tries to get to the point after using the wall, but at half HP, the grenade from Reps sticks onto them and blows them out. So just overstepping your bounds ever so slightly. You also don't get your first rotation of cooldowns without giving up space. That's the other thing. Ontario Tech forces everyone to hotel, and they're in such a close corridor. The spam is so easy to apply on their way out.
Rep's gonna just continue to throw in as much damage as they can.
Again, not respecting the damage. It's an awkward rotation. Choco Man gets caught out. I mean, Slifer hits a nice shot, no doubt about it.
Oh. Yeah, I mean, Ontario Tech just deletes RIT. But I mean, better, honestly, I think, to, at that point, dive in, die, reset, and get
you also force out the Ant Matrix, or I guess force is a strong word. You also get Ontario Tech to use the Ant Matrix there, despite having that early pick, so. Considering it's a lost fight, you're okay, I think, with that outcome. Still, RIT have not found footing on this defense so far. Ontario Tech has been quite swift in their approach.
That's going to be them, though. Maybe not respecting the damage this time around from RIT. As Essel has swapped over to the Bastion. That Ant Matrix Bastion just mows everybody down.
Yep. A full reset comes in. You can see that Ontario Tech was thinking about engaging with their ultimates, but the timing was just a little too late. RIT hits the go button first. But again, it comes down now. I mean, here's where the games get slowed down in terms of the approach, because it's all about resource management. And Ontario Tech just dealing so much damage. That shatter catches everyone unaware.
Yeah, and the Dragon Strike through it, that's 2 down immediately. Huge win there for Ontario Tech, and that's going to give them 3rd.
That feels like RIT just forgot that ultimates exist in the game.
Yeah, a little bit.
That spacing, the shatter is definitely going to reach you. Now 5 minutes, essentially, on the clock here for Ontario Tech. Keep in mind, over a minute, and if Ontario Tech captures the map with over a minute, there's no way for them to get a second attack.
I mean, despite 2 ultimates coming out here from RIT, it's going to be 2 picks in favor of Ontario Tech. Blue Jay strikes back with a shatter, is able to find Slifer, but they're going to It's gonna cost them their life. Actual trying to drop back and stay alive and get Liam Helium out of the fight so he can regroup quick.
Yeah. Ontario Tech just continue moving. And that pickoff doesn't actually end up meaning anything because the spawns are so close for that push. So you can see the entire team's right back in there with the squad. Artillery strike comes in. It does catch. I think it displaces reps enough to open up Choco Man for that elimination. So they'll win this fight out.
Yeah, that's gonna be fairly quick for them. So much needed breathing room here for RIT.
Only 1 minute off the extended time bank that was given to third, though. So they still have to take 3 minutes at least away from the from the setup. Also, you have to respect the damage of this Matrix. You can't overstep your bounds.
That's exactly what they did. Caught out by it. Choco Man fires a nice railgun as well. Ontario Tech just forced to reset.
Realistically, you should.
Wow. Yeah, I don't think that was the time to use the shatter there, unfortunately, for Ontario Tech.
I mean, the fight happening inside this spawn, though, is still beneficial for RIT.
Maybe.
Because they can get the reset, right? They can back up.
Yeah.
Ontario Tech gains space. They don't actually really gain much else. It's not like the payload's been moving forward while this happens, right? And RIT are now back into it.
The only thing they've really got, though, is going to be this overclock, so it has to come in big. Choco Man is caught in a Dragon Strike. You desperately want to try and get that high ground, but getting flanked right now. Slifer goes down low, not going to be able to pick him off, at least at the moment. Actual falls, though. Here comes a artillery strike from Reps, too. Couple players fall. Blue Jay coming up big, though, for RIT. Nacho Time still getting the kills. It's going to be up to Choco Man to try and stall this out for over a minute. That is not going to happen. Actual is down, and Ontario Tech with a healthy time bank. We move into round number 3.
And RIT are now perhaps playing just for the draw.
Yep.
At this stage of the game. And frankly, I mean, just a little bit of, I don't want to say chaos exactly, because that implies there's no structure, but certainly a little bit of freedom in movement from Ontario Tech in these fights, as they kind of just, I think, brawl extremely aggressively, and RIT is forced to respond, right? Because of how much pressure that entails. That in some of these fights, you're down 2 or 3 players, and you're still forced to fight, right? You're still forced to kind of be in the thick of things. And Ontario Tech, where on map 1, that was something that cost them dearly. Here on King's Row, not having some of those key tools, that have been so strong, right? Like specifically looking at Essel on the DPS, and then you look at the tank line as well, with sort of a wrecking ball approach. With Blue Jay, the big issue is that you don't get to take off angles, right? You have to fight with your team, and that's opening up Ontario Tech to put pressure in a single direction, and it's been much more effective because of that.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Beginning of this map. So that Ontario Tech would need to get RIT off the ball and then have the better brawl, and it looks like so far that has played out for them. Just have to get 1 tick here, and RIT is actually playing a very, very aggressive position here. Mortality Field taken out almost immediately, and now with Essel down, Blue Jay almost got out in a bad position as well. But Nacho Time actually taking a little bit more damage. They are going to be able to push them back, fight back, and send them back to spawn. So, fight that early pick, RIT holds on.
Slifer fades into the back line, but nothing more than distraction, and they'll get the reset here as a full team. That's 1 fight down for RIT. Ontario Tech still has at least 2 more.
Yeah. Blue Jay's leading the way as well with this Earth Shatter. And Essel finding Blitz early. That's a reset.
Yeah, I saw a nice pool pickup. I like that RIT's not allowing them to fully reset, though.
Yeah. Yeah, and in fact, they kind of split them as they went back.
Excellently done. Yeah. Now you're in final fight, essentially, off those 2 picks. So that also gives RIT the first ultimate of this round. to highlight to that. And because Ontario Tech has not really taken true fights, they actually haven't been dealing a lot of damage, or being taking a lot of damage. So Blitz has not been able to build up to an Ant Matrix either.
Yeah, Liam Helium's going to be able to use this almost immediately here. That's going to be a big charge, though. Dragon Strike coming in here from Essel. Immortality Field already has to be used by Blitz. Blue Jay does lay down the shadow. Nacho Time gets there. Is Essel going to be hit? Lifer is down. Essel is down. At the last moment, things are unraveling here for RIT. Chakaman trying to keep this going for everything they're worth, but Slifer pushes him off with a deflect. Blue Jay still alive somehow, battling furiously with 55 HP. And Calcium, oh my gosh, they get the respawns. Actual is back, and they've got the sound barrier. 15 seconds left to go. RIT might actually be able to hold on to this. The heals are there. Liam Helium is back too.
Dueling sound barriers, but it's Reps who's coming with the damage. They're not taking that Bastion down.
No, they're not. That is a sound barrier. Blue Jay falls. Gonna be Reps down as well, but Nacho Time is leading the charge here on to point. Overtime has been triggered. Slifer just about has his blade up. They're gonna let it loose. Here it comes. Liam Helium is down. They find Chakaman. Actual falls as well at the last moment possible. Ontario Tech is gonna come away with the win here.
It took them 2 minutes and 21 seconds plus, but they're able to kind of get that one through. Oh, that was a struggle for them. Ontario Tech just barely denying the draw here on Kings Row. We're one apiece now after 2, and Ontario Tech, it went the distance.
Yeah. Yeah, what a showing from both squads. But I think one of the big takeaways from this is that if we find ourselves on a brawl map, Ontario definitely, I think, heavily favored here. And otherwise, if there is an opportunity for RIT to run the ball, or even the Doomfist composition that we saw early on, it's going to be advantageous to them. So this could be a very back and forth affair where we just see each team take their map pick.
Yeah, well, with that being said, map selection gets afforded to RIT. When we return, map number 3. The power I have to withhold time is truly spectacular. In fact, I am the one, when we're in an extended pause, I myself, across all games, am the one who prevents it from happening. So just so you're aware.
I'm impressed. I'm impressed.
With that being said, it's one apiece. Here after 2, we head into map number 3 between Rochester Institute of Technology and Ontario Tech University. here in our conference play-ins. And yeah, we're going to escort for the next one. Jungle God, are we surprised we're going to Junkertown?
I'm not. I don't know about you, but I'm not. I mean, this is, RIT said they like poke, they like ball. Well, if you want to lean into both of those things, Junkertown is a great place to do it.
Yeah.
Because both of these comps are viable on literally every point of this map.
I fully agree. I think one of the things to highlight here is, as opposed to Circuit Royale, which is a poke map, it does not favor the Wrecking Ball in, I would argue, 2 of the 3 phases, right? Whereas on Junkertown, if your poke composition isn't finding success, a lot of the time you can just switch to a different look. And considering that in the Wrecking Ball side of things, when you're running mobility, when you're running dive, RIT has looked so much better. Going to a map where you can run the poke, and then if things go wrong, switch over to that mobility composition, plays into your hands spectacularly. Yeah, this is one of those times where Ontario Tech is in a bit of a no-win situation compositionally, unless they're just so far ahead in the hit scan matchup. And I mean, off the rip, it looks like RIT aren't even electing to hit that mirror.
No, they're not. And I think what if they're going to do this successfully, one of the big things is making sure that Reps just does not have many opportunities to get a position and set up, right? And so a lot of that's going to come onto Blue Jay, Essel, Chaco Man. But when you've got kind of like this 3-pronged approach, it's going to be very difficult to do just about anything. But
that's a good start.
And
that's
Reps,
a good start.
Yeah, Rep says, I don't care about any of that.
I'm
still going to find ahead.
I will also highlight that because of the backline that Ontario Tech is running, traditionally we would see a Baptiste in this place, right? But with the Mercy, the critical thing that's really important is it's tough to get the elimination onto the Mercy, and because of obviously the mobility and the fact that she's playing alongside a hit scan. But if you don't target the hit scan, they're just gonna be able to one burst you with the blue, and it's so difficult to break through the critical heals in time.
Yeah, now it becomes, rather than, gotta put pressure on, or rather have to eliminate the Widowmaker, you have to eliminate the Mercy, because you're just not going to get through those heals unless you have just a perfect dive from all 3 of your DPS and your tank.
But if there's a team that can do it, RIT has already shown that they can, and in fact in the previous fight do so. Blue Jay, though, been kept somewhat quiet here. Only about 50% of their minefield generated. And oh my goodness, Liam Helium. Flirting with death.
Yeah. Chaco Man able to fight Slifer, though. That's 2 quick picks here. Favor RIT once again. So will fall. But already we got the nano boost built up from Actual, who's gonna go down. Gravitic Flux committed as well. Reps does find Blue Jay in the end. Chaco Man holding on, able to maybe get a little bit more time off the clock here. Nothing significant, though.
Nacho Time actually wins this point for them. Without that elimination to Actual, without that Gravitic Flux to take down Blue Jay, this point gets held, right? You have the nano boost to sustain. Now, RIT are forced to kind of reset to the second phase. Where I would argue this is the hardest place for the Wrecking Ball to kind of find value. Not impossible, mind you, but of the 3 points, the approach is a little bit easier to avoid. And on top of that, the DPS have to come through much more awkward angles, which is going to allow Reps and Slifer both to put pressure on them.
Gonna be a dive, though, immediately as Slifer have seen. Minefield committed now on a point. There's not really many great places for this team to go. Blue Jay, though, takes a lot of damage as they try to go in, roll through, see if they can finish off a couple players. In the meantime, Essel goes down. Most support ultimates being used right now here by Ontario Tech. So RIT can turn this around, get a couple picks. Great. If not, hey, at least they burnt off those and they'll get another recontest here.
Yeah, the Nano Blade now, though, needs to be flawless from here for this next one, right?
Yeah.
Being forced to use the Transcendence would be catastrophic for RIT and their chances of kind of sustaining. I would expect, though, OTSU to recognize the Nano Blades coming and press the offense first with this overclock, and then specifically have Calcium just make this so much more lethal with the body shot spam that it can kind of bring.
Oh, they are going to strike first, though. That's going to be a quick pick. 3 players down. You do have the contest on point as well. Last player remaining going to be Nacho Time.
Yeah, I mean...
They got it done.
They got it done. There was really There weren't a ton of ways that could have ended aside from Nacho time, like maybe hitting a massive accretion, but I think that was on cooldown anyway, as Essel dashed in, so it's a tough place to be. Now, the win condition here is Slifer using Overclock with the blue beam to be a real threat, and then trying to clean up with the Gravitic Flux.
Ooh, no blue beam though for this fight.
Can't undo it either. That elimination.
Yeah. Pulse Bomb is gone though, so that's one big tool out of the way here, so things are looking a little bit more free. Nacho time, though, very, very low at the moment. And with that anti-nade hitting, they're going to be forced to back away or die. And it looks like die is going to be the option that is taken.
Essel gets the dash resets. I mean, listen, anti-nade plus some very low players. That's a Genji's dream, let me tell you.
Yeah.
And Actual sets up a really good play. And Essel puts the cherry on top, if you will. That also generates, that has the large part of generating most of this next Dragon Blade.
And they got the Mind line too. Plus, they didn't use anything either. I mean, that was fantastic. Maybe you could have hoped to pull out an ult or two from Ontario Tech, but whatever. You got the fight win. You get bolts. This is great for RIT.
Another big answer, by the way.
Oh my gosh. Essel's just having a field day. They're just dashing back and forth in the hallway. I mean, that's... talk about a dream last time. That was arguably even better for Essel.
Yeah, that's Essel's eating good. Actual again the playmaker though. That anti-nade once again sets up for success. Here's the problem. Ontario Tech now has to go into another Nano Blade. And considering the value that was earned by the Genji in the last one, I mean, I think Essel is really eyeing this one pretty closely.
Oh yeah, you know they have to be.
Ooh, poor reps.
Wow, already.
And the Gravitic Flux doesn't find nearly what it wanted to.
No, they don't even commit the Nano Blade here. They do get a pick. They go in for the res. Essel's able to take it out. I mean, this is the Essel show right now. Like, Essel is just firing on all cylinders right now with this Genji.
Yeah, and Ontario Tech, they use the Gravitic Flux and the Overclock, so Liam, who's been holding this Transcendence for the better part of 2 rounds, just switches, and that's, I mean... Final fight. I don't know that Blitz is going to be able to survive with this rally. It's a good shield block there with the pulse bomb.
Here comes the Nano Blade. A lot of healing coming in. It's not going to be enough though as Blitz goes down. Mercy forced to back away. Not going to be able to really get a position for the res. And this stagger is brutal as well. I mean, with only 10 seconds left too.
Oh, if Reps needs Blitz to get into play. Nope, Chocolate Man chases them down.
Wow.
And with a second left, oh, Nacho time barely makes it to the objective before they evaporate.
And unfortunately, they jump out of their own bubble too, right there at the end. What a showing here. What a phenomenal hold from RIT. And they did it on this second point too, which I have to agree with you completely, right? This is definitely the toughest point, I think, to run this Wrecking Ball composition because it's just an awkward point to set up on, right? And if you can't set up as Wrecking Ball, you can't do anything.
I mean, in sort of opposition to my own point, though, I will highlight that once you gain control of the high ground, it is very tough to reapproach it, right?
That is true too.
Damage on the entry, and RIT recognizing that they had space to work, just hold the correct angle. It's not like Essel does really well mechanically there. No question in my mind. However, the fact that you're able to set up that far forward and give actual opportunities to hit those anti-nades, which Essel then had the follow through on, that's really what won it. I mean, RIT recognizing their map control, they're playing for map control more than anything else, and do so to perfection. So, you know, while this is not it's still possible for Ontario Tech to hold. RIT have put themselves in prime position to close out Junkertown.
They really haven't. I don't think we're going to see any change from the formula that we've seen here from RIT, right? This is a winning formula for them here on Junkertown, I think, to say the least. Will be a little bit more difficult now, though, as Ontario Tech has opted to try and do the mirror. So these anti-nades from Actual not necessarily going to find the same kind of value that they did before.
5, 4, 3, 2.
Especially considering I will
say though, Ontario Tech has not shown that they have been able to play this comp yet, and also their support line does not have utility. Moira and a Brig just does not have the same level of playmaking that the other supports do.
Yeah, that is certainly true. It almost looks like a more survival-based composition, right?
Yeah.
You know, because Calcium can kind of shake off the biotic grenade if they get hit, right? Blitz can kind of keep themselves up in a lot of ways. There's a lot of defensive capability there.
Yeah, this Widow pick is a really greedy one. I don't know that's necessarily working out so far.
Jeez. Yeah, Chaka Man is... these flicks are ridiculous. Like, I'm used to, you know, fast, hectic gameplay, but it's hard to even follow this Widow right now. But in the meantime, I mean, RIT is getting it done. Blue Jay, Essel, they're just sowing so much chaos. Ontario Tech just can't follow it up. They can't follow. They're not able to keep pace, really, I think, with what RIT is doing, given how practiced they are on this comp.
Nice little dash there. Reps makes a switch over to Widow. Unless you're hitting like back-to-back headshots. I don't know that you can defend your team well enough here, or your team can defend you well enough, rather, to actually find anything. And Reps already has taken a bit of spam damage, and this contest is a formality.
Yeah.
I will also say that with the Widow switch for Reps, Chocoman actually becomes a viable pick here. So you're kind of playing into the hands of RIT.
That's interesting, but yeah.
Because it gives a stationary target that you can actually shoot at, right? Like,
yeah,
it's not that Chocoman's doing anything wrong or poorly here. It's just that in terms of efficacy, the Widow has gotten exactly one true kill, and that's on the Widow. Second one right there. The first, every other elimination that Chocoman got was off the back of a setup by the rest of the team, whether it be a sleep dart, a boop, something like that. And so by playing into this Widowmaker, you're playing into the fact that RIT has this, you're giving Chocoman opportunity to find success.
They recognize that, though, and swap off. Gonna go over to the Genji now. But yeah, I mean, with Blitz down, too, this is very quickly turning into last fight territory. Yeah, I know, right? Slifer does find a pulse bomb, but they're not gonna last too long afterwards. Reps does get an exit pick there, but there's so much ground is being gained here by RIT right now. And they still have the advantage.
Also, I think Blue Jay may have just beaten Nacho to the health pack.
The Mega. Yeah. And forces out the minefield, too, in kind of an awkward position. Yeah, it does shut off the Mega. But that's just about all it really does. We're going to get the Coalescence coming in now from Calcium. But Essel is there with the blade to shut it down. 3 health. They're not going to survive, but the picks are there. Nacho Time does find a pair. Minefield doing a little bit more than I thought it would. So kudos to them for finding that pick. Blue Jay still looking to make something happen.
Frames away from death there.
It does come away with a pick. Slifer finds one as well. Back off here for a moment.
Yeah, switch over to Tracer from Chocoman makes sense to me.
Yeah.
You're playing for an actual engagement here, and also being able to kind of deal damage and force Nacho Time back, right? Whereas with Widowmaker, you're giving an opportunity for the Wrecking Ball. Now it's, oh boy, speaking of Wrecking Ball, Nacho Time is dead.
Yeah, Nacho Time is down. That's gonna be tough for Ontario Tech to come back from. Essel diving in. Calcium finds their demise as well. And RIT wins this without having to expend any ults, but I mean, they didn't have any to begin with either.
I mean, it may not matter. The point is right here. The only one left alive is Nacho Time. Yeah. And I do not believe that for very much longer.
No, their shields are down. They do pick up the Mega, but they don't even get back to point. RIT puts themselves on match point with a beautiful showing here on Junkertown.
And their map selection continues to play into their hands. So far, we're perfect on the run. And I mean, yeah, Essel. Which highlight is it going to be? Which corridor are we going to see?
I kind of hope it's... Yeah, I really enjoyed this one, just dashing back and forth. It was maybe one of my favorite Genji plays I've seen.
Yeah, definitely.
Just from a sheer entertainment perspective.
Yeah, and yeah, I think the only one I could think of similarly was perhaps like a Philadelphia Fusion on Kings Road, like the top part. I think it was EQO who kind of dashed through, and so you know, it's very, very similar there. So highlight to Essel credit. Now the map pick goes back over to Ontario Tech. I would expect we go to a brawl map, but the selection choices are limited because we're going to push. And I mean, Coliseo, Esperanza, and New Queen Street. You have to wonder which one is sort of the best look. We had this conversation at the end, or in the last series that we highlighted. Colosseo probably the best option, but even that is not, you know, truly a definite win for you. And so for Ontario Tech, I'm curious where they're going to. Okay, Esperanza. New Queen Street is off the table almost immediately, right? I don't think that map really plays the style. Esperanza, doable, right? We've seen a lot of brawl on this one as of recently, and this is probably how you try and find value, you know, trying to get these brawl comps in. I still don't know that you fully shut down the aggression that RIT can show.
Yeah, neither do I. And honestly, I feel like this is... I think Colosseo was the best choice here for Ontario.
Yeah.
Ontario Tech, right? Because one of the big things is there's not really a place for Vol to really set up in that long straightaway, right? There's no high ground that they can really come in from. Here, it's just about everywhere. But that being said, I mean, there's a lot of places where you can use the just the geometry, right, and the natural cover. If you're playing a brawl composition, right, you can just kind of pick a corner, swing around it, and stay safe there, and hopefully bide your time, do what you need to do in order to, you know, deal with this kind of aggressive dive composition that we're most likely going to see from RIT.
4, 3, 2, 1.
We'll see how well that can come through. A lot of this is going to come down to the windows of damage that Ontario Tech can apply. You're looking at that cooldown in your bottom right with the transformation. With that, if that is available, you have room to kind of work through. If you don't, boy, this does get a lot harder.
Yeah. Yeah, the timing from reps, I think, is... I think Ontario Tech is going to live and die by by reps, and there we go. Reps has died.
Yeah, I don't think reps even had opportunity to hit the transformation. No. They just fell over.
Yeah. It was a very efficient fight one there from RIT.
As Essel will come back from the respawn. The other thing to highlight too is that RIT can position themselves wherever they want on this map, and as Ontario Tech tries to approach, they have to look from all angles. It's not like they can just look forward and see 5 players. Instead, you can see, I mean, Choco Man is already on the flank here behind them and is going to pepper them with damage as they try and approach.
Oh, that's going to be a nice lead. Essel is down. That's the time actually able to dive into the backline, find a couple of picks. So, honestly, just about as quick as RIT won that first fight, Ontario turns around and wins the second at the same time.
Oh, it's good. It's good recognition. I also think they isolate Essel, and the elimination of that means that there's just not enough damage. Keep in mind, Ontario Tech has also switched off of the Bastion.
Yes.
Reps is just going to be so much more consistent with this. You're not depending on that cooldown anymore. It's just that mid-range damage. And obviously, Cassidy buffed in this patch has become a genuine threat at the mid-range. Like, look at that. 3 shots, and Blue Jay is about a third of the HP gone.
Yeah, in fact, they might not make it out. And even despite that, right, because Blue Jay had to back out, a couple of picks were able to get in onto the back line. So, RT coming back into this, though. That's what you can't do with these kind of dive-based compositions. You cannot count them out the least. The minefield ready to go here. Blue Jay might even consider using it as there's so many players low. They are going to eventually die.
Now the Slifer comes in clutch there. Big pickup. The dash onto Essel on the counterpoint means that, you know, there's no damage threat, and obviously both supports are gone. So Blue Jay is fighting both the enemy and their own health bar. Is there going to be a contest before the checkpoint is the question. The answer is no. Ooh. And RIT, despite being in an early lead, have lost a ton of ground here.
Yeah, they really have. They're not taking these fights, I feel like, as aggressively as they need to. And Slifer just making very quick work of them.
You don't I mean, that's a Dragon Blade that is entirely uncontested.
Yeah.
It feels like RIT were waiting for a setup there to send Essel into position, but just don't get it. And then are left watching as a Dragon Blade without any help cuts through their entire team. And RIT now are forced to reset. Blue Jay goes over to a Reinhardt.
It's going to force out the sound barrier, which is nice. Nano Blade, though. Not much you can do about that. Try to delay things a little bit with the Deadeye. Does go down. One player advantage here to RIT. Going to make it 2 there with a pickup from Liam. Blue Jay has swapped over as well to the Reinhardt, so Ontario Tech has done one big thing, and that is force Blue Jay off the ball.
RIT also used every ultimate. They absolutely should have won that fight. There's no doubt. Like, the fact if they had lost it, that would have been a disaster. At least they will get across that center line here, though. Another thing to keep in mind with this move over to Reinhardt, Ontario Tech still have the advantage. Lucio is so helpful in that head-to-head. Being able to engage and disengage at will is of vast importance. And Blue Jay is going to be playing catch-up a lot of the time.
Ooh, what a sleep followed by a big anti again from Actual. You know, I mean, that's one thing, though, you have to consider is, do you want Actual, right? Like I feel like Actual needs to stay on this Ana. They have gotten so much value. So if you're going to swap, it's got to be Liam, which I think is what you would expect, right? The Zenyatta definitely going to be the one who goes over to the Lucio.
Well, you're going to see the checkpoint earned here. But for Ontario Tech, you know, they still have the better composition now.
Yeah.
So for RIT, sure, they won that fight. How many more can they win with this? Ontario Tech still has also the opportunity now to speed boost. This Earthshatter without a Lucio, you can easily be walked up on your shield, just run past the shield to Earthshatter. You can see how wary RIT is of that.
Wow. Nanoboo's going to be committed to Blue Jay to keep them alive, and that's going to allow them to push forward, get a shatter of their own. Big Fire Strike able to take one down. And now they've got the golden line of lead right in front of them.
Yeah, Liam Helium coming back from this spawn setup. That's a good reaction, by the way, on Actual to keep the tank alive. Because Nacho Time put Blue Jay on a t-shirt, no doubt about it. Is another sleep there as actually Calcium gets caught out once more.
Just moments, or actually no, RIT now in the lead as well. Essel finding a pick too. Looking to push this lead even further. Brutality Field has to be used. Here comes a blade now. Nacho Time though on the bad end of a biotic grenade, and Liam Helium is there with the Transcendence. That is absolutely massive for RIT.
Yeah.
There's so much more ground going to be gained here. Now they pushed it over 100 meters.
Yeah, and critically did not even have to use the Shatter. So Blue Jay still a massive threat that Nacho Time has to worry about.
Honestly, like 2 win conditions, right? You can win this off of Shatter. You can win it off of Death Blossom. And if one doesn't work, you've got the other. Here comes the Death Blossom. Going to be used. It gets out the Immortality Field and the Sound Barrier. So now Blue Jay's going to be free with this Shatter if they can land it. And Actual has another Nano Boost ready to go. They just have to win one fight, and they put this map away. They put this series away. They can smell it. They know it is here. There is the Nano Boost. Everybody falling down the Beta Wave Fire Strike as well. And Blue Jay still has the Shatter for anybody who even peeks outside of this door. Oh, here comes... What a sleep! What a sleep again from Actual! Death Blossom way in the back line. Point being contested for a moment. The Immortality Field is there. But the damage is relentless, and RIT will take the series 3-1.
What a performance there. At the end, RIT turn it around. And Ontario Tech, they're close, but close is not good enough. And that point of it ends up being the end. Quick highlight here from Liam Helium. I was a little wary about the Zenyatta towards the end, but Liam Helium made it work. And at this point in time, a showcase of tremendous value. So yeah, RIT, what a performance across the board as they take through on victory.
And you know what? They were forced off the ball, off the poke compositions that they liked, but they still got it done with a brawl in the end. So big win, honestly, and a big showcase of their flexibility and their strength across all sorts of different things.
Yeah, but with that being said, I mean, that's the end of the series, but we're not quite done yet. When we come back from a quick break, short lead interview. Welcome back, and all we have left is the conclusion. Before that, congratulations, Liam, on the victory here for your squad, a 3-1 over OTSU. A rather adventurous game all the way throughout, but you guys had a pretty hefty performance through it. Walk me through your team, right? This has been a team that, the last game also is a very similar setup. The mobility composition is not nearly as popular as the Brawl, and yet your team has made their bread and butter by it. How has it been kind of being a team bucking the trend of collegiate?
So it's been it's taken a bit of time to get used to it because obviously like we're against a Brawl a lot of times, or sometimes we're against other dives. So you gotta figure out who your target is and make sure we're all coordinated on that. But we got into the zone today once we were in it, and we dove everyone pretty effectively. So
yeah, the coordination was really there. That came up actually a couple of times. We're very, very impressed by it throughout your entire team. One thing I wanted to talk about was just the last map, right? Esperanza, you're there, right? The ball composition isn't necessarily working as well as it had been before, so you all swap to the Brawl. But you decide to stay on Zenyatta, and I mean, that's like a feast or famine pick right there. And I mean, man, you made it work. So talk me through some of that. Like, how did you make it work? What was the decision-making process? And yeah, like, why were you like, no, Zen's the pick, not Lucio?
So originally we were on the ball comp, as you noted, but like it wasn't working. The Bastion was just kind of melting us. The Rhine was just hard rushing us with Lucio speed. So like, okay, we should just switch to Brawl. But we had 4 ults, so we're like, okay, we'll just like use our ults and then we'll switch. And then we didn't die after we won the fight with our ults, and so we just kept pushing it. And so there was never a need to switch because I could leave the Discord on the Rhine, and our Rhine was just tearing into him with all the damage. So we just had a huge advantage, and we didn't need to switch. So.
Yeah, I mean, with that being said, you moved to a pretty solid record here with RIT. I mean, we already talked to you a little bit earlier this season. Has anything changed between now and then for your squad?
Not particularly. I think we've got a lot of like the playoffs and other tournaments happening, so we're finally getting into like the mindset of we gotta like start really winning games. Whereas before it's like we're trying, but it's like if we lose them, it's not the worst. But now we really have to win them, and so we're putting a lot more focus into them.
Right. This is do or die at this stage of the competition. With that being said, thank you for your time. Any further shout outs you want to get before we let you go?
Shout outs to Vanguard, our manager. He signs us up for a ton of tournaments. He's always there to help us out when we need it. So shout outs to him.
Awesome stuff. Well, once again, congratulations on your victory, a 3-1 over OTSU, and we look forward to seeing you in the future.
Thank you very much.
Well, it's been a long night, hasn't it, Juggle God? And yet,
yes,
we reached the end of our stream here today for Overwatch for the NACE Star League. Across the day, it's been a lot of points that we've kind of covered throughout the season come to a head here. We highlighted the fact that teams need to start performing at the level they're expected to. We saw that and more, and teams who have improved tremendously over the season. So as we move forward into the actual playoffs portion of our tournament, I can only think of teams getting better and better from here.
Yeah, and these matches are going to get closer and closer. I mean, I think, we were talking about it a lot during break, right? Is so much of the regular season, we see a lot of trios, a lot of very fast matches, right? We didn't have one of those tonight. Every single team here came on tonight, won at least one map, and all of them showed up in a huge way. So yeah, competition's going to get fiercer, games are going to get longer and better, and I am here for all of it.
Well, that's going to be for a future broadcast, though, because we come to the end of this particular one. Once again, thank you for myself, Lafon, alongside me, Juggle God, our production in the backline. As always, a big shout out to them, and we hope to see you again. But for now, good night, and thanks for watching.